works. If it does, we've solved the problem.
Oh, that's great. The content of this meeting is being sent to a third party, so it worked.
Yep.
That shows you're about to
Setting
stream.
up the meeting for YouTube Live, done.
Yep.
Redirecting to YouTube.
Yep.
And there we go.
And just in the nick of time.
Oh, and in fact, it's already streaming.
Yeah.
How cool is that? Thanks, pause.
Okay,
You're
one
welcome.
second. I just want to make a mind change to the website to tell people it does work now.
Cool.
In fact, they're already showing what we're saying. on
so
YouTube.
I'll get the YouTube link and spread that far and wide.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. We had some technical difficulties in streaming live from Zoom to YouTube, so it appears.
Hey, pause. I don't think everybody's in.
Well, yeah, the people on YouTube, if anybody's there, can hear us, but not that after. I've just got to make a very minor change on the website so that it tells them.
When do you want to let everybody in, Peter?
And then
when do you want to let
in about 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, good.
I just got to finish this very, very minor thing.
Sweet.
You have to go on the Zoom. You got to go on the Zoom meeting, and you got to select the More button in your control toolbar, and you choose Live on Custom Live Streaming Service.
That's what I did. Yes. So let me.
So did you start? Did you start it? Did you start the stream on YouTube?
Yes, the stream is
working. Okay.
The stream is working. Right. Okay. So I've just got to add the link to the stream, and it should work. Oh, wait a minute. One mind changed. Okay.
You have to choose Go Live.
Yeah, I've done that. It is already live.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dog.
Yeah. Nice.
My pleasure.
So just got to upload that little change to the website, which takes a few seconds, and then we can open up for business. Wow, that's sort of at the last second, isn't it?
Yeah, our lemonade stand almost up. Thanks, Mr. Dog.
Better late than never.
Right.
You're right. Okay, right. Okay, that's done. We can go live now.
Awesome. Let everybody in.
Let everybody in. We're all set up. And right.
Here we go.
Okay, I've got to just make some. Are you already doing admit all?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Stop people unmuting themselves.
Oh, I didn't do that part.
Yeah. All right. I normally have to remove a whole load of abilities before I let them in.
Oh, sorry. Oh, Peter.
So I'm taking them away right now. And waiting room has also been to be switched off. Now I'm emitting everybody off. So we're now getting the show on. It's all beginning to work. So people are still joining from the waiting room. So we're going to have to wait for the people to join from the waiting room before we can get this. And I can see that the YouTube is finally working, the YouTube stream. And there's quite a, well, let me see.
Okay, we got the link there, Pete.
It's all done, yes. Do you need the link for the Zoom as well, for the YouTube?
Yeah. Put the link in then we can share it. If not everybody gets on.
Right. Okay. So that should be the link for the YouTube version.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Okay. I'll put that in the chat.
Right. So at the moment we're at 498, so we are getting just about to capacity on Zoom. So that means if you're not in now, you're going to be into the Zoom meeting. You're probably not going to get in. Now 499, one more, and then the Zoom meeting is full. All right, so went down to 498. Now we're at 500. Okay, so now everybody is in. There's still 10 people in the waiting room. Let me let those in. Okay. I think we got 10 people who haven't made it into the Zoom. But that's okay. That's okay. We're there. So I think we're about ready. I'm going to make myself spotlighted so that you can see me. And I think we can actually start the show. So welcome to the Gazara show, a very special show today, because we've been waiting a long time for our notifications. And if all goes well, that should be today. That should be in this show. Now, I don't have the data in front of me at the moment. Elizabeth is going to be giving us this information, and it's about 3 in the morning or 2:40 in the morning for her. So I expect she will be joining us a little bit later. Until then, we are amongst ourselves. Things are still sort of working out. I just got to make sure that everything is working out here as well. Chat is done. Okay. And everything seems to be working here. Right, that's great. So, welcome. Now, we've been waiting a very long time for the ability to get notifications. And notifications are a thing which has been elusive. You know, we've been hearing for years, and literally years, oh, it's coming next Monday, or it's coming tomorrow, or it's coming on after the weekend, or it's coming then, or it's coming on the 1st of the month, or it's coming on the end of the year, and it's been very frustrating for all of us because we've been constantly fed a stream of dates which were wrong. Now, don't blame me, don't blame Wolverine, don't believe Mark Z, don't believe any of the gurus, so to speak, because it's none of our faults. We have been fed this information, and there's always been things changing. We're at a war, basically. We're at war with the deep state, and the last thing the deep state wants is for us to switch financial systems, because that means they lose, they have no more money, and everything, it goes very bad for them. So they've been fighting tooth and nail to stop the notifications going out, to stop us switching to the new system. And this has led to a long drawn out phase. Now, I think we gurus have also been misled to a certain extent. I've been hearing a lot of rumors that we have partly been fed false information to give out for the purpose of capturing deep state people, because when certain deep state people mobilize a certain way, then they can capture them, that kind of thing. All kinds of things have been happening, which is, of course, against against the reputation of the gurus. And I've been suffering from this. Definitely Wolverine has been suffering from this, that people will just get frustrated and try to blame us. We are just messengers. We do our very best to give you the best information possible as to when the notifications come. And we've been given dates, and it's all looked very feasible and interesting, and saying, oh, yes, it makes sense, and it happens then the date comes and goes, and still nothing has happened, because some idiot has pulled a switch or done something which stopped it happening. And we're all fed up with it. You know, it's not fun for us saying dates which then don't happen. We are here to help you. We're on your side. We all want the RV to happen. We all need the money. Lots of us know people who are in dire needs of med beds. Some people are facing foreclosures on their homes. It's not nice that we've been through all this procedure. It's been heartbreaking in some cases. It's been very hard on the nerves. It's been very hard on all of us to get through this long procedure. So why do we think now we're going to finally get the notifications? Well, people like Wolverine have been put under NDA. A whole load of people we know about have been put under NDA. A whole load of sources from banks and things like that have gone very quiet. Mentioning if at all, oh yes, it's about to blow, and we're not allowed to talk anymore. And there's just so many signs that it's coming now. To be fair, on this very show, the GESARA show, this is show number 275. We've been around a while. We started in March 2022 talking about all this. So if you're new to the show, welcome to the GESARA show. We try and get down to business and provide you with the best intel available. We have multiple sources which we gain information from. Wolverine is one of them. And now Wolverine cannot tell us anything anymore because of his NDA, which we have to respect, of course. But he is here, he's watching the show, and he's very welcome to say anything he's allowed to say on this show, obviously. There are other people, I mean, there are people out there, there are gurus who have been very obviously putting out false information. But I wouldn't be correct if I didn't also mention that there is still reason to believe that the RV would be going in January. In fact, one of our people here, Mr. Dog, has been doing tremendous research for this show, and according to her information, I know it's a she. I don't know. Can you come in, Mr. Dog, and explain how you think it could be in January? I can see you. Maybe she's just away from her desk at the moment. I'll try and put in a nutshell. The Iraq needs to be approved by the World Trade Organization, and apparently that won't happen until January, because their review is at the end of this year, and that could be a reason why it can't happen now, that it would have to happen in January. But on the other hand, people like Guru and like Wolverine and Elizabeth are adamant that it's happening now. So maybe the World Trade Organization thing has happened, they just haven't told us about it, or it's not that important. So someone has just said there's no screen show on YouTube.
Oh, really? Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's not working, Pete.
Oh, it is. I can see it.
Yeah, they can't hear it. I've got told people sending me that it's got no sound.
Oh,
it's
somebody else is saying it is working.
Beverly, it is working. I have it on a screen right here, and it's working.
Yeah.
No sound.
Okay.
Well, I'm saying
multiple links and the main link is not working, someone says.
Right. Well, let me just show you that it is working, because I have it. I put it on a screen, and I'm going to share the screen, and it's about 20 seconds to.
Someone says.
So right. Well, let me just show you that it is working, because I have it. I put it on a screen, and I'm going to share the screen, and it's about 20 seconds to.
Someone says.
So there you go. So right. Well, let me just show you that it proves that it works.
Oh, there's a delay. Is there? Someone saying.
Yes. Yeah. There's a 20-second delay on the YouTube live stream, and but otherwise, I'd say I'm playing it on my own computer and it's working. Awesome. So the Zoom thing is working, and people are typing a lot in the chat there as well. So if you're watching on YouTube, are you hearing it? Hearing what I'm saying? Yeah, they're saying working well. Working in Texas. Amy says working well. Mitzi Z says it's working. Lloyd Lol says it's working. So yes, it's working.
Okay, fantastic.
Great.
So they are saying it's working. It'd be interesting to see if I can see how many people are actually on the stream. 883 people are actually on the Zoom on the YouTube live stream. and we got 500 in this on this show. In fact, actually,
Well, that's a party, Peter.
That's a party. Yes, I think so. So if you're welcome, if you're watching on YouTube, welcome. You're watching about 20 seconds behind what the people on Zoom are watching, but otherwise you're going to see everything which we're going to see. So where were we? So there are arguments either way, that it's starting in January or it's starting now. And I think we're going to solve that problem, hopefully, in this show when Elizabeth comes in. So when Elizabeth joins us, then she will give us the news that we are waiting for. Which
let me just drop in there, Pete, so people can hear me as well. Guys, I'm not here just to be quiet all the time. What I can share for you guys is that we are here for a reason, and this is going to make an announcement. Is going to be the most important announcement that we ever had on a Zoom call. So it's unfortunate actually it's about 3 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 4 o'clock in the morning down there. So we'll have to respect actually her sleep. So we'll have to wait actually maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. I'm not sure, until she wakes up, and so she can give us the announcement. I know the announcement. I can't. Due to my NDA, I can't say it. But I think I don't want to steal her thunder. She has a very important announcement that came through. It's going to be a very joyful announcement for everyone that is going to listen. From my end, guys, and I'm just letting you know, guys, that we are definitely close right now. Now for the 4B, guys, for the currency. Now, like Pete said, that is a complete roller coaster ride in terms of Iraq and everything. Do we have to wait for Iraq? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe we're not going to be waiting for Iraq. Maybe things are just going to go. They're going to give that green light so people can go to Redemption Center. But I think we are going to Redemption Center actually this week. That's what's coming through, right? And I want to say, Steve, as well, guys, is that if you're out there and you get that blessing, you're going to start helping people, and you're going to start helping people under your name. Don't do that because you're going to break your NDA. You can actually give a donation to various charities or whatever. That's a good way because they won't know who it's coming from, right? Or you can set up a company, but not under your name or something like that. But don't start going out there and handing out money or whatever you want to do. That is a no-no because people will know who you are. They'll know you have money, and you're basically breaking your NDA, and your account will be frozen. Right? My best opinion is that guys, get off the grid. Actually, go away for 3 months and enjoy yourself, and then when you come back, and then start doing your humanitarian project and everything. Obviously, you help your family first, your loved ones. Obviously, that's a priority. But in terms of humanity, just get off the grid and enjoy your life, and then come back and start doing what you were meant to do. Actually, when you get your blessing. All right, that's what I can tell you guys. I've spoken to foundations, a lot of people actually out on the top, and it looks like it's all go. Yesterday we had a Zoom call with our whale. I've spoken to my colleague. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there all the time because I had another conference call. What he told me, that the whale said it's a go. So it looks like we're going to have a beautiful Christmas, guys. Okay, so that's all I can tell you at the moment, guys. Okay, so let's wait on till Elizabeth comes, and she can give us that beautiful news that I heard her telling me, and my other colleague gets in here on this YouTube and this call as well. So just waiting for that news to come through.
Right. So I'm just adding a link onto my Telegram channel, giving the link as well. So if you go to the channel Gazara QFS, then that is where I've just put that link as well. I've got 14,000 subscribers on there, so that should reach a few people. I just wrote that the Zoom is full, but they can join on YouTube. which we really just got working at the very last minute. I mean, we were literally, it was already past, and I was about to go, and then thanks to Mr. Dog, who provided last minute help, we managed to finally fix the final problem with linking up Zoom with YouTube, and it's working. So that's why over 1,000 people now can watch the 1,114 people are now watching on YouTube. So we've already there's already twice as many watching on YouTube than there are in this Zoom call. So, and if you want to try on Zoom, there's I was just about to say there was one slot left, but someone just filled that, so we're now back 500. Because sometimes when somebody leaves this Zoom channel, then that slot can be reallocated to someone else, but we're back on 500. So yes, great thanks to Mr. Dog for that. So let me tell you something about the Gazara show, because most of you will not know what the Gazara show is. Going right back to the beginning, do you remember Charlie Ward's Insider Club? I'm sure you do, because he's still doing it. A lot of you know that. In February and March 2022, I was helping them with technical issues, and it was decided to start an after party where members of the audience could talk amongst themselves, and because I was helping them out so well, they asked me if I would host that show, and I hadn't never done anything like that before, but I know about presentation. I've done loads of presentation trainings. I understand all the technology needed. I knew I was capable. I just hadn't done it before. So I said, yeah, why not? Let's try it out. And we started, and we ran about 8 shows, me and my co-host Billy at the time, called the After Party. And if you want to watch those original shows, if you join our forum at, I'll give you the link in a minute, you can actually still see our recordings of those after parties, which was the very beginnings. Then we got to the point when they decided they wanted to do it themselves. That means David took over the show, and Billy and I decided to move off and do our own show, which is called the Gazara Show. And that's when in March 2022, we had the first of the Gazara shows. And we're still going strong. We're now on show 275. The after party was run by David for a little while, then he gave it up. That's completely disappeared now. But we are here, and we're still going strong. And thanks to the audience, we are supported by subscribers. That is those people who pay to come onto the live stream. Normally, this is a paid for live stream, and that's what pays our cost, but it's not much. It's $10 a month, and for that you get 2 shows a week, and those shows are often up to 5 or 6 hours. So you're getting a hell of a lot of good thing, and we have great information. And one of our experts, particularly when it comes to financial issues, is a lady who goes under the name of Mr. Dog. And would you like to come in now and introduce yourselves and tell us about why you thought or think that the RV might be happening in January? Are you there now?
Hi, how are you? Hi, everybody.
Hi there.
I go by Mr. Dog. Well, I mean, I have a whole entire report prepared, but I don't know if you want me to give that now. I just have been following so many different channels on regarding the RV, and I go by events. I don't go by dates. Everything I report on is event driven. And I don't know, it's all speculation because this is a military operation, but I do believe that we will be going sometime in December or in January. There's just too many events that have taken place for this not to occur. The dinar, in my humble opinion, is the currency that will start the first domino to fall, that will kick off the RV when it comes to currencies. And I'm not talking bonds here. That's a total different side. But when it comes to actual currencies, whether you're invested in the Vietnamese dong or the Indonesia rupiah or the Venezuelan bolivar or any of these other currencies, the dinar, the Iraqi dinar, in my opinion, will be the currency that kickstarts all of this. And so there's several events that have to take place in order for this to start. And they're almost all completed right now. Plus, there are many contracts out there. If people have been following Soudani, the prime minister of Iraq, he's been making the rounds internationally in all sorts of different countries, visiting with people for infrastructure contracts and infrastructure projects and investments and investing in Iraq to build back the country that was destroyed by Bush. So the United States is a key player in that, and Iraq simply cannot do those infrastructure projects at the billions of dollars they're going to cost with the current existing rate that they have today with the US dollar, which I think is around 13, 15 US dollars for one Iraqi dinar. So they have to go live on the Forex and have to have a rate change in order to be able to do all this. So there's several key components, and I just believe that we will be there between now and inauguration date.
Okay, very interesting. And I say, on the other side, we're hearing from people like Wolverine and Elizabeth that it's going now. So, you know, I think we're all going to be very happy if it does go now, and it is certainly we will find out then what the conditions are. I presume so. Anyway, either way, do we care? If we get the notifications that we can call the numbers today, I think everybody's going to be happy. And if we really have to wait till the 1st of January, or you know, then it's 2 or 3 weeks more. We've been waiting years. 2 or 3 weeks is not the end of the world either. So you know, we're going to get there. We're going to get there, and I'm of course hoping that it's going to come now, because I think we all want and need a very Merry Christmas. And I especially feel for the people who are ill, who need med beds and things. Now, with the med beds, that was due to be released recently, and then it was stopped. I mean, I was part of the live stream with Sky Prince, and that didn't go too well. There were technical issues there, a lot more technical issues than here. At least we got the technical issues solved on this show. It didn't work there. And apparently the medbed operators were told to stand down. And we've since learned that members of the Trump family were being told that their lives were being threatened. And that's why they had to stop the release of the medbeds at that point until they can resolve those issues. I'm sure the medbeds are still coming. It's a delay, not a cancellation. Now, I know Wolverine can talk about that issue. So can you fill us in on any extra details you have? Because that's not under your NDA.
Sorry, Pete, mate, I was just talking to someone. Can you repeat that?
Right. We were talking about the medbeds and the reason they've been delayed. And apparently the people in the Trump team were basically told, you know, given death threats if this is not stopped. So do you have any more updates on that?
Talking to Scott, actually said that someone actually in the White House, actually on the administration, or Trump's administration, yeah, that had threats or something like that. I don't know the whole intel that came through there, but looks like I think it's all BS in my own opinion. I think not from Sky actually, but from whatever that came from. What I'm hearing actually, the medbeds are ready. They're ready, and they're just waiting for the green light actually so people can go into Redemption Center.
Right.
I've spoken to people actually that are in Brazil, and they're ready. They've got everything ready now actually to open up the doors so people can come in. So I'm sure Sky's hearing the same intel as well. Remember, guys, this is a military operation. Okay, it's not a Sky operation; it's a military operation, right? Everything's on the hush. So I'm sure that when we do get that green light for you guys to go to the redemption center or to the banks, those methods will be open up immediately, ASAP. Okay, that's what I've been told.
Right. Now, there are still people who are afraid of going on the med beds. I mean, I've been speaking to people who would say, oh, I don't trust that. Have you been able to talk to anybody who has been on a med bed or had experience about it? Obviously, Sky has.
Well, Sky has. I've been hearing actually some other people that actually they use their technology, especially the military, the people that are on the tunnel. Right, I've been hearing that that they've been using that for quite some time. But then some of these soldiers come out actually really bad and psychologically of seeing that those poor kids and some of these soldiers do come actually with lost limbs and all that because it is a war out there, and they said that they've used the technology. I also talking to someone actually that worked actually in the CIA that's actually in the army, and he actually told me that Wolverine, trust me, the technology is real. The technology is real, right? And also Marisa Castagna, which is the biggest whale in the RV, he got invited actually to Area 51. I saw the actual screenshot of the conversation that he had, right? Where he has been invited, him and his family are invited to go to Area 51 so they can get help. I sure hope I can join Mauricio so I can go to Area 51. Since I was a child, I've always wanted to go there because I do believe there's something out there, guys.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. I saw E.T. and the third encounters, was it the Close Encounters of the Third Kind? That was my best movie actually back in 1977. That's a long time ago, guys, but it's still one of the best movies I saw. Just
Oh, I
to me.
agree. I like those movies. There was another one as well. Can't remember, which was made by a British team who would like driving past Area 51 and they were stopped by an alien who was then trying to escape. I can't remember the name of the film offhand. It was a comedy, really. But it was very Paul, was it? I think it was called Paul. That's right. That was very
Yeah,
funny as
that
well.
was funny. Yeah, yeah.
I've personally been in the area. I drove around Area 51. I drove on all the freeways around, but just seeing if I could see anything. But of course, you can't see anything from the street. Because I thought, well, if they're flying around, maybe they'll fly overhead or something. I could see some alien ship or something, but no, it was a bit fun day. But and there's this nice cafe there, the Area 51 cafe or whatever it's called, where they have all kinds of stuff in there, and that was fun. But no, unfortunately,
Yeah.
I was unable to see anything there. But it was a nice thought to maybe I could see something. Of course, some people take their lives in their hands and try and sneak into the mountains because there are some roads, but of course you don't get too far before you get stopped by the military, and they can shoot you. So it's not exactly unsafe to try and sneak in. There used to be a mountain where you could go to and then look with binoculars or telescope into the Area 51. And that went for quite a few years, and then they blocked off access to that mountain as well. You can still see it on Google Maps. If you look on Google Maps, you can look up Area 51, and you can see it's a large airport.
Yeah. I also want to say something about Marisa Castagno. I can't say everything, but just to say that Marisa Castagno is go.
Oh,
Okay,
really?
so yeah, he's NESARA Gazara. He's actually involved in about 20 something countries around the world, or 30 countries. I know it's huge. right? He's pure humanitarian. So I'm happy to join actually his crusade, so I can help people. And I went to see him last year, and he showed me actually the bank account, and there were so many zeros on that bank account. I burst out in tears because I knew what that meant actually for humanity. I'm a humanitarian, and my wife just burst out in tears. We hugged him and said, "Oh, I couldn't believe it." Right, and he's got a diplomatic passport, right?
Oh, right.
And yeah, diplomatic passport. So he's the second whale actually under Trump, right? So he's actually been invited actually to go to Mar-a-Lago. So he has to go and see Trump. I think it's in May. I think it is that Trump's having a meeting with all the special delegates or the RV, and Mauritius invited to go there. So
Right.
maybe Wolverine will sneak in, and I'd love to go and see. I think it will be my dream actually to see President Trump. I think I'll have tears actually seeing him because to be in the presence of someone that has changed humanity for me just means everything to me. So yeah, that'll be a treat. But anyway, all right. So it's all go from Mauricio. So and like I said to you guys, I haven't wavered actually that we are going to have a good Christmas, and I haven't faltered on that, and I'm praying, please let it happen, because I don't want anyone to get hurt or have a poor Christmas, and I'm not here to create hopium or anything like that, right? So it's what's coming through. So please, Elizabeth, wake up, so you can see the announcement. So
Yeah,
we're just waiting for her.
I just hope that she can get into the show because well, there are 10 slots at the moment. So if she came right now, she'd get in.
Yeah, I think Pete. I think when it's too full, some people will need to drop out so they can listen to it, and they can use YouTube and watch it, because we need Elizabeth into Zoom. So if someone can volunteer and just drop out, and we can let Elizabeth in when she does
Yeah.
come in. Yeah.
I mean, what
So
will happen? Elizabeth will inform me by WhatsApp that she wants to come in, and then I would look. I say right now, if she wanted to come in, it would work because there's 487 people in the chat, so we have 13 slots. So 13 people could actually join the Zoom right now.
yeah.
And as the show
So
progresses, you'll get more people dropping out, and new people coming in. That's the natural occurrence in these meetings. On the invitation, I did suggest that if you just want to listen, go to the YouTube channel, because if you have questions, then come to the Zoom channel, because here you'll be able to ask questions live. And to talk about questions, we have one of our regular guests, Corey Cummings, who has a question, and let's ask him to come in right now.
Yeah, I just had a kind of curious question. I was kind of diverted to check into something in a different direction. Now, I know I might get some boos on this one, but with Simon Parks and collective consciousness, is that still going to be very good connected with trying to get humanitarian projects up and going and the funding release and all that stuff, or is that kind of send me off a different wild goose chase? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to say yes or no on him.
Okay.
I followed Simon Parks for a long time.
Yeah.
And I kind of stopped following him when he started saying things like, "Oh, only our members will be able to get the currency."
That's one reason why, and I had technical difficulties with the website, which brought me to discovering you guys, which I'm very grateful for. I like you guys a lot, and because a friend of mine who's working on the other side wants to try to do her projects, and we're having a little spat right now. She's trying to get me to go back with a collective conscious, and that's where I started off with, but when their website started having issues and I couldn't connect with them real well, I found you guys, and I've been on with you guys ever since. So I'm trying to refresh all my stuff on the collective conscious side just in case, and still a little bit problematic, but whatever. I'm just trying to see if you guys have any information, or maybe if Wooly has a good sign or a bad sign, at least, if a collective consciousness is the way to go to get the humanitarian project or not. So I still want to get going. Either way, whichever way it takes and takes form, I'm for it. I just got to figure out which way we're going to need to go to get this going, because I'm still all gun ho with getting my humanitarian project up and going. That's all I was kind of curious about.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to fix the
Hey,
technical
hey
issue
there,
on my computer. Dell, carry on.
Yes.
Yes, Dell. I actually have not heard anything about Simon Parks, but I assure you, there will be plenty of opportunity to get involved as a humanitarian. I do know that one of Peter and Wolvie's one of their colleagues, Brownie, with the collective, has a great opportunity for humanitarians. In fact, it's a network. He's setting up a network for humanitarians to work together to collaborate on projects, but to collaborate on other things. So there'll be plenty of opportunity. Don't worry.
Yeah, the way Simon Parks does it in collective consciousness is like, we're the only ones that control the funds for the humanitarian. I was like, no. How much?
You mean collective? You mean you give your funds to the collective consciousness and they control them for you?
From what I understand, you process your stuff and they control the humanitarian funding to help you get your project going, and they help you get access to people to help you get up and going too.
I would say that's just an option. I would say that's an option, and that's probably for people who need really that type of support. But there are plenty of other options where you're doing the own controlling yourself, you know?
Yeah, I know. I just try to figure out the right path through all the muck in the way. That's all I'm trying to figure out. But so no, we're just stay the course and just stay with this one and poke a little bit at the other one, just see which one manifests and go from there. Okay. All right. Yeah. And so got to figure out why patch up things with my little friend that is, I think she's getting over her burden, stressed on her side of things. And I was the outlet. So I'll let the dust settle down on her side and go from there.
Well, let me let you guys all know that Brownie's entity HUG, Humanitarian United Group, it's going to be working globally, so you don't have to worry. He is based in Australia, but he'll be working globally. So look out for him, and then or his group.
I haven't heard of him yet, so that's new.
He's in the collective on Telegram, and I think Wolvie has a lot of.
I hardly ever use Telegram. Unfortunately,
we don't use Telegram. All right,
not really.
There'll be plenty of opportunity, Corey. Don't worry, you're not going to miss out. I would say probably a better idea to keep your funds in your own control. Just thinking.
Yeah, I know. That's because what Simon said and Clef Conscious kind of went a little opposite of what I thought things were going to process and how things are going to be done. But I'm not here to argue because I'm not the expert in this area. But just thought check in and see what you guys advise. And we got more of a group consciousness here too as well to discuss matters too. All right, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Corey. And the next person who wants to speak is Germaine. Now, Germaine is in North Carolina, in the zone where there's been lots of flooding. So her situation is a little bit precarious. Germaine, would you like to come in and tell us your news?
Okay.
And questions.
Can y'all hear me, first of all?
Yes, yeah, we can hear you.
Great to hear you. Great to have you back, Germaine.
Oh, thank you so much. And I want to say hi to Wolvie. You've done such a beautiful job. We adore you. Please don't ever question that. You're the man, as they say. And so are you, Peter.
Thank you.
There's two men. You guys are the men.
Well, at least I'm a man. Nobody's called me a woman. That's an advantage.
Okay, Peter, we're not going to ask you your pronouns on this show.
No, please, no. I don't even know them. They're just too.
I'm joking. I think there's two. I have two pronouns, male or female. Which one are you? Sorry, that's a digression. Germaine, it's good to have you back on the show.
I just say I'm a divine being, and you can take it from there. Anyway,
I love it. 3 pronouns. I think I'm going to adopt that. Divine being.
Yeah, I'm a divine
being.
Thank you. I was also taught to just tell people you are a divine goddess and let them take it from there. Okay. Anyway, okay, North Carolina. And then I have some questions about dispersing of money. We are recovering. The piles of debris on the road are getting bigger because as they clear the mud, the rocks, they're finding naturally bodies, parts of bodies. And they're finding, special things that people held in their homes that were covered in mud. So those things they sort of like put on the side of the road if someone wants to take them. But I think people are afraid of taking them because now they're saying, oh, the mud is all contaminated and septic tanks have been ruptured and lithium is in them. And so I don't know how any of that goes. As far as I'm concerned, you can sanitize anything if you want other people's things. But anyway, all the trees that have been uprooted are being chopped up for firewood, and a lot of it is being mulched into little pieces so people might be easier to move them that way or burn them. I don't know what, but people are burning trash. I don't know how safe that is. They do need a permission here because we're in the middle of the forested area called the Pisgah Forest, and we don't need a forest fire on top of all this. So you need a permit to burn. But in all that burning, I think I've even mentioned it before, there's a lot of poison ivy roots and things of that nature, which is extremely dangerous to breathe because you get poison ivy in your lungs and it's very difficult to get rid of it once it's in there. So I think the burning has kind of stopped. I haven't seen too much of it, but my road, my driveway getting out has not really been repaired. I can get out, but my car is covered with mud, and it in some spots where it's very low getting out, I've got caked mud on my front bumper. I just hope it doesn't rip the bumper off. They're supposed to come in with gravel, but the gravel pit here, which was full, is kind of like half full now. And so many people need it for a driveway because they don't have a driveway anymore. The road that was built to get the big equipment in is beginning to sink because of the foundation is probably wet mud and rocks that are adjusting underneath it. So we know at some point that's going to have to be repaired. People-wise, some people are still homeless. FEMA and the government and the governor have done absolutely ZERO to help people. They're still in tents, and now they're saying that the parents are homeless. They have the right to take their kids away. And it's all very confusing, very upsetting. But people here in the mountains have their own way of doing things, and it is getting done.
Wow.
But I don't know if I should talk over that, but we're very
Was there some
strong.
background?
Yeah, it sounds like Peter has some
Oh yeah, keep talking, Germaine. I think,
okay.
Yeah.
So the people here are, if they were not so entrenched, I would say, in Christ, in Jesus Christ, in their Bibles, I don't think they would have gotten through. So many people have lost so much, not only in material things, but in people. They've lost relatives, friends, and just reading some of the obituaries, it really pulls at your heart. But it's all being done as well as it can be done, and spirits are up. The big town right next to me finally has water, and personally, I still have water, and it's spring water, and I have heat now. And just last week, my boyfriend got his furnace replaced because he had no heat for about 8 weeks. So it's getting done. People have up their scale of living where they can, wherever they can. And that's one of my projects. I'm switching one of my projects for local community assistance in getting people a home if they can rebuild on their land or buy something and a home and put it somewhere else. I don't know. That's a decision they'll have to make, and it's not something that could be done like turning a page in the book. It'll get done. But we're calling it Yancey Strong because I live in Yancey County, and it's just getting very accustomed to seeing so much devastation around me that a lot of friends are saying to me, hey, Nook, just get out of there, come and visit us in Tennessee. So we'll just see how all that goes. So that's basically my report on the storm. But I have a couple of questions. if it's not too early to answer them regarding RV payments. Is it too early for that, Peter?
Well, the RV payments haven't started yet, but we don't know what's going to happen by the end of the show.
Right, but let's say it happens and you get this big chunk of money and you'd like to gift people. Do you gift them beforehand? Let's say you give them a dinar or something like that, or do you wait until you get the better rate and then you gift them with a bank transfer? I don't know how the money part's going to work, is if we get QFS phones, or how all that transaction would happen, because there are several people I know who desperately need assistance in that.
Right.
Come out of my let's say my personal money, not out of any of the gifting that we will get through humanitarian projects. How would that work?
Well, Wolverine just commented on that. I don't know if you want to come in and say it again, Wolverine. If not, I'll just paraphrase. He just basically said, if you want to give it, make sure people don't know it's coming from you, that you use a charity or some kind of go-between, so that you still give them the money, but they don't know, because you don't want people to know that you're suddenly rich, because that could have personal issues for you. People could start attacking you or begging for money, that kind of thing. And also you'd be breaking your NDA. So you can give money, but don't let people know that you're the one giving the money.
All right. So let's say, would the money have to go into a trust, and then would it go in through a check or money transfer, or how would all that go? Because I definitely don't want my name on a check.
Well, Germaine, Peter, do you want me to answer that?
Yeah. Go ahead, Dell.
I just have a little bit of information on that subject. If you're trying to do it immediately, you might want to find an organization that's already doing what you want to do and give it to them so they can do the work. But if these are
they would know, but then they would know it's from me.
Well, you can write it. Well, I bet you can get your bank to write a check. Or I don't know if you have.
Then I'd have to sign it, wouldn't I? See, I don't know how the whole money thing's going to transfer. Will it go out as a transfer, in which case it goes out as a number? Can the number be traced? Or maybe I'm asking just a little too soon before we even know how it's going to work.
You know what? That's probably a question that to be asked at the time you sign your NDA.
Oh, okay.
Because you're really trying to make sure you don't run afoul of that. And the other thing is, I don't know that we went over this in any great length, but there'll be an opportunity for Zim holders to provide a family governance list. And that family governance list will be a list of all, family, friends, organizations you want to contribute to, whatever it is you want to do. You can write that list, and you'll pass it on. I believe the Treasury will be issuing the check, so it'll be anonymous. It won't know it's coming from you, but you can provide for whatever. Maybe your cousin needs a house. Your best friend just needs a car, whatever it is.
Or maybe that come out of our own
payments. It'll come out of
the humanitarian part, or the part that we get.
It'll come out of the humanitarian part. My understanding is it'll come out of the humanitarian part relating to Zim, of course.
Yeah. And Zim is the only one that's humanitarian. Am I correct about that?
Well, I believe that you can be a humanitarian with any amount you have, but Zim has definitely been designated for that. Peter, please feel free to fill in. I might have missed something.
Okay, that kind of answers my question. It really clears up a lot, and I appreciate you, Dell, and Peter.
If it's been answered, that's great.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for, to answer questions.
Beautiful.
Now, okay, well, thank you, Germaine. I hope all is well where you are, or as well as is expected, and that the money you have helps you to improve your personal situation in that area.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Germaine.
Thanks, Germaine. We're happy you're well.
Thank you, Dell. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So let's move on. We have Tom Elliott who wants to ask a question. So if you want to ask your question, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, it's not a question, Peter, just to give you a bit of information. And can you hear me okay, first of all?
Fine. Yeah, we can hear you.
Peter, I met you in Birmingham at the Charlie Ward conference.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I know you. And Wolverine, you are an amazing guy. You got such a big heart. We all love you. And even if people come at you for different things, you're amazing, Wolverine. So just want to say that. And you are Peter for staying this course, for being a truther and sharing this all these years. It's quite amazing. So I take my hat off to both of you. So you're absolutely amazing. I'm also a very active member of Connecting Consciousness. And Simon Parkes and the organization, they're not after people's currency, they're not after people's money. What it is, it's a very spiritual group of people lifting their own consciousness, lifting the energy of the planet. Because there's 7 billion people on the planet, and there's lots to go around. And with Connecting Consciousness, it's very much about people coming together, networking, meditation, spirituality. Yes, there are projects involved, and we all hope that we can help with our own projects and with other people's projects as well. And you don't need to have currency to be a member. You don't need to have currency to put forward your projects. It's really it's your passion. It's your good heart. It's your willing to help humanity that will take things forward, and everyone's welcomed. And we're all in this journey together to make this world a better place. And I just want to salute all of you for being here, but especially you, Peter, and especially you, Wolvie, because you're amazing people. And thank you.
Thank you for the compliment. And yes, I remember that conference in Birmingham. That was very soon after I was basically kicked out of Charlie Ward's show. And I went over there for the conference, and I was the only one not allowed in the conference. It was a bit awkward back then, but never mind. I hope that that's water which is under the bridge a long time ago now. So yeah, so that was it. Was it, Tom?
Yeah, that's it. I just want to say that's all, Peter. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Tom. So let's go to Teresa, and after that, we're going to go into the news for today. So Teresa, would you like to unmute and tell us what you want to ask?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
I have a question. I heard on an update, I can't remember where, that they're saying the Zim, the first 2 is 1-to-1, and after that, it's only 25 million. Have you heard anything about that?
There's been a number of rumors and people making comments like that. And to be honest, I don't believe it, because it is a bond and it says, I promise to pay the bearer on demand. And so it never loses that. Now, it is a bond which has a date, often it's, I think, 35 years or whatever. So it's not a bond which has come to maturity yet. But to say that some notes are worth less than others, I think is not going to happen. It could be that they say they'll only redeem 10 bonds or something. I don't know. I think who knows a lot more on this is Mr. Dog. Can you come in and answer that question, please?
I think you're spot on, though, Peter, for sure.
Yeah, I think so, but I know Mr. Dog knows a bit more on that.
Okay, and so what are we talking about? What the bonds are actually worth?
Yeah, they're asking if you have more than one Zim bond, if at some point they will cap it and say, no, you can't have any more, or something like that.
I don't believe that at all, not in any way, shape, or form, because they're payable to the bearer. And I've read everywhere that these will be honored. Also, everybody needs to keep in mind that I think most people have the 2008 bonds, and I'm not sure what the maturity date was on these bonds originally, but I would assume something of this magnitude would be 30 years. So we're only halfway through the maturity date of the 2008 Zim bonds. So that would be considered a callable bond if they were redeeming them, next month or, soon. So they would not, I do not believe they would ever pay any face value that they have right now. It'll be something less, but I don't think it matters. In fact, I've heard that the more you have, the better the pay. We just don't know. As everybody says, we don't really have any, we just don't have any dates or rates. This has never been done before in our lifetime. And as we all have to know here, this is a military operation. So anything's going to be a huge blessing. But I don't believe you're going to get less. I think you'll get more. The more you have, the better the rate. That's just my opinion on what I've read. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're right on, Paul.
Okay. Thank you, Teresa. Okay. Right. I think it will be a good time, as nobody's got their hands up at the moment. The Gazara show is not just that question and answer. We generally have it in several sections. First, the magazine section, which is actually what we're in now, where generally we tell you what we've been hearing, news. Sometimes we have guest speakers on in this section, whatever it is. And generally, there are not many questions from the audience during this period because it is more specifically for specific topics. Then we have the Gazara news, which is the next section, where I actually read to you what the latest is happening in the world of Gazara, and that's what we're going to just about to do now. And after that, we have the Q&A section, where you can ask your questions, and we're here to answer them. And Elizabeth, who is going to be giving us the great news on the redemption, she normally appears during the Q&A section. Normally about 2 hours into the show. We're an hour and a half into the show now. So after the news, it's a good chance that Elizabeth will start appearing to get into the question we're all waiting for. Are we getting notifications today? I think that is the number one question, but we have still plenty of material between then and now. So right now we're moving into the Gazara news. So this is where this little section here gets cut out of the recording normally because I just remove the spotlights, I change my background, and then I restart the show with my newsroom background, which is that. And then I can tell you what is happening in the world of NESARA Gazara. And as it's always, when you have to read something, it is a little bit dry on the throat. So I normally have a glass of water. Now, this is the first time we've done a live stream on YouTube while we've been running the show live. So it is kind of strange. In front of me, I have the Zoom screen, and on a screen on my left, I can see the YouTube video, which is called 20 seconds delayed. So it's quite amusing for me. I got the sound off, obviously, on that, but it's unusual. Okay.
Do you need your earphones or headphones this time?
I don't, not during the news, so I'm going to take my headphones off and I'm going to read you the news.
Has Rose given you any instructions in German by any chance? Is she late on that?
Yes, she has. Water, Peter. Yes.
Okay, good.
Earphones too. Yes. English Rose is a lady living in Austria who is associated with, I think, by marriage to the UK. Calls herself is English. She likes to feed me things I should be doing. So I'm taking my headphones off, and let's get into the news, which is when I restart the show. So let me just get everything sorted here, and let's go. Welcome to the Gazara news. Today it is Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024. And let us look at what is happening in the world of NESARA Gazara on this very special day. So let us start going here. Trust the plan. We're talking God's plan. It's time. Get ready for 10 days of communication darkness. The power to entire world will switch off briefly to install our Starlight satellite internet. Shutdowns will occur, but only in certain areas. Banks will close, ATMs and credit cards will stop working. Have at least a month's supply of food, water, cash, medicine, and essential items on hand for yourself, your family, and to share with others in case of emergency. If you're unprepared, don't worry. The military will supply what you need. Non-stop education will be broadcast, teaching everyone about the true principles of freedom and justice. Yes, that is a point which we can't really stress enough, because you know, you do need food. Now, some people say, oh, I don't have money for food for 2 weeks or whatever. What I say to those people is get some potatoes, get some rice, staple foods. They're not expensive. Everybody can afford a sack of potatoes. And if nothing else, that will keep you sustained. It may not be that interesting to eat, but you know, there are various things you can do. But that will not cost you much, and it will keep you alive for 2 or 3 weeks if necessary, and without costing the world. So that's what I say to those people. There are other foods as well, which are quite cheap and things like that. So that's what I suggest. So let's move into the news. I'm just now I always skip the child trafficking stuff because it's like a bit of a family show, and we all know it's going on, but it's not really nice in any shape or form. And we like to concentrate on the NESARA Gazara actions, what's happening there, which is also sometimes not very nice, at least not very nice for the deep state. So, in spite of a 630-page report on the Hunter Biden laptop from hell, documenting 191 sex crimes, 128 drug crimes, and 140 business crimes, he escaped unpunished. His death's pardon clinched the deal. Interesting. They don't seem to have the same leniency with Trump, do they? Leaked files show elites, FBI, and CIA were complicit in blackmail, corruption, mass media control, bioweapon development, and Clinton's billion-dollar child sex trafficking empire. California's Friday the 7.0 earthquake unveils that the Mendocino Triple Junction Island is being weaponized for California. Oregon coast communities' destruction. Proof emerged that Obama rigged elections, was behind illegal FBI raids, and made secret deals with China to enrich his personal wealth. Biden was pardoning treasonous acts, seemingly to protect his family, friends, and self. Banks were failing, leaving millions without money. The power to whole entire world will switch off briefly to install the Spark system. They're all above Australia too. Beta version is ready to go, 7,500 times as fast as we have secret space programs controlled Guardians of the Galaxy. United States Space Force, who became known in 2024, Quantum Starlink is going to control many new systems on this planet. All the old will be gone very shortly. This is how we get new internet, free energy, medbeds, new voting systems, your quantum ISO coins. In late November, they've started testing. Israel was switched off for 30 minutes. Then in December, they tested by turning 10 countries off at once. Don't think I have seen any since, just large internet outages. Yeah, because why do they need to do this? Let me fill you in a little bit. We're switching to quantum internet and to the new Tesla free energy systems. In order to do that, they have to disconnect you from the legacy energy systems, you know, the power stations, you know, and that stuff, while they switch over to the new Tesla free energy systems, which means that you will lose power for a short period. It could be half an hour, it could be an hour. It depends on how quickly they can switch it over in your local area. Don't worry if power goes off, it will be coming on, and with the added advantage is that you don't have to pay for the new system. The same applies to the internet. The internet is currently connected to the existing systems using underground or underwater cables to link countries and things like that, glass fiber everywhere and stuff like that. And those systems are being cut. For example, you may have heard in the news how some underwater cables, for example, between Germany and Finland, or also in the Mediterranean, and maybe even across Atlantic, these cables are being cut to be replaced by the quantum internet systems using Starlink. Starlink has the capacity needed and the speed needed. And the thing is, the old legacy system was controlled by the deep state. We need to cut them off. And the new system is the new free internet. So that is why you'll be cut off from internet and from power, not necessarily at exactly the same time, while these systems are switched. The Global Emergency Broadcast System, EBS alerts. There will be 10 days of darkness, global communication blackout, set to begin, ending on Wednesday, the 18th of December. So as it's 10 days of darkness, that means it could start tomorrow. So between tomorrow and the 18th of December, that is the period when you could be cut off in that period. If you don't get cut off, don't worry. Maybe they found a way of buffering it, so you don't need to get cut off. But basically, the world needs to switch systems. Next week, the main arrests begin on judges, prosecutors, and lawyers who were paid by George Soros to betray and sabotage the United States. It will be biblical. So yes, this is a topic we talk about on the Gazara show quite often. We don't always just talk about the global currency reset, etc. We also talk about legal issues and common law and how the judges are all illegitimate and all that stuff. Common topics on the show. If you want to look up that stuff, look at our archives. Most of our archives are now public, so you can just watch them. You can find us on Rumble. You can find it on BitChute. We did start it on YouTube, which some of you are watching at the moment, but YouTube just kept giving us strikes and things for saying things which are true. So we kind of moved off broadcasting new shows on YouTube. That's why we don't normally use our YouTube channel, but we are today for this live stream. Let's move on. The announcement of the Global Restoration Plan, every citizen will receive information about the new economic and legal structures. The beginning of international tribunals to address crimes against humanity. Major revelations will be broadcast worldwide. We're at the final stages of the transition of the new financial system completed. People will begin to access their revalued currencies and debt relief programs. Basel IV compliance deadline is January 2025. All banks have to prove the money they say they have is backed by gold in their vault. Now, most banks have not done that, only to a certain extent. A new era of freedom and prosperity will begin officially. Global unity announced as former alliances restructure. Leaders will present plans for long-term peace and cooperation across nations. The release of advanced technologies previously suppressed, like free energy devices, healing technologies, and environmental restoration tools, will be made available to the public. There are about 6,000 technologies which have been held back from us. Typical story, somebody invents a car which runs on water, and either they get killed or their patent is made secret and they're not allowed to sell it, they're not allowed to build it, and the deep state has hidden the technology. This has happened again, and there are over 6,000 of these really good technologies which have been invented and withheld from us. So Right. The quantum financial system will officially be activated worldwide. This secure, transparent, and decentralized system will replace the old banking structure, ensuring fairness and equality for all. Full disclosure of galactic alliances and contact with extraterrestrial civilizations will be announced to the world. A new chapter of humanity begins. At any moment, tiers 3 and 4A and B, which includes us, the Internet Group, were expected to receive notifications to schedule redemption appointments. Bondholders in tiers 1 and 2 have already received their funds, but are under NDAs. We are hoping that during this program, those notifications will start during this program. So stay tuned when Elizabeth joins us, and she's going to be announcing it. At any moment, oh no, sorry, moved on. Iraq has passed their HCL law, hydrocarbon law, and it goes into the Gazette in time for the weekend. This means RV. At least some people think that. We have our doubts because the hydrocarbon law has been discussed for the last 8 years, and it just happens to be stopping right now or coming to an end right now. Whether it's related to the RV, could be, could not be, but not necessarily. I think it's a red herring, to be honest. The US debt clock gave us a date of Sunday, the 8th of December. It's tomorrow, just after 9 p.m. Central Time. Right after 9:30 p.m., it gave another message: revalue your thinking, which I think is a bit of a cryptic message for revalue your currency and the way you think about money. Ginger's Liberty Lounge on Telegram has been reporting from Jim Willie, who stated that an Iraqi citizen he knows has redeemed his currency at the new international rate. Family, this is expected that Iraqi national citizens would have time initially to exchange before the rest of the world's IQD holders will exchange. This also happened to Kuwait all those years ago with Kuwaiti Dinar, RIRV. It was fabulous. Just a recap of what happened in Kuwait. There very fewer people knew about the RV, but some did. And there they were also trying to hide the fact that the currency reset was starting. On the day it reset, they were still telling us, oh, it's at least 2 years away. And it wasn't. It then went very quickly. So we're seeing that again now, trying to hide the date and time when the RV is happening. All kinds of stories coming out. I think it'll come like a thief in the night when you're least expecting it, or when you've just believed that for some reason it's not going to happen. It will then just happen. So the President Trump, the Q movement, and global currency reset will be changing all of the below and giving taxpayer monies and freedom back to the people. That was why Trump and the Q movement has had so much opposition. It's all about control of US. Taxpayer dollars getting away from corrupt court systems, going back to concepts of the original Constitution and thereby re-establishing freedom for the people. King George III of England financed both sides of the Revolutionary War, and we did not win it. Although the Revolutionary War ended in 1776, British troops did not leave the USA until 20 years later in 1796. In the meantime, in 1783, the United States of America, US Inc., was incorporated in London as a territory of Great Britain. US Inc. is in fact a privately owned and run corporation that collects US taxpayer monies for use by the globalists, who formed their privately owned US Inc. Federal Reserve US Inc. IRS. Therefore, the Federal Reserve and IRS are not agencies of the US government. They are owned by private bankers as debt collection agencies of the International Monetary Fund. The IMF is an agency of the United Nations, which is run by the Satan-worshipping, child-sacrificing Khazarian mafia, descendants of Cain who wear the mark of Cain. The fake Jews who created the Zionist movement in Israel as a headquarters for money, other nefarious projects, their very profitable international child trafficking, adrenochrome and sex harvesting or open harvesting ring. Time to drink for something. Elon Musk's Starlink has uncovered shocking truths about the IRS, revealing it is a tool of elite corruption. This isn't just tax fraud, it's a global conspiracy among the Federal Reserve, IRS, and CIA to siphon trillions of taxpayer dollars into black budget operations, shadow projects, and the elite's control schemes. The privately owned Federal Reserve funnels US taxpayer monies collected for the IRS to the Crown of England, which is owned by the Vatican. Over a month later, after the Crown, Vatican, and their central bank around the world have used the monies, it goes back to a Kabul-owned bank in New York, where they charge interest for the US government to use their taxpayer monies. That's where the US debt came from. The CIA also uses US taxpayer money given freely to their unaudited and unlimited black budget to fund tortuous MKUltra mind control of children, people in the mainstream media, human and child sex trafficking, adrenochrome and organ harvesting rings, destabilization campaigns, and the suppression of free energy technologies. The US has not had a treasury since 1921, when the cabal completely took over the US monetary system. Just imagine that, all those taxes which you've been paying, which you think are going to the treasury, have just been going into the coffers of a few crooks. So let's move on. In the judicial system, it's not much better. You cannot use the Constitution to defend yourself because you are not a party to it. You do not have property because you are in a slave to the system. Yeah, it's quite, you do not own your property. Now, this surprises a lot of people because you save your mortgage, you pay your mortgage off, and you're still not the owner. Because you're a slave of the system, and slaves cannot own property. Read the deed to your home. You are listed as a tenant. Bet that came to a shock to some people here. You do not even own your children. Slaves cannot own their children, plus you sign them over to the cabal when you sign their birth certificate. Russian President Putin says the West continues escalating the situation in Ukraine, pushing the world towards a global government, or global conflict, in fact. The Biden regime still has not answered for Hunter's pardon, and 0 Democrats have addressed why the pardon begins in 2014, which is, of course, before even Trump's tenure. They started World War III to launder our tax dollars for Ukraine, and they have no intention of being held accountable for it. We are witnessing treason. Hunter's pardon is 1000% about covering up deep state criminality in Ukraine. Hunter was a deep state proxy that helped secure and wash funding for deep state racketeering in Ukraine, including the Biolab network, starting in 2014. Everything seals back to Ukraine. So that's been quite a lot of news. But with that, we're ending the news for today. And I hope you found that interesting. And we're now going back.
Peter, Pete, I think Elizabeth is in.
Where
I got
I
told she's in
fixed a couple
Zoom.
of things. I can hear someone say something in the speaker. Is that Dell?
It's Wolvie.
Yeah.
Wolvie's setting Elizabeth's in the room.
Oh, right. One second. Let's just restart the show, and let me
maybe get rid of your news banner too, unless that's part of the news.
Yeah, no, I've got to remove the news banner as well. We're not. So this is a little bit which gets cut out of the show while I switch back to the thing. So now we're going to go back to the River Rhine. I'm located in Cologne. In case you're wondering, I'm not German. I'm British. I just happen to be living in Germany. So Elizabeth is in the room, you say?
Okay, before you do that, Pete, let me just say something in Spanish. We've got the Spanish audience here, guys, and they can't speak English. It's not fair on them. So let me just say something in Spanish before Elizabeth comes in. Okay. Hola, amigos. Espero que estén todos bien. Yo sé que hay muchos latinos aquí que no saben hablar en inglés. Aquí le vamos a dar la noticia que estamos todos esperando. La Elizabeth ya está por llegar y anunciar el anuncio especial que ella tiene para todos nosotros. Entonces, después que la Elizabeth habla, yo le voy a decir lo que dijo ella, porque ustedes también deben saber lo que ella va a decir. I just told them, Pete, that after Elizabeth speaks, then I'll tell them actually what Elizabeth said, so they'll be in the know as well. Okay, so Pete, I'll leave it to you, Mike, that you'll introduce Elizabeth. Guys, I want you guys to get ready because it is a very special announcement. It is the best announcement in the history of the RV, in my own opinion. All right, guys, here we go.
Okay, I'll just make sure that she can actually unmute, because otherwise I'll be talking just to nobody. And so now she can unmute.
Greetings, Elizabeth.
Yes. Can you guys hear?
Yeah, I can hear you. So
good morning.
Let me introduce you, Elizabeth.
Well, welcome, Elizabeth. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning to me and good evening to all of you.
Welcome,
I am so very proud of all of you. And I think you are all going to be very, very
Mariposa. Let's have a formal introduction.
Yeah,
Peter's gonna roll out the red carpet for you before you fly your wings.
That's right.
Peter, take it.
Okay. So let me introduce Elizabeth, Princess Elizabeth. Now she is the M1 of the Rodriguez funds, and as I've been told, the Rodriguez funds, they go all the way back to the King Solomon funds, which is hundreds of years old, I believe. And she is the living survivor. She is hereditary, the top of and the owner of that fund, or M1 as they call it, and she is releasing the funds now. The funds have been released in two sections. The 1%, which we're getting first, the initial 1%, actually comes from the St. Germain funds, not from the Rodriguez funds. The St. Germain's, they fund the 1%. Now, 1% doesn't sound like much, but if you're getting millions and millions, 1% can actually be a nice, tidy sum of money. So that comes from the St. Germain funds. The 99% comes from the Rodriguez funds. And that is where Elizabeth comes in. She's currently reigned as a princess. She's going to be inaugurated and become the queen. And with that also being released the funds to us in a special ceremony. And that's when we get the 99% of our funds paid out. So a very high visitor to have. If you want to learn more about Elizabeth, she's been a regular on our show for the last couple of months. So if you can look at previous episodes of us, you can hear her talking at length about what she does. And so with that, let me introduce Elizabeth Rodriguez Ruiz. Welcome to the Gazara show.
Good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your introduction, Peter. And of course, first of all, good evening to all of you, and good evening, Walby. Anyhow, first of all, I would like to thank from the beginning from Walby, when I was actually starting to all of this podcaster show with a couple of podcasters, and then after Wolverine, I was actually introduced by Peter and some other podcaster like Dr. Kia and Brownie and some other more, more people from Australia. But I want to say that thank you so much for your warm welcome to me, even from the beginning. And I know that I had been a kind of regular, guest to Peter and Barbara every Wednesday and Saturday your time. But I want to say that we have to be all grateful because when I got this information and update and the real true thing, that's really what's happening. It's not that this whole thing is coming from Telegram or Rumble that you heard in all different podcasts, but this is exactly what's really happening right now at this point. First of all, let me say that when we know, I would like to explain to you, all of you, in regards to where's the money coming from at this point and how much and how they're going to distribute it to each and every one of you, especially on the redemption, what do you call this, in the RB and redemption. And for those who are actually belong to the redemption, who are actually claiming on all of those assets and what you have in your hand. And I would like to explain to you the difference of the heritage asset. What is heritage heritage account? They have 3 different type of heritage account. Heritage number 1, that is going to fall to a Saint Germain. Now, when you say Saint Germain, guys, heritage account number 1, it's what you call Saint Germain account, right? Now, what do you mean by Saint Germain Trust? This is the wealth that basically traces its origin from the African, South America, and American natives plundered during the colonization era, at which, it is just proper to return it back to its rightful owner by way of redemption. Thus, it funds the 1% of the RB mobilization. So in other words, this redemption time, everything that's going to be receiving for that 1% RB mobilize to mobilize all of you from St. Germain Trust. And then the next heritage number 2, that's for fall to the King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and Marcus Wealth. Now, that's where is going to be coming, that 99% that is going to fund all the project globally. In other words, the 99% is really the most important at this, even later on, because whoever that they have this kind of huge project everywhere globally, that's where all the funds coming on the heritage account or number 2. Now, the number 3, heritage number 3, is where the indigenous people, when we say indigenous people, these are actually the account that is going to be meant for the developed third country, developed country, that is going to be given, let's say, for those Aitas and tribe people, in other words. So in other words, all of those 3 different types of heritage, guys, they have all different meaning in those. Now, let's talk about what is the redemption is going to be falling at this point presently, where all this money coming from and whatever. Of course, let's talk about Saint Germain. So now what I know is that what I was being told, that December 5th, when they release this, what you call the 1%, December 5th, that is American time. And then they started that, actually, when they released that on December 5th, East Coast. When we say East Coast, remember again, the NESARA, by the way, is the first one to move on. What is NESARA? That's what you call in South, North, Central, East Coast, Pacific Coast, part of America, United States of America. NESARA is national, we all know that, and GESARA is global, okay? So let's talk about the NESARA. That's why everybody will going to be having such a good and great celebration for this coming Christmas. That's exactly what our President Trump has been announcing, because when the money is going to be coming from Saint Germain, is going to be in the part of United States. Remember that. Now, if you are a part of East Coast, where is East Coast? New York, Florida, New Hampshire, North Carolina, Boston, Maine, and so on and so forth. Okay, East Coast. Now, let's go to Pacific Coast. In California, which is, I guess, Pacific Coast close to the ocean, right? San Francisco, San Diego, Los Angeles. That's what happened on December 5th. They already released and deposit all this 1% to your account. Now, the next day, which is the 6th, all the they will be giving away avails to the list that they've been on the redemption. I think, but I think what I was told is that, remember when we're talking about, Peter, that we will be giving you a number or website. That's not the way it is. What happened is when you guys submitted all your paperwork to the redemption way back before then, depending on when, if you do so, you actually left your email and telephone number, etc. there, your account, especially your account, right? So what happened is during the time you have to check your email, because you will be receiving some kind of notification on your email saying that you, or either they're gonna call you then or email you, I guess, something like that. It's probably the most thing, because once you have that email, you have to go to whatever that they will tell you to go. Let's say it can be a redemption center, bank, or office, or agency, or something like that. Okay, that's where you're gonna be notified to call. And then once you go to that appointment, basically it's not exactly 1% that you're gonna be holding it in your hands right away. By the way, before we say that, let's talk about the other one also. So the next day, December 6th, was actually to the rest of the redemption people. Now the Heritage 3 account number 3, they call that auctioneration relief. It's like when they have some kind of calamities, guys. They have some kind of anything for that for this developed country under the category of Heritage number 3. They can travel over there and just kind of like deliver the relief funds, or they call it stimulus, to give to all these people in South Central America. Again, right? Part of that, yeah, South and Central America. That's correct. Because right now I don't even know the part of those in America. You just have to check that on the globe, because I don't have the globe map in front of me. But when we say South Central America, those are the one that they're going to be given. Of course, even in South Asia countries. So as long as they're a part of those tribe and ATOS people like that and so forth. Now let's talk about the appointment. So once you get to the bank or to the agency or office or redemption center that you're going to be going, usually what they're going to do is they're going to give you some sort of like funds, like a I would say for the first one, like a stimulus. Maybe to start with, between 10, 20 or something, a little bit more thousand to put it in your account. And then after 20 days, they're going to give you the huge one. Remember, again, the first one is not going to be a lot. Because I feel that, the way they're doing that, that's exactly my plan that I have to do in my country here in the Philippines. So I don't know whether we are actually been hearing by the Galactic, because remember, again, from the Galactic Alliance and Federation, they're the one actually structuring all of these things, maybe to the military alliance or to Trump, and how they're going to distribute all of this, So let's say that they put you 10 to 20,000 in your account. Don't be kind of like complain and shout. Why is it that this is all I have? No, it's not. It's just the beginning. It's just the deposit. Deposit like when you open an account, you put some kind of 10,000 or 20 or whatever. Not even that much. In dollar. Think about it. People can only deposit 1,000 and you have an account, but of course, this is going to be goes to QFS system, of course, digital. So they gave you around that much, but you have to wait 20 days, guys, to put, the huge amount. And then every 20 days, and getting bigger and bigger. Remember, again, this is under the St. Germain 1%, but the one you're going to receive from the beginning is not 1% right away, boom. Remember, again, they struck. And by the way, the good news is they started this in Colombia, like that, and Brazil. That's why I know everybody was having such a great time in South America. Of course, one of our friend right there in the show right now, that's why he was so excited, because he was and I heard that he was actually under that country under his NDA, by the way. And I'm talking about the person who introduced me there, right there. But anyway, so in South Africa, in Brazil, Colombia, where is the other one again? Yeah. And also, I just want to let you know, guys, that in each different territory or country, they have their own different way in their group, depending on how they're gonna kind of settle it and how they're gonna structure to distribute as well. But to give you an idea, that's how they're gonna do it. You're not gonna give millions or billions, and when you go in there, they're gonna slap it to you, say, hey, this is your account and you have this billions, and no, it's not gonna be that way. First of all, when you receive that small one, don't be shocked, because every 20 days you're going to receive it anyhow. For the most important is your account is there, they're going to be putting money and you don't have to worry about. And by the way, once you have the huge amount that they're going to be given to you, when you're, let's say, inside the bank or any location that they will be notified for you to be there, they will assist you to use your password and code and then transfer it to your account. Let's say now the big one coming, let's say a couple of millions, 50 million, and you're right there. The officer will going to help you. Okay, let's say, Mr. Peter, are you ready now to give your code? And then you have to transfer to whatever account you want to put that money. They will teach you how to do that right on the spot, meaning that you have the control to your own money as well. In other words, in that location, let's say, whatever, think about any place that you have been, notified to be there, they will assist you to transfer the funds to whatever bank you want to transfer it. And also, I was also told that because of the QFS guys, if you guys did something bad, or they can monitor you, they know exactly what you're going to be doing on your money, where the money goes, and what is the money intended to. If they find out that your intention is going for the wrong reason or wrong purpose, boy, guys, they will cancel and take it away from you. I mean, I was like, oh, really? So really, I have to make sure that I will spend the money properly in a way that is going to be for the right purpose, not to do to the other way around, like that. So it's kind of like, I don't know, but really this thing that I was told is exactly my plan to my country that I keep telling to all of my group, the QPEC of 999. I was wondering why, Peter, or Barbara, if I was actually been messaging from the galactic thing, because why is it that the way the money was going on this distribution for this 1% or less is exactly the same to my plan? And I have no idea. Because that's exactly what I want to do. Intend to all my senior people in my countries, give them 1 million in their account, but they can withdraw with like 10 or 20,000 every month, not the whole sack, because they're senior. Now, the way I look at it, the way they're gonna distribute this 1% supposed to be from Saint Germain is exactly the same, like a stimulus for to start. And then I said, what do you mean? How much is the beginning? And let's say this team is kind of like relief or stimulus that they gave you some kind of bonus to start with. Let's say $10,000, $20,000. Okay, I'm happy with that, of course. Then I can have a great Christmas to spend. I can spend all those 20,000 to buy everything for that day, and then you have to wait 20 days, and then every 20 days and 20 days and 20 days. So the distribution for that whole thing is every 20 days, and it's getting bigger and bigger, guys. I mean, can you believe that? And I was like, oh, okay. Then to me, it doesn't matter. I feel that no matter how they distribute and deposit to my account, I am so overwhelmed happy. And of course, you people are not going to be shocked. Remember, again, this is to mobilize you guys. This is not all about for project, for you and intended to help other people or buying this to give. And that. No, this is personally for you, to mobilize you, to bring you back your life to where you are. Because I'm sure that all of you right now are kind of like devastated with no money, your house was gone, or the car, or the business, or the office, etc. So this is for you guys to maybe started your life to move on. Now let's go to the worst. What about 99%? Because we're talking about the 1% or less, right? Now that's where I come into now, being the sole executor for the King Solomon. By the way, to correct you, Peter, it's not only Rodriguez Trust that we're talking about on 99%. To fund globally. That's include of 3 different type of form of where the money coming from: King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and the Marcus Wealth. 3 of that belong to that heritage too, which in fact I will be the one to execute and trigger that. Remember again, according to my Lord Order Instruction LOI, that's what you call it, because it's kind of like more defined thing, not the regular contract like letter of instruction. It's Lord Order Instruction. It's very heavy because I'm not even, I was even overwhelmed and shocked about it. That is exactly how it is. That's where it's that's where it's gonna be coming the 99% to fund globally to all countries. Let's say how many countries. Of course, when it's happening on the inauguration first, and then facilitation, and then liquidate of all of the account to make it like liquid, because at this point the money is stagnant right now. It's just sitting somewhere here. But the minute that it will trigger by Mariposa, which is basically Mariposa is the future butterfly Tasminat code, it will go into liquidate and make it like overwhelming, ready to put it on QFS, and then all of those who have huge project, the 99% will be coming to that category of the heritage account number 2. And as well as the number 3, again, is like a relief or a stimulus that is going to be given to all of those selected countries and type of people, like from tribes, from ATAs, and under poverty, that they don't have anything to do with the redemption because they're poor. They don't have no project. We just need to. They need to be to be uh, to be receiving their help because of their situation and whatnot. That's why all of this money have a definition of where it's going to, what part of the quality of the people on this type of heritage number 3. So this is intended for all of those developed country and under poverty people, etc. Now, when we talk about when they started this 1%, again, back to St. Germain account again. And then, of course, when all of this fund will be distributed as well, then the 99% will follow. You don't even imagine, you don't even know it, because when you keep, receiving all your other money, and then okay, now what about my project? I have about multi-billion project and whatever. So there it falls on the 99% from that heritage account number 2. So remember again, how are we gonna receive that? I know the question. Okay, I'm gonna answer all the question right now without even you guys asking me, like what I said. When you get notified from your email, it will be happening any day because they already released and how do you call it? Computerize all this money to your account. I'm sure you gave your account number to whoever you submitted your first time. Remember when you guys um doing all your asset and bond and currency and certificate boxes, etc. You put all your information there, right? So you put your email and you put your account number where you want that funds to be deposited, correct? Because I know I had so many of those before, so I know exactly what they have on your CIS client information sheet or know your client KYC And most people who actually been submitted a huge, a big amount like billion, quadrillion is based on the boxes. So you have your proof of life, POL, they call that. Okay. So anyway, any of those things, you will be notified to be able to tell you where to go, the time and the place. And when you bring yourself there, remember we're talking about 1% now, the one that's been distributing presently since December 5th, 6th, and then presently right now. Those are the money that you guys are all waiting, please, to start with. Don't be feeling shocked and say that, hey, how come he's only this and this only that? You know, like what I said, they have a deposit, like a bonus to start with. And I'm sure, I think it's not going to be all 1% you're going to be receiving, because when you say 1%, guy, 1% of what? Trillion? That's a lot. You can even probably spend that. But remember, again, they will give that every 20 days. The first one is like kind of like, okay. And then 20 days still, you finish all your stuff. And then the 99% will follow on a different way, because this will be fall to the big, huge project as well. So right now, I guess, and also, okay, what else do I have to say? So I explained to you guys the Saint Germain, because most of the time people doesn't know what is Saint Germain, what is the kind of trust, where's the money coming from. So you guys have to understand and to be educated. Why are you receiving it? Where is the money is gonna be coming? Why they have 1%? Then the 99% where? So I explained to you guys the difference of the heritage account 1, number 2, and number 3, right, Peter? Also, who are those people who receive? Remember, I will say it again, because I know maybe my accent is really bad because I just woke up and whatever, but
it's
East
fine.
Coast, everybody knows where is East Coast in America. Remember, we are all talking about America here, guys. Well, of course, South America does fall to all those countries, lucky them. And of course, North America, where I grew up all my life for 45 years, right? Or almost close to 47 years. And then we have the number 3, Heritage 3. Okay, and of course, okay, East Coast, Pacific Coast, and vice versa. And again, remember, again, all different countries or location or group have their own way of doing their own group. But I'm just giving you an example. Let's say Colombia, in Brazil, that's how they're doing at this point. And of course, our friend over there who's listening right now, I know, hello to you, dear. I don't want to mention his name so much because I know he was under NDA. And I do know that the person that I was talking who gave me all of this stuff, he will be on NDA. And you know what? Thanks God, I will not going to be signing any NDA. So I will be the one to broadcast the good news, because I can talk and say it because I'm not under the NDA. Which in fact, I'm not going to sign under NDA. Why do I want to do that? And I cannot even express and tell you what's really happening. So you will be assisted to what's really happening, and you know exactly what you're doing. And what about the rest that was kind of like blind, that, oh my God, what's going on? But remember again what I said, that all of this thing is all about good frequency in yourself, because I was also told that all this money that will be distributing to each and every one of you, remember again, the most important, guys, is your character from within, from your heart and soul. Remember, we are all monitored by the galactic. Do you know that they know exactly who you are, what you're doing, your movements, and everything like that?
Oh,
I mean,
really?
I was like, yeah, I was like, oh my, at least I know, I feel good about it, because I know I always have good intention, and everything that's coming to my mouth is always for the right reason and purpose to help the humanity. And guess what? All of those people who was against, humanity, the population, our planet Earth, all of those who was done so much, and that they all know them. That's why they all been arrested. And it's not all about Trump who actually arrested. It was instructed to him to do so. I mean, between the White Hats with the alliance, military alliance, will fall under Trump. but it was instructed by the Galactic Alliance to do so and to arrest and get all those people. Remember, I told you even from the beginning, the top billionaire high personality who was acting against humanity. And we all know that, but you guys doesn't know much because you think that you have to praise and respect those people. Boy, they are the killer. I mean, they kill all the all of those bad things about human trafficking, child trafficking. They're eating, they're eating all organs and whatever, drinking, blood and what, under the satanic ritual and whatnot. They're all defeated. They're all going to be getting them. They will be stepped down on their position as CEO president, and then later on they will arrest them. That's exactly what's happening right now. So those are actually instructed by the Galactic Alliance, of course, from the Galactic Federation. So, at this point, if you are not a part of those, in other words, people, meaning you don't have to worry about, right? So you will receive your money very promptly and really, enjoy, everything you can to yourself and family. And then if you belong to that dart, and you better be alarmed that that they can get you no matter where you go, because they know what you're doing. They know what's your plan, your intention, your movements and everything. That's why I was like, oh my, I can't believe, really? Is that really true that they can monitor, and they know what's going on today, what we're doing right now. We're talking. We're giving all of this information. I am talking in front of you, but remember again, my intention is always for the best, right reason and purpose. So I never had that kind of even a second to be worried about what I say, what I do, and what I react to all of you. And remember again, we always have to be in that kind of positive mode, because our planet needs that good and very strong what do you call energy, like that kind of thing. Because if you do the other way around, it's going to slow down what's really happening. But again, this is the time, of course, I repeat again, even for so many time, I keep talking about this is the 50 years Jubilee. This is our time, and the time for redemption, to be able to do what is supposed to be planned even from the beginning before King David. And we are heading the 1,000 years generation to come. Remember again, on those med bed, what is actually can do for you, first of all, to restore, regenerate, and rejuvenate. The meaning of those three is all are restore, regenerate, and rejuvenate.
Yes.
Did I explain that before, Peter, right? And for the most part, those are very important. Of course, the best thing that ever happened to us is about our health, is our wealth. And those med that came from another planet, of course, it's never been in our planet world, because they're going to kill that right at the first time that they plan to do that. However, it was sent to us to be able to clean our planet Earth, to be able to make us to be all pure and healthy to our body, and make us younger, 30 years younger. Let's say if your age is like 60 or 70, can you imagine? You're going to go back to that 30 years of when you're 30s and forevermore. Because how are you going to be able to kind of taking care and make a difference and help your global, for humanity, if you're going to be older and die and sickening, First of all, we're going to be, and I heard also that, oh, they should put me first on that med bed because I really need to work myself and to be that long forevermore. And I'm really, really glad, guys, that if I can be able to join all of you being the chosen to that journey of mine that we're going to be doing for 1,000 years to come. Can you imagine? And I know that things happen for a lot of good reason why I'm here. I always been a regular here every Wednesday night, of course. It is Thursday morning my time, and Saturday night and Sunday my time. And of course, I know that I never been to Walby because it was like, the reason why NDA thing. And then, but the other, like Dr. Kia and Brownie and the rest is not. And I don't know, maybe Peter will be on NDA later, but at least if the money's already been released, what we can talk about now is how to be able to plant good seeds so everybody will be harvest good seed. Because on the NDA, you cannot talk about the money, how you receive it, what you're going to do about it, and who gave it to you. That's the NDA maybe on that contract. But doing the other way around for humanity, you guys must be all free to talk about and do whatever you have to do when everything has already been settled as well, right, Peter? So in other words,
that's right.
yeah, I know, Peter, we're going to be under NDA if you have some kind of thing that you submitted, right? But remember again, Peter, you said that your brother is from Miami, by the way, because that will be fall on East Coast, and they just have to wait for their email to be received. And remember again, you guys have to be patient because I know that most of the time people are so impatient because of what's really happening globally. But again, be patient, never lose your hope, and always have your faith because it will be coming. It will come to you right now in your lap. You just have to wait. And I know that it was a great news that starting December 5th all the way now is all moving in action right now. So again, I guess I say so much already and whatever. So we will have the floor to Peter. Now, if they have question, they can be able, I can come up and say something or what. But remember again, Peter, the heritage number 2 is not only Rodriguez Trust. King
No, I got
Solomon,
that.
by the way, is the one who actually deposited in UBS in Zurich, Switzerland. And then, of course, we have that number 1 and then the number 3. But the number 2 is the most important because those are the real for the project globally that all the country will be needing it to be able to be on their hands. Remember again, being the physical gold backup, those 209 countries, by the way, who was already been waiting with their representative in our country, they're just waiting for this green light to start. And the minute that they do that, the 400 tons that it will be given to each country for the 209, the member of the BRICS right now, we all know about that. Once they have that, that will be fully enough to survive and to back up their currency and their project as well to those 200 main countries, in other words. And of course, the 73 countries exclusively that is actually been what do you call it? Meaning the 73, those are those are maybe the major countries among those 209 that I do know that November 20 it took them 3 days to have that meeting in Iceland. And of course, the President Trump was actually there too. And they are talking about the NESARA and GESARA as well. So that was November 20. So till 21, 22, 23, 3 days. Then everything, they have so much stuff. And remember again, we don't have to be negative and positive and all different things. We just have to be open-minded because when people keep asking, instead of asking, try to plan goods. Hey, this is exactly what I feel about doing it. Once I receive my first fund, or whether it's small or this, at least I will take a vacation and go to this and sit on the ocean, by the ocean like that, and enjoy the sunbathing or whatever, depending on what you want to do with your family, have picnic, something that is going to be for yourself and for your family and for your loved one. I know that the person I'm talking to, you know what he told me? Oh, I'm going to be traveling to Europe. I'm going to go there. Oh my God, you're going to forget about me now? I mean, I thought we were supposed to be meeting. She's gonna, for the past 5 years, Princess Elizabeth, I've been working so hard, but I really need to take a break. And I understand, to get back your energy. You want to be happy. You want to feel how do you feel 5 years before? Because you've been working hard. Stick yourself to work hard, waiting for this redemption, 5 years. And now it's about time for you to be able to go ahead and move on and travel and enjoy the whole travel with your family, yourself, and be happy. And I think we all need that to revive and to recharge ourselves, especially for those who have some kind of experience that they lost someone or this and that, or get sick, but they get well. I mean, those kind of situation, which is very understandable anyhow. But again, remember again, once you receive your first one, and then 20 days after that, going on and on, just do it for yourself, for your family first. Because everybody will going to have one. Don't worry about helping others. You don't need to help them. They will receive their own. So how you can help them if they also receive theirs, then, right? Right, Peter? So you taking care of yourself. And then take your wife or your children. If you're a widower, take your children that you never done any kind of vacation or bonding. Those are very important because when we all do that, as an individual existence in this planet Earth, the frequency that we have in our planet, guys, you have no idea. It's gonna be like, it's all gonna be spotlight. Like, think about when they have that power word, the whole planet we're gonna have that power word, but power word for abundance, peaceful, no more war, no more pain. We're all gonna be younger, healthy, strong, happy, no more fight. I mean, those are the things that is going to be showing on our frequency in our planet Earth, because that's exactly what our creator planned, by helping from the Galactic Federation and Alliance from another planet. They are here to help and clean our planet, guys. And remember again, how are we going to clean our planet? Each and every one of us individually, we have to clean ourselves in order for us to live on a clean planet. Now that all the dirty people from the dark side, the deep state, they all defeated, they're all gone. Don't worry about it. You don't have no idea. They're all gonna be you never even probably heard, like they pass away, you know, and they got arrested, they all stepped down, and then some people they got execution, and you don't have to worry about those things. It's gonna be happen simultaneously. How do you say it? Smoothly but surely. But remember again, just worry about yourself. Yeah, just worry about yourself. Just think about you, clean your own self, and have great fun to your family, and always spread love, because when we spread love to each and everyone, we always share our passion and our caring to people, and being humble, of course, like I always say that, and having a good heart, and be kind is free. And remember again, once you become okay, and you receive all your money, and you have some money or more money, regardless of how you want to identify that, you don't change your attitude and character, even make it better for the best. Because remember again, when you start to be change your mood and character, guess what? They will get it back. I have no, I mean, I was even shocked. I'm not kidding, guys. You know, they will get it back. I mean, think about it. If you are giving Peter so much, and then Peter becomes so criminal, you're not going to get it
No
back
way.
what you gave to Peter. Of course, I'm going to get it back, because it's
I'm not
actually
doing
making
anything
me.
criminal, no.
Yeah, no, I'm just giving an example because you are the host, Peter. Okay, I don't want to mention any name in our in our chat right now, but you as
Can
an
I?
example. Example only, you know that. You know, of course, I'm gonna get it back. I'm not gonna make you an evil because I gave you so much money or so much gold or this and that, right? So rather, you do the opposite, even better for the people, for your human mankind. That's what I'm trying to say. So meaning you are secured. You're going to be okay. You don't have to. And remember again, the only people who are going to be scared at this point of time is the people that they have bad intention, and they really want to go back to the way they want to be before. Remember again, you have to clean, and you will be able to be monitored by the QFS, guys. It's not. I'm not kidding. It is really true. Why do you think they do that? And by the way, for those people who have money before then, you don't have to worry about losing your money. It will going to give it back to you with the new currency or whatever. But it's still going to be there. So you don't have to worry about that. Do you think that they can steal your own thing? No, no one will gonna. They're gonna give you more. I mean, how they're gonna steal? They're gonna give you more money. But again, this is not all about money. But of course, this whole meeting is about announcing that when are you gonna be receiving and how much and this and that, and the procedure that they're gonna be doing. But later, after this, remember again, we have to think about our heart and soul and everything about our, how you feel yourself, your characters. Don't change.
Okay.
Make it better. Congratulations to all of you who will going to receive all of those.
All right,
Great blessing
Elizabeth.
later. Yes.
I've been collecting a number of questions because obviously the people are writing in the chat and they have questions, and so we should start addressing them.
Can we have her summary?
Can I just say something? Sorry, Elizabeth.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's let Wolverine do this.
Okay. I've got three important questions to ask you, maybe four. Okay, we came in and she said you're going to make an announcement. Okay, now the announcement was that the Saint Germain trust got released. The 1% got released actually the 5th. Okay, and that's a go. Okay, that is huge. Now the redemption centers, Elizabeth, when do you think it's going to happen? Is it going to happen actually this week? Is it going to happen this year before Christmas?
Well, I said they're already deposited on the December 5th. And then remember the December 5th was deposited or already give you guys, they will give you some kind of like a notification that in your email starting on December 5th. Remember the country that I mentioned, the East Coast and Pacific Coast. Remember?
Okay, so
I mentioned that. Wait, hold on. Let's go back to that.
Elizabeth, hold on. So the notifications have already started. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
On the 5th of December, they already started. Okay, so
yes.
we are going to have a good Christmas. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Christmas is 25th. We're talking, they already started on December 5th and then on and on.
Okay.
So your Christmas was going to be great. Exactly.
So
you are absolutely, yeah, go ahead.
May I augment the question a little bit, please, you guys? Just for clarity's sake, I'm checking the chat too, and there's a little bit of confusion. I am understanding that the 1% that was released under the Saint Germain Trust are going to be distributed through one's to one's bank account, and it sounded like much like the stimulus payments were made in the United States during the Trump years. Actually, is that what you're saying? You're saying that the 1% by the Saint Germain Trust, not directly associated with the RV, meaning our currency and bonds, but more related to mobilization funds that are going to be available to everyone, whether they hold currency or not. Is that right? Like kind of like the stimulus?
Yeah, remember I explained to you that Saint Germain, the only way that they will give back that money that is supposed to be belong from the start, they're going to do it through way of redemption. That's why they're giving it back to all of you. And remember again, when I mentioned about December 5th, that was they already started that on East Coast, then Pacific Coast, and then the next day it will going to go to those other country, other state or location in the United States of America, North and South, East and West, the rest of the redemption who actually been to that redemption thing that you submitted all your paperwork and everything like that. So when you when you gave your email and account to that thing that you started your process, right? They will notify you instantly, automatically, without you calling them and without you connecting to website, because there's no such thing like that. Like you will call them or you can check on website. Whatever you put in your information from the beginning, that's exactly what they're going to be sending you the notification as well. So once you receive that, you just follow the instruction to that point, to that notification and messages.
Elizabeth,
then yes.
Is it the case that that this is already, so this started on December 5th, and so am I to understand correctly that some Latin American countries have already started, like Brazil, they've already, like people
Colombia,
in the country
Brazil,
have already
exactly,
been in Colombia, they've already gotten payments that they're using,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, they're already starting. In other words, they're already starting their process. In other words, this is the real deal. When I say they started their process, meaning when they notify you, of course you have to go to that meeting. Then you represent yourself, and then right then you're gonna get everything like the deposit of the legacy. Yeah.
Elizabeth, have you received the notification yet? Have you received it?
You mean to me? Do I receive it?
Have you received? Can you tell us if you have or not?
No, I did not receive from me because I'm here in the Philippines. I did not do all of those things for me, but I am expecting mine is different then. Don't worry about on mine, because what is important is for those locations that I mentioned.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, do you know anyone who's received notification?
Yes, but I cannot tell them their name. I cannot tell them that.
No, I don't want you to tell me the name. I just want you to know.
I don't want anyone to be in trouble. I don't even want to mention your name because I don't want you to be in trouble.
No,
I don't want that you're going to blame me. Hey, Elizabeth was saying that, that this person was already that. No. I know what country you are and you should know that. But remember, again, this is all happening right now, guys.
Okay.
Remember again.
Elizabeth, another question that I do want to ask you, if you can or not. I understand if you can't, right? is there any way you can send us a screenshot of the actual notification? Is that possible or not?
I'm gonna see and request that if I can do
and
that.
You can redact out the personal information.
Yeah, but that is the problem, guys. I mean, why do they have to show you some kind of proof in order for you to kind of like just do whatever that it has to be done because it's already happening. No one had to actually show any kind of proof to no one to justify. But you guys' job is to wait and be patient because when they said they already released on December 5th, it's going to be going on right now. Maybe they cannot do all in one. My God, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how many people we have in only in the United States, South, North, East, and West, Central of America? It's so much. I mean, we're not even worried about in our country. In our country, it's so quiet. But I know that the people who's going to receive something over here is for the tribe and ITAS because you're talking about globally for GESARA, they have to wait for that. And maybe, they start, by the way, the starting of the GESARA for sure is going to be next year. So what's wrong with that? I mean, it's already December, almost close to middle. I waited my life. I waited my whole life, 18 years, people. You cannot wait for next month for GESARA. Come on, guys. You should be overwhelmed.
I don't understand that. One more question. Sorry to butt in, guys.
Sure.
The notifications, are you talking about the 4B notification or are you talking about bonds?
Good question.
What is your question?
Are you talking about the 4B notification or you're talking about the bonds notification? Because the notifications for bonds that I know, it comes from the platforms. So you're talking about the 4B, about currency. Is that right?
Yeah. Everything who submitted RB, bonds, or certificate, boxes, or sort of like, what do you call it? Currency and everything, all of the above. You will be fall to that 1% mobilize you, but it's coming from the Saint Germain. Remember, again, the 99 will be coming to the heritage number 2.
Okay.
But
before we move to the 99,
I know that the GESARA will be starting very closely enough. I don't want to be too early, but let's say by next year. And I said to myself, wow, I am so happy if it is January. It's already December, for crying out loud. We're talking about this. So, I'm not going to wait for 3 or 6 months more or year,
Princess Elizabeth, the 1% mobilization funds that are coming from Saint Germain, to whom will that be given? Is that for everybody? Like, everyone, but even if they're participating at the 4B level or not?
Okay, as far as I know, for those who will be receiving their notification, I'm sure you submitted your file, your information, you are a part of the redemption. Now let's talk about the 3. Maybe on the 3 will be fall to that people indigent that they don't have no application that they submitted for redemption. That's why we have this heritage number 3. And are you talking about the people that's like normal people?
Yes, normal people.
Never been a part?
For instance, in our YouTube streaming, I'm sure there'll be people that have no idea. They might have just found this link and thought it was interesting. They have no idea what 4B is or any of that. So I'm wondering if those people will also be receiving from the Saint Germain Trust of the 1% that they are spreading out. In other words, must you have currency or bonds in order to receive from that 1%?
Wow, that's a good question because I only find out about the RB for those people who are supposed to be entitled to receive 1% or less. Now, I would like to go back to that and check that out myself because remember again, Dell, I'm a person that I don't want to say something that I'm not really sure and confirm about it. I mean, that's a good question because I never think about that. I only think about the third country or the developed country who will be receiving, or tribe or ITAS who are going to be receiving this kind of money without sending that redemption thing, thing that they have to do, like all you guys, right? And those will be coming from the heritage account number 3. However, for normal person that is not member of the ITAS or tribe or really in a developed country, I will more than happy to check that out. But I think, you know what, this is just like my feeling. I think maybe they will be all receiving because if they're giving away some money or giving something like that, maybe because remember, you guys have record in the US, United States. You have all your social security number. They know.
That's what I was thinking.
Everyone
would probably receive, because most,
exactly.
no matter what country you're in, you have some type of number associated with your birth certificate, or your social security, or whatever it is.
But remember, we're talking about the United States only, the NESARA. This is all about NESARA.
Oh, this is only NESARA. Oh, I see.
We cannot include globally first. NESARA.
So now we're just talking about North America then?
Yes, North America, South America, South Central America. Remember,
okay, what about Europe?
Europe is Gazara, and Europe it sounds. Actually, tell me at some point that Gazara is going to be next year in January.
GESARA does fall with another, like Germany, like Peter is in Germany.
I'm in Germany, that's
and other
right.
people I talked to in Australia, that's going to fall on the GESARA, guys. Remember, don't confuse me and don't confuse yourself. But even you confuse me, guys, I cannot be confused. By the way, I keep repeating and telling you back, we are talking about NESARA. What is NESARA? Okay. National, yes.
That's very clear now, thank you.
It's a part of the United States.
So that would include Canada, Mexico, and some Latin America.
No.
Is NESARA is included in not just America, but the North American continent, right?
Yes, North America, South American continent,
and
East
South America,
and West. Yes. Remember, we have 4 different directions: East and West, North and South. But remember, America. Remember, United States of America. This will fall to that category. You know what I mean? But when you say another country now, like Canada, Germany, Australia, that's going to be fall on GESARA. Yes, global.
Can I say
Canada
something
here?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Dog. Yes.
Hi, I want to say something here, you guys. I know for a fact that Trump used the Exchange Stabilization Fund and special purpose vehicles with Mnuchin, and then used the Federal Reserve money to fund GESARA for the future. That's a fact. So the white hats right now control the central banks, the Federal Reserve, the International Monetary Fund, the United Nations, the World Economic Forum, the World Bank, and these sovereign wealth funds. That is a fact.
Thank you, Mr. Dog.
That's
and GESARA is BRICS, and the United States is part of BRICS. Trump just can't tell us this right now, but he's part of BRICS. That's when he came out recently with that statement saying that anybody who doesn't who wants to get rid of the federal the dollar reserve currency is going to have these huge tariffs. That's a psyop that he's using right now, you guys. That all the fiat currency that is in existence right now, thanks to the Federal Reserve that has flooded our country and all the other, and the international bankers that flooded all the other countries globally, it's going to flush into the blockchain quantum financial system. And don't forget about Executive Orders 13818, 13848, and 13959, which allow all of the individual assets as well as corporate assets to be seized from any person or company involved in child sex trafficking or crimes against humanity, involved in supplying China with our patents and our trade secrets, our military, trading with the enemy, and then on top of that, the election interference. And so all of this stuff you guys are going to find out. This is why we have to take these bankers down. The international bankers have got to be taken down so that they can no longer control any country's printing or money supply thereof. And this is all going to be done through the quantum financial system. It's going to be all done through liquidity tokens and stable tokens, through smart contracts, and everything's going to be tokenized on the new blockchain system. So, we're going to have digital IDs, and I know everyone's scared of them, but they're good because it's going to provide transparency so that none of this none of this corruption can ever happen again. In ever again. So anyway, the United States. The United States is funding GESARA. BRICS is GESARA. United States, I guarantee you guys are part of GESARA.
Excuse me. I totally understand what you're saying, Mr. Dog. But remember again, the GESARA will not going to be able to implement and release without the monetary one will trigger. Not even Trump will not going to be able to trigger that. Yes, he was the president. Yes, he has a role to do. Yes, we know all of that about. He was the messenger. He was the trumpet of the whole global, by the way. And you understand what I'm saying, right?
Right.
So
my
in other
understanding
words,
is that my
yes.
understanding is the St. Germain Trust is going to be partly responsible for funding GESARA as well.
Well, maybe yes or maybe not, but it depends. Like what I'm saying, the GESARA, I mean the Saint Germain have a different purpose to everything. Because if Saint Germain Trust will going to fund GESARA globally, they can because they don't have enough. The whole money that's endless infinitum, which is actually I have the backup for that, will fall on the King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and the Marcus Wells as well. The Saint Germain is not a lot, it's a small account. It's not huge like compared to the number two heritage too. But you know what? You can believe to what you want to believe. It doesn't really matter because the fact that the truth will going to come out and what we are all waiting, we don't have to worry about how used and where and this and that. But what we have to be just kind of worried about is being ourselves and waiting for that to come to make all happen. And our planet Earth will be clean, like what you said. You also mentioned that it's going to be this and that, and you are absolutely true and correct about all of that. That's why the reverse K program is imposing even before NESARA and GESARA was designed, because the reverse K program to unlock is something huge, a big, something to do with the NESARA and the GESARA to have the big, strong transformation to our planet Earth, to reverse what's really happening, to destroy those people who are killing humanity. Remember, and you said that repeatedly, and I also mentioned that. But at this point, I'm trying to make clear about the Saint Germain, the 1%, because remember, this is all the reason why we're all having this meeting. Everybody want to know, when are they going to receive it, when and how, and this and that. So we explain about it. But Mr. Doug, what you're saying about is we all know all of those too as well. But we don't want to point and target those things because we just have to wait because it's already happening. They already started it. That's why they have all of this one to control by the galactics. We are having some big, huge help from that other planet, including the medbed. Do you think that Trump is just going to do that by himself without helping from another planet or from another kind of alliance? Of course not. Of course, he was the chosen. He was a human being like all of you guys, all of us. But it doesn't mean that the power will going to be coming by himself, by his militarity, It's not the way it is, He was also an instrument and used by that, like me. They used me an instrument. They used him as an instrument. This is all about, all of this thing is all the same, but it's just different to different people's role. We don't have the same role. But definitely, I can assure you, he will not the one to unlock what you call the global for that GESARA, and then when it's come to that, to fund the global. Because he's not the physical gold backup to back up this whole thing that's really happening.
Okay.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, I have a few questions, which I've been collecting from the chat and also my own questions. Number one question is notifications. We're all sort of really waiting for the notifications. And this show was kind of advertised because that's what you hinted at me, that the notification process starts today. That means, do you have a website or 800 phone numbers which people can use today to start their process?
That's not okay. I understand, Peter. I know your question. Thank you. There's no way that they will be sending a toll-free number to call or the website and such. Everything is already been properly arranged automatically. You will be informed and notified to your email as well. Wait for the notification to your. If you're a part of that, for NESARA, you wait for your confirmation and notification. Then you will be able to present yourself to be able to deal about your money and how much you're going to get and how they're going to put it in your account and this and that. And of course, everything's already been set up there. You don't have to call to any number because if they do that, it's going to be all scrumbing globally. Can you imagine? If you can have a number, people are going to be calling. How many millions people are going to call to that number and such? Or so many number. They don't set up like that.
Elizabeth, I have a question from the chat. Just Beverly, just a comment. She's suggesting that they may not have our emails, but you're saying that if we bought currency, they would have.
Wait a minute. But don't. Are you talking about the member of the RB people like yourself? If you are to claim your asset and this, you did not give your email or anything, information or connection or contact that you're gonna submit it to them? Of course, you do have that.
Yeah, we did because we had to do that.
Okay,
yeah,
then there you go. Whether you're gonna wait for email or your telephone number or any kind of communication.
Got it at a currency exchange. Maybe you didn't. Maybe there weren't any emails to be dealt with.
Yeah,
for
example,
they will get all your information. Go ahead.
I bought some currency at a currency exchange dealer in Germany. They never asked for my email. They never asked for my telephone number or anything like that. They just exchanged money. So how are they going to know to contact me? And a lot of people buy the currency off places like eBay. Now only the dealer has seen the email. So
remember,
how are these people going to be contacted?
Peter, I think you're confusing. You're confusing about it, even me. Okay. Remember before when I told you guys that for those who bought your currency, your this, your that, your bond certificate to eBay or anything like that, number one thing that you have to understand, you have to think, whether are you buying the real true one that's authenticated, that's real or worthless. Remember, there are two things, worthless or worth money. If you've gone to the wrong one, that you can't claim it. It's worthless, it's fake, it's not real. They're gonna check it out there. But remember, again, you will be fall on the category to just receive stimulus. If you got maybe scammed by other way around and you got fooled by something, some people that you bought that, and that's your fault. However, it doesn't mean, Peter, that you will not going to receive something. All of the people in America, because you have your social security number, you have your information. I'm sure, our social security started with depending on what state in part of the United States, right? You have all record from the U.S. Treasury, everything. So in other words, we are not only talking about people here that who will receive for redemption. All of you guys, that's why remember when Trump was saying that all of you guys were going to receive money that it was taken away from you, from the banking, system, from the government system as well. You will receive all of those back to you.
Well, Princess Elizabeth,
the overpay.
You know what I remember?
Yes.
And I can only speak from the U.S., but I remember the stimulus, how it was handed out in the United States. There was no proof of anything as long as you had some type of.
I received. I received $2,000, guys, on 2020, right after May.
Exactly. And if you didn't have a bank account, they mailed it to you.
Yeah, right after the lockdown. Remember, guys, you have information from the U.S. Treasury and our government system. They know who you are. If you're a resident, American citizen, they know you. They will send some money with you without you even knowing it.
Exactly.
They will send it, you will receive it.
Without a request. So
you don't have to request. You don't have to. Now, if you're a part of the redemption, absolutely, I know. I'm talking about, Peter, the real redemption that you send your CIS, client information sheet, your KYC, know your client, remember? And then you do the POL, proof of life. Those are different. You give all the information regarding your cell number, telephone number, home number, business number, and email. There's no way you will go to that without giving your communication contact or whatever. So, but when you just buy to eBay and some sort of like office that, hey, what about what you buy? Do you buy worth or worthless? It depends. Then you cannot redeem those if it is not worth nothing. Remember, they have an authenticator officer to authenticate the asset that you have in your hands, whether it's real or genuine or fake, right? Right, Dell? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you. Yeah, the great news is we know you, so that even if some of us have unfortunately,
yes, exactly. I said that. Okay. Let's go back to that. Yeah, let's go back to that show.
Happens to be fake. You
yeah,
tell us that your trust will redeem those.
I mentioned to you guys, being your guest and your friend, I become your new friend or whatever you want to call it, right? In your show, I told you guys very honestly, I said that if anyone here was actually been betrayed and lied and scammed by any of those things, I would more than happy to help you to fund your project with no question asked, because I do know how hardship you've gone through to all of those years that you've been working and depending on that, expecting that it's going to be happening, this and that. Remember I said that, Peter, Barbara, before? Yeah, I don't remember. I don't forget that, Dale. I remember what I said before. that the reason why we're all together, because I'm not really sure whether what you're talking about and claiming asset is real. What about if it is worthless? Then you're just gonna commit suicide and be bad about yourself that you got scammed. No, I'm here. We are here to be all help each other. Okay.
Very good. And but you did announce great news with respect to the December 5th announcement with release of the funds from Saint Germain. They're gonna release the 1%, and you know the same. We all
or less.
No, we all know that
or maybe 1% or maybe less
during the Easter season
1% or maybe less
and the Christmas season. So, and we're approaching the Christmas season. So I think this is like a direct link to what Trump was trying to say about the Good Christmas, because he knows about the Saint Germain Trust. So it sounds as if the Saint Germain Trust is going to be releasing the 1%, meaning to people, to everybody. That's what it sounds like to me, to everybody.
Yeah, but remember again, Dell,
yes.
I am not reading with Trump news. I am not reading with all.
No. I know. I'm putting two and two
I know
together.
Okay. Yeah, so it's all the same, right? Because I never
because
read
4B notifications are specific to what we're talking about, right? Of the RV, and the Saint Germain is going to be GESARA or NESARA, right?
No, NESARA,
NESARA,
and meaning
who's funding the
GESARA global?
Who's funding the like? Is there going to be any mobilization for people outside of the U.S. or outside of the North America, or North and South America?
NESARA is only in the United States, South, North, East, West.
Okay. Will there be anything for like Peter, for instance? He's not in the U.S. Will he be expected to have mobilization funds?
I think he will be fall in GESARA because Germany is global. That's another country out of the United States.
So does that
mean
don't
confuse yourself there, guys? Don't confuse. NESARA is only intended for the United States of America, that actually consists of South and North, East and West. Okay, when we talk about GESARA, this includes other countries like Germany, like Canada, Australia, Philippines, Asia Pacific, and other countries in Europe. As long as you do not fall to the South America, North America, and East and West, you are not belong to that Saint Germain for now. However, but it's better off. You guys are actually on the heritage number 2, which is even it's global, it's endless.
When is that opened up yet for them?
Next year, I told you that it will be hopefully first week of. I mean, what's the rush? I mean, it's December, almost middle. We're gonna be next year January already, right?
Well, here's a question just to clarify things. Maybe you can help me with this. For those of us in Tier 4B, will we get an announcement in our email, or excuse me, a notification in our email to set up appointments?
Yeah. What part are you? Where are you right now?
I'm in California.
Oh, okay. So then you don't have to worry about. Oh my God.
Well, no, I'm asking for friends all over the world. And there's some people in the chat.
I mentioned. Wait, you are given already notification on December 5th on East Coast, California, New York. Oh no, I'm sorry, Pacific Coast. You belong to Pacific Coast, right? California. Yes. I live in California all my life, so in Irvine or Orange County. So San Francisco, San Diego, Los Angeles. That is the Pacific Coast. Yes. In California, yes. So you're included to that. So you should have that on your email. Check out.
Okay, so now let's see about this notifications for Tier 4B and 4A. If you know, do you know when those notifications or how those the notifications will come by email? You just said, and probably maybe coming from like a bank, maybe like
you will be receiving something in your email to let you know where are you going to go, whether you're going to go to redemption center, bank or agency or office or anything like that, whatever that they can point out you to where to go.
All right, very good. And the same can be said about the notifications for the med beds also, Elizabeth, or no? In other words, will that be through notification of email, or will that be another way?
Maybe I would say that maybe you can answer that to them, but I never got to that question because I'm not really aware of that question. Okay, because we didn't say about talking about med bed, but we explained that it's going to be having that, for real to happen, but I don't know yet when. Remember, again, I don't want to say something that I'm not really sure. I'm going to check.
Of course.
I have to check 2 things. Number 1, about the med bed, whether it's going to be including in that appointment or what, or they can discuss about it. And what's the other question earlier that you guys want to ask me that I never answer it straightforward? What is that I'm not sure? Peter, can you recall that, because I need to get that question.
Well, the questions I'm seeing are that a lot of people, most of us are in Tier 4B, and very confused as to how we're going to get notified, because we're concerned that we're not they don't have our email addresses or whatever. Now, as I understood it, these people are going to be informed by the gurus like us. I mean, we, for example, will be informing the people who have signed up for our forum and also on our Telegram channel when we get notifications, because that was always the plan, as I understood it, because then you're going to catch the people whose email addresses are not addressed, because they are paying attention, they're following our channels, and we are going to do that. And to be honest, what I understood for this show is that you were going to be telling us, say, a website where we go, where we then can use that, or a phone number. And I think a lot of people came here with that comprehension that we would get something tangible that we can use. And now you're saying we have to wait until we are contacted by the military or whoever's running it by email.
Okay, okay, Peter, I did ask that, of course. Remember when you and I talked, but I was told that this is exactly what they said. Okay, this is the answer. They will not gonna have no number to be given or website. However, it will be direct to notify to your email and contact number that you left. Remember, again, we are talking about the real deal, that who filed for your redemption to be a part of the redemption again. Okay, guys? Remember, you give all your information in SAT. Now let's talk about the people that they're not a member of the redemption. They will be receiving a stimulus or money, of course, when they start giving away this Saint Germain money and whatnot.
Right.
Everywhere.
And that's happening now, right?
Receiving it through your social security information by your record in the US. Like me, I received a stimulus in 2020, $2,000. Remember when they given that on the pandemic thing, lockdown? So right now it's gonna be even more probably that they're gonna given to you. Maybe the smallest one they can give is 10,000 or more to $20, by the way, up. This is our all relief, like I would say stimulus or relief money. It will be given to you.
Oh, okay. Now we have a number of people with their hands up. And I think it's only fair that we now let them ask some questions, because this is the whole point of the Q&A, and we don't just want to do a conversation with 2 or 3 people.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Wolvie, by the way, for your answers.
Yep. Okay.
You're welcome then.
So Corey was already here, so but we'll let you come in if we can keep it short. So Corey, and then we'll go to Pat.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. It's mostly for Elizabeth here. Like, what if we don't? The only place I've already registered my supposed information for my humanitarian project, as far as I know, is through CC, Collective Consciousness. Is there any other direction to go to register a humanitarian project, or does that happen when we're due for our redemption to receive our blessings and reimbursement for our blessings that we plan to use for doing our said humanitarian project? Because we're all a little confused on how we're doing the redemption process with if we only submitted like one thing, then and what I submitted was bare basic information, not full in-depth information with CC or collective consciousness.
Okay, Corey, first of all, I do know that you have a lot of projects sitting in front of you. I know that. I read your email. Now, you are a part of the redemption, correct?
As far as I know, I am, but I'm hoping I am.
One question, one after another, please. Yes. Okay, just say yes or no. Okay, you do have,
yes,
and you do submit all your information, correct? Before.
That's the thing that where we don't know where to submit.
When you say that you're a part of redemption team and you submit all your CIS, KYC, etc., you gave your full information about you, correct?
That's the thing. The only thing I've ever submitted information was to
hold it for a second. How did you claim that you are one of the redemption team people to be one of them if you did not submit all your information. I mean, you should, including your name, your date of birth, your driver license, your ID, your passport, your what do you call it, your email, of course, very important, and your contact number. You did not submit all of those?
That's where we're all confused at. That's everybody's all confused about that because the only place I made a paperwork submission or information submission was through something called collective consciousness. Back when I started doing this, before I discovered NESARA, GESARA, I just put bare basic information about the humanitarian project I want to do. And then their website started having issues where I couldn't get along with the website too well, technology issues, I think, on their end. So I migrated over here to NESARA, GESARA, and as far as I know, what calls I've had on NESARA, GESARA, there's never been a formal way of submitting information to propose or submit information for the formal humanitarian project you want to do. That's where we're all a little confused at right now at this time.
Then what you can do, you will be falling into that kind of like stimulus or be receiving some money regardless of whatever, anyhow, automatically to your account, by the way. And when you do that, and then you can start to actually kind of ask question or kind of like let them know that, hey, you know, I understand that I received this much money, such and so forth. But what about I have to claim this and what? Then you can maybe talk to the officer or whatever, that if you want to do that, and let them know that you have some kind of asset. But I was surprised that you guys have some kind of asset to claim, but you don't have nothing to really list down and write down. That is kind of like weird to me, you know.
Well, it's kind of weird, yeah, because everything you say is kind of a little opposite of what we've been told. Because what we understand is that we create a proposal for our project and we submit it when we go for redemption, which we get contacted for our redemption by the currencies that we've bought by whoever sell the currencies to us. They have somehow they're connected with whoever's in the government or the white hats to contact us about, you bought this currency, so you might be able to go for redemption, and you redeem your money and when you go for redemption, you submit your proposal for your project.
You know what? I'm going to try to check that out. I want to get the real answer. And because I will not get an answer, but I think I know the answer, but I know that I'm not really sure whether you guys going to believe, because I believe what I believe, though, you know, in the past, that when you do buy an asset, like, I don't care whether currency or bonds or certificate, you should have information for that, and it should be legit, that you have some kind of like proof that it was authenticated. Then you have to be able to show
that's why you get the certified. That's why you get certified
it has to be certified and will and confirm and authenticate. And those are very important. Again, we are talking about two different things here. We're talking about something that you want to claim for you to get reimbursed to what you buy, because you want to make sure it's worth money and they have worth something, that you have project, because that's why you're trying to reimburse this and whatever and exchange it. However, we are talking about different thing here. Now, the other way around is that, what if it is worthless? It doesn't worth nothing. So what you're gonna do? And then you have so much project. Now there you go where I came to. Then I can maybe I might probably gonna be able to help your project depending on your proposal, that to show me your project, that what it's going to be and what it is for, and what is going to be helpful to the whole thing, to your project. That may be the you know, another way of doing it. But other than for you to actually claim it and try to reimburse what you have, but we don't know whether it's worth. And then you have project. That's another thing, Corey. So my guess is that someone has to fund your money, your project, without even going through to the redemption as well. Because either way, if you're not going to be able to redeem something that's worth, what can you get? Nothing.
And I also have some of those let's put astronomical total based ZIMs that I don't even know if I'll be able to redeem them, because they're such a high total. And I know they're real, far as I can tell. But my question is, are they going to even take those as well too? But that's yet to be seen. If they do, cool. If not, well, I'll work around it. But we're all kind of laying in the dark here about submitting our proposal for our projects, when we've always been told it's going to happen when we go for redemption via the emails from the purchases of the currencies and bonds we've made.
Okay, Corey. First of all, I need to. Peter, can you do me a favor, because I'm not writing anything because I'm busy answering the question. I need some help here. I wanted to write down the first question before that you're concerned, and the number 2 is the one that Dell answered me, that I said I'm gonna get the real confirmed answer for that. Because remember, I don't want to say something that I'm not really sure and confirm about it. I want to get the answer purely so I can relay and forward to you guys. And now this other question, Peter, about Corey, that what is your question again? That what are we gonna do for those who only buy kind of redemption currency or something without giving any details? Do they really have to have a number that they will contact for them to redeem what they have in their hands? Okay, can you write those down, Peter? 3 of that question right now, right?
Yeah, I have been writing down questions as we've been going along,
and then send
I'll
it to
send
me,
you
then
the
I
list
will
of
be able to
questions
get.
at the end of the show. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And I know for the currencies I bought, they at least have my email and phone number, so I know I'm at least going that one through.
Oh, okay. Wait. So you do have your email to give to them, correct? That's
yeah. They should get that
because what I'm saying.
So I bought them through Amazon and eBay, and that's the ones I bought through. And I know at least they have my contact information, but it's the proposal for the humanitarian project that's got me kind of a little confused because I want to do this. I want to go gun ho on this one, get this going. But
okay, don't include your project yet. Remember, the project, if it is huge, then that's going to be fall on the GESARA thing, not on the NESARA. We're talking about NESARA, okay?
Yeah.
Let's do that first, one at a time, because if you guys make that, then you will be confused again. So I just want to make sure that
I just want to get this thing going.
Yes.
I want to get this thing going.
No problem. Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No problem.
Sorry, guys, to butt in. Sorry, guys, to butt in, but I've got to go soon. I've got to go to church. I'm gonna say one last question before I go, guys. Is that this is our last week, okay? Because after next week, forget it. It's gone. We're not gonna have a good Christmas because on the 15th, all banks get closed and they will not open till next year. So we've got the last throw of the dice this week, Elizabeth. Okay, Elizabeth, I know this is hard on you. We're not gonna blame you if nothing happens because you're doing the best you can. Are we going to have a merry, merry, merry Christmas this year?
And the answer is YES.
Yes.
So all we need to know.
Yes.
Now, does that include Peter over there in Germany too? And our friend over here in the chat from Botswana and the Australian people. As long as we get everybody, we're good.
But remember again, this great Christmas we're going to be happening on the NESARA to start with. Remember again.
Yeah, NESARA. Yes, NESARA.
Okay.
Don't confuse me.
Okay, guys.
Don't confuse yourself.
Sorry, I have to put in. Sorry.
Thanks, Wolvie.
Okay. So this week. This week. Elizabeth, sorry. Okay. So this week, Elizabeth, it needs to happen. It needs to happen. Okay. So we're talking about the notifications need to come actually starting this week, Monday or Tuesday, whatever happens this week, it needs to happen. If nothing happens, forget it. We'll have to go to next year. All right. And I hate to see that because
Wolvie, don't feel that. Don't feel that. Don't have that kind of energy. No. Wait. I want to say something, guys, people. Okay, please, my friend. We don't have to blame no one. What Wolvie was doing, and all of us, including to his show or Dan or chosen one, he was doing a great job to give you a lot of hopes and faith and whatever. Never give up, never stop dreaming and whatnot. And that's exactly what we all do, like what Wolverine was doing, to be honest, because that's exactly what our planet Earth wants all of us to feel. So meaning, Wolvie, please do not say that it's going to be over. No, we're not even starting. So you're already saying stop. We're not even starting. We are on the way for abundance. So I want to put you in your heart, put it in your mind and brain and heart and soul. It's going to happen because we all deserve. It's on the way. It's going to be delivered to us. And be a little bit more patient. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, the end of this month for this year, 2024, is February. Remember, it's not December, Bobby. It's not December. It's February. So we are not finished of our 2024 50-year jubilee. It's going to be till February. But remember, GESARA will going to start next year, first week. You know what I'm saying? But the Christmas, because if you are fall to that Colombia and Brazil, South America, you will be receiving your abundance. Even it's small or partial, it's better than nothing. So you will. receive it. Okay, don't feel the other way around, Volby. You will make me feel bad about that. I want you to be happy, excited the way you should be, and don't feel really, really awkward that we're gonna blame you, that other people were saying, no, don't even listen and think about that. God knows and the Creator knows that you are doing a great job imposing about having that hope and be patient and never lose your faith and everything like that. That's exactly what we all do, guys. Okay? And more power to you, Albi, and put all of us in your prayer and don't give up. No, I will be the one to say no. Don't say that. Well,
okay.
Don't give up.
But
you're amazing. You're doing a great job. You are actually making a lot of people happy. When people kind of claim you very negative about you, just walk away with them. They're a part of maybe the deep
Elizabeth,
state, you know?
I appreciate the accolades. I really appreciate the accolades, but this is hard on me because if this doesn't go through, I hate to see people not having a good Christmas. Now, I'm relying on you. I know this is pressure on you, right? That we're going to have a good Christmas. When I asked Elizabeth, are we going to have a good Christmas? I'm not talking about the bonds, guys. I'm talking about everything. Okay. So according to Elizabeth, we are going to have a good Christmas this year. So this week is the last throw of the dice. It needs to happen this week. Okay.
NESARA, so remember again, NESARA, huh? Not GESARA, NESARA.
Okay, NESARA or whatever, but okay, well, I'm talking about the bonds. I'm talking about the 4B, our blessing. I'm talking about NESARA, GESARA. I'm talking about our blessing. NESARA and ZARA is important. That can come next year, but it's for us people that have been waiting for this, so we can have a good Christmas. Because I hate to see people again having a poor Christmas. People are dying. People are living in cars. People are getting kicked out of their houses. I don't want to hear that anymore because it's putting a lot of pressure on me. Okay, so I want this to happen this week, Lisa. I know it's not your fault. You're not control this, but I hope whoever you're talking to, whoever the gurus or whoever the high people you're talking to, I hope they can pull off the anchor and give that green light and say and so we can all have a beautiful Christmas this year. Because I'm tired. I'm tired of this, guys. I don't want to keep doing this. Right, because it's tiring, right? Because I feel like like a scratch record all the time, same thing, and I'm the one that's getting crucified, right? It's just getting very tiring.
Wolverine, we appreciate what you've done and what you've said and how hard you've tried. We understand, and you know, I know you've got your critics, but a lot of people do support you, and
that's right.
We are blessed.
We are here to support you. We are here to back you.
We are.
I will protect you all. Don't worry.
I've got some questions for Elizabeth. I've got some questions.
Thank you.
I just want to clarify what is happening. If we've not filled in this form that you keep mentioning, which most of us on here haven't done that, I understand. What position are we going to be in? Who is going to contact us? I purchased my currency through the post office in the UK. Now they are a bona fide corporation. I know it's going away, but that's another point. So what is going to happen with the Zims?
Pat, can you let her know what you're talking about? You're talking.
I'm just getting to that, Dell. Can you stop interrupting, please? What is going to happen to those who've purchased Zims? Are we going to be able to do our projects, which are crucial to us? Then we've got the currency that we bought. Are we going to be able to exchange that? If not at a redemption center, are we going to be able to get it exchanged at a bank, or that whatever is it masquerading as a bank nowadays? And the stimulus, when will that be coming for everybody else outside of America?
Okay, first of all, ma'am, where are you from?
If they don't have a KYC or CIS.
UK?
I'm from the UK.
Are you a part of South America and North America?
No. UK is
then remember,
Europe.
I'm so sorry to say that we are discussing about NESARA. That's already started happening on December 5th. Now,
That's
when
what
you
I
talk
wanted to
about
clarify.
you are in UK, then we have to wait for the GESARA on that. And I'm sure that I already promised the show to Peter and Barbara that the minute we started the GESARA, I will notify Peter now. Then you connect to Peter and say, what about what you are claiming regarding your Zim? You say, okay, what kind of asset do you have, by the way?
Sorry?
What kind of asset do you have in your hand right now?
Them she has.
I've got
Zim.
Zims and I've got currency.
Okay, so meaning you have Zim and what? Those are going to be fall on the category for GESARA, correct? To redeem.
You tell me.
Did you give them your information and everything when
Give
you had
who?
that asset?
Give who?
She didn't complete a KYC, a know your client, or a CIS form. Elizabeth.
He did not. So
there's nobody that has that information that's reflective in the KYC or the CIS. Okay, so this is someone that's not completed those.
Can I please chime in here, you guys? Because I know a lot about this. This is Mr. Dog, okay?
Okay.
My understanding here from many other people and from many other groups of which I have been invited to join but have not said yes yet, is that a bank is only functioning as an agent, and that you're not going to go to a bank and right now and book a medical appointment. Hi, I need my heart scanned. You're not going to go, in my opinion, to a bank and book a med bed appointment. Those are two totally separate things.
Yes.
And number two, there's a whole difference, you guys, between currency and bonds. You redeem bonds, you exchange currency. So for any and all of you that are holding currency, dong, dinar, all of that stuff, you can just wait until this revalues on the exchange rate. Go to a bank and get your blessing. Forget the bonds that you're holding on to. You can just take that in as if you were going to travel to Iraq or travel to Indonesia or travel wherever you're going to travel. I do not believe these things are all going to be exchanging or revaluing at the same time. There's 209 countries that have joined BRICS. Not all those countries are on a blockchain system. Not all those countries have completely reformed their financial systems to go digital. I believe, and this is just my opinion based on my banking background, you guys, so you can, please don't try to shoot the messenger. I'm trying to brainstorm with you so I can try to bring some calmness here, because I don't blame all of you guys. I'm reading the comments right now. I'm seeing what you guys are posting, and I would be frustrated too. So let's just talk the currencies right now. That would be exchanging them at a bank. Wherever you bought it. Nobody put their information in. When you guys went and you went to a specific bank to get your stuff, whether you bought them through Banknote World or whatever, whether you bought them through Chase or you bought them through a kiosk at an exchange at the airport or a mall, you had to give your credit card, you had to give your driver's license, you had to give information. Do I think they're going to notify you? No. I think it's going to be all of our responsibilities as a group to start looking at these Forex. We're all together as a group. We're going to know when these revaluations have taken place. And I've maintained since day one, the Iraqi dinar will set the domino that starts falling. So all of these people saying, well, you can get a contract rate, you can get this special rate, that special rate. This is what I have to say. Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. As Mike Barra has said, the minute that the Iraqi dinar goes on the Forex, I will go to a bank and take my dinar and I will happily exchange it. And exchange it. Now, regarding the bonds are different. I am hearing so many different things about bonds, you guys. When it comes to a CIS and when it comes to a KYC, I have been invited to join various groups. Okay. I have not joined them. There is somebody in the chat room right now, if you guys want to look, who was in a group and wasn't happy with what was happening and withdrew all of her money from the group and now is in possession of everything. I've been offered to submit currency and I've been offered to submit my bonds in these groups. My understanding here is that they will pool all of this money together into a huge box. And then they have specialized contracts already pre-negotiated with paymasters at certain rates that are higher than what you would get if you just went separately. But here's the thing. I have never heard in my life, you guys, of a bank buying a a bond. You guys, if you go right now to American Express online and you buy a corporate bond, and let's say you don't want that corporate bond anymore, you're an asset holder in that corporate bond. You have to sell that bond, and you have to have a buyer. Since when has anybody taken any bonds to a bank and said, here, I want you to buy these, which means redeem them, redeem these bonds for me? I'm just telling you guys, these things don't make sense to me right now. I've been in the financial industry forever. I have an MBA in finance, and I've worked with bonds, and I trade cryptocurrencies and everything. It makes no sense. That being said, we're in a unique situation that's never been done before in our lives. I've been told that redemption centers do exist. Okay, so I'm still skeptical here. So I have no clue whether you need to be in a group where a group has a pre-negotiated contract with a paymaster. Mr. R and Peter's contact, who he has contact with, is somebody who deals exclusively in bonds. He does not deal in the currency. He deals exclusively in bonds. Bonds are not the same thing as currency. I'm just throwing this out here for you guys for food for thought and for a discussion, because there's a lot of confusion going on right now. When you're in a group, when you get to join a group or you get offered to join a group, you do have to fill out a CIS. You do have to fill out a KYC. That's a know your customer, and a CIS is a customer information sheet. Correct. With your name, your email address, and all that information on it and stuff. I personally do not believe anybody here needs to have any projects whatsoever. Yeah. It's great if you have to have a project, but the people who have to have projects are the people who have millions of dollars, millions of boxes of these. They're not going to get paid out on those bonds at trillions and quadrillions of dollars. My understanding here is that some 80% of that goes towards humanitarian projects. It goes into a private foundation, which then gets used by that private foundation for humanitarian projects, and that the bondholders who own millions of these boxes, which we don't. So, I mean, I've been on so many groups before that I've been told you don't have to have a humanitarian project. And no, if you have 100 trillion Zim bonds, you're not going to be paid less because somebody else has 2 and you have 98. You're going to get whatever rate they have. So I hope I'm helping people here, because I don't want people to be frustrated here. I know you guys are all anxious and you have a lot of anxiety, and so do I. I'm just trying to clarify things here with you guys right now so that you guys can at least not be frustrated and not think you wasted time, because there's just so much confusion and disinformation going out there for you guys right now. So I want you guys all to be happy. I want you to all calm down, because one thing I can promise you guys, I know for sure, the RV, when it comes to the revaluation of the currencies, I'm not talking bonds here, I'm talking the currencies. The RV for the currencies is real. It must happen. The dinar is the first domino that will fall for that. And then the other currencies will fall, and there will be baskets of currencies, in my opinion. So I want you guys to just all please be happy and please calm down, because I've studied this too much. I have so much information on this. I didn't even get to do my RV report right now for you guys on what's going over in Iraq right now, and all the budgets that they finalized and everything. There's 7 things that need to be done before this gets on the Forex. We are at the 11th yard line. The final thing right now, as I've reported a million times, is the BRICS cross-border payment, you guys. It's almost done. We're waiting on the Ripple ledger US dollar. And then the World Trade Organization is going to be reviewing Iraq's financial statements at the end of December. There's out of the 209 countries, a huge percent are going on XRP in January. So there was a big poll that was done. I was told for people to guess when this was going to happen. I picked between January 1st and January 20th. Regardless, even if it's after January 20th, keep in mind, you guys, if we're going back to the Republic, under the original Articles of Confederation that were signed, the original inauguration date of presidents in the United States was on May 4th. So you guys, we've waited this long. Please, let's all come together as a group and a big, huge family here, because this is definitely happening, and we're going to get blessings in some way, shape, or form. I'll stop talking and rambling so somebody else can get a word in, and I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Doug. That was really good information. I appreciate you. But so if we're changing our currencies at exchange centres, what's happening to the ZIMs? if they're being treated as bonds. So where do we go with the ZIMs for the projects that we want to fund?
Okay, Pat, let me come in here. There's been rumors, okay, and I'm not sure if they're real or not. There are rumors, and Peter can attest to this because he's spoken to Mr. R, that perhaps the ZIM bonds are going to be treated as currency and not bonds. See, this has never been done in the history of the U.S. while we've been alive. I'm not sure. Maybe the people who are for lack of a better word, a whale is an internet term that was used. So for the people who are holding millions and billions of boxes, maybe those people are redeeming, but maybe us people, we the people who don't have, the billions and millions and thousands of boxes that we've been holding for 10, 20 years, maybe we just get these treated as currency. We don't know. Peter, you want to comment on what Mr. R said?
Yeah. I mean, basically, I also see that Zim is being treated more like a currency. That we go to the redemption center and stuff like that. And I think you did a good job of summary. I think Wolverine wants to make a comment. Wolverine, what did you want to say?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, I've got to go now, guys. Unfortunately, I've got to go to church. Guys, can someone actually send a pinpoint script actually on what was said? I don't want the whole thing. I just want the main points that you guys can put it on Telegram, right? There's a lot of people that missed out on this call. Just the important stuff, guys. Guys, at the moment, I've got to go, guys. I've got a lot of things to do. Elizabeth, thank you so much for what you're doing. Right, I know it's hard on you, okay, and the pressure's on. It's pressure's on me as well. I want to repeat again. This needs to happen this week. It needs to happen. We've got no other choice because by next week, forget it. It's gone. Okay, but according to Elizabeth, if we're going to have a good Christmas, let's hope and pray. I'm trying to get some answers actually from some other people that are very, very high. They're under NDA. They can't talk, and I ask them. Just send me a picture of Santa Claus. That's all I want. All right. With that means we're going to have a good Christmas. Okay. All right, guys. Have a beautiful day.
Not the Grinch.
Right.
Yeah. Leave the Grinch at home.
Okay. Bye, Wolverine. My final question.
Thank you, Wolverine. And it's great that you could come, and I'll send you the recording as soon as I can. Yeah.
That'd be great.
My final question is: if we've not completed these KYC forms, how are we going to be informed about where the redemption centers are?
So, Pat, we don't know about these KYC forms. Those are the forms that are associated with people who've gotten into groups.
Yeah.
So people who were invited into groups, I got invited into a group. I haven't joined yet. Some people have been invited into groups and some people have not. There's not going to be one of these KYC forms if in fact there are redemption centers and you go to a redemption center and you get a phone call or you make an appointment and you are talking to these people on the phone, these people with your social security number and your name can do a background investigation with you very easily. This is a military operation. It involves the Department of Defense, not the black hat side, but the white hat side. As you well know, with Starlink, with Space Force, with the Department of Homeland Security and all of these nefarious agencies which have been taken over by the white hats, they have everything on you. They know everything about you. You can run, but you can't hide. So they know if you have been involved in any criminal activities and stuff. They have that stuff in their databases on you. So as far as a KYC is involved, know your customer, I don't see you really having to fill something like that out. I mean, that is more of them knowing who you are. Are you a convicted felon? Have you been involved in robbery and theft before? Have you been arrested before? Have you been to court for anything before? And if so, are you part of the cabal? Are you part of the mafia? They have all that information. I wouldn't worry about the KYC. The CIS is the customer information form that you fill out. And that a sheet that you fill out that has your name, your address, your phone number, your birth date, your whatever, and a picture of your passport or a picture of your driver's license. So don't worry about that, but keep separating the difference between bonds and currencies because they're just not the same, you guys.
Yeah, Mr. Dog, right? The reason why I mentioned all of those CIS, KYC, and POL, those are actually supposed to be for those people who are having some kind of huge asset to declare or to claim. I'm not saying all of them or most of them. I was saying specifically for those who are holding a huge, how many box, mother box or baby boxes, or how much is the bond, the certificate and all kinds of those things that's huge. That's why they need all of those information. But I've seen a couple of comments here. What about the homeless, those people and this and that? That's exactly, if you're a part of the America, South, North, East, West, for under NESARA category, you will be able to receive, all of you guys, all of you. You don't have to be on redemption thing. You don't have to be a part of this RB or redemption, etc. You're a part of being in America. Your record is right there on the computer with the Social Security. You will be receiving this kind of like stimulus, or they call it relief, coming from the Saint Germain. Because we are, to be honest, guys, when I was in the show and when everyone was talking about redemption RB, so my understanding is that all of you guys already been on that kind of category, that you have something asset that's all paper, genuine, authenticated, is going to be ready to go when the redemption come. I didn't know that other people here buy it to what do you call this one, eBay or something like that, somewhere else, without any kind of proof authenticated that is real genuine one and whatever. I don't know. And like what I said, Mr. Dog saying that when you have your currency to be exchanged, you have to go to the bank, to your old bank, to exchange whatever the rate and become equivalent to what you have in your hands, So the point I'm trying to say is that we are all mixed in all different directions. It's all different direction, Some people are claiming that they don't have no bond or whatever. They're not a part of that. Some, they said they have assets that they hold in because they bought it to eBay and this and that. Some saying that they have a big project, but they don't even have a sort of like asset to claim. So when you have a huge project and then you don't have asset to claim and you don't even sure about it, where are you going to get your fund to project? Do you guys understand? That's why it's so very confusing. There's so many things going on in this chat. It's all different issue, different scenario, different kind of how do you call it? Like, you guys are all different. It's not only going to one direction. It's about 4 or 5 direction going left and right.
Elizabeth.
So
Okay.
I apologize, to my understanding, because that again, everything that we need to talk about, we always have a solution, one at a time. This morning we discussed about what is 1%, where is 1% coming from for RB and redemption people. Okay, where is it coming from, and how we're going to receive it, and how much, and whatever, and the procedure, how. But I never even think about going back to talking about this other thing, and then going to the bank about how you're going to claim your currency if you don't have those things. Because what I was told is that when you have information to be able to get notification, they will email you guys or contacting you guys. If you guys are trying to claim something, then you will go to location that they're going to try to notify you to go to where. And from that point, they will take care of your money, how much you're going to receive. Maybe they have like kind of like relief or stimulus to start to put in your account. And 20 days after that, you will going to come back again and redo it again over and over every 20 days to receive that. And then after that, you will be the one to code it to your other account where you want to put the money. That's my understanding. But now we have so much stuff that's really jumping back and forth. And to be honest, we have to kind of solution this thing, like what Mr. Doug saying. We just have to all wait because it's going to be happening. It's coming. Like exactly what I was saying. But remember, again, don't be confused on NESARA. If you are in another country, it's going to be called to GESARA. And I was told the GESARA will going to be starting on January. I'm not really sure the exact date, but today, the NESARA is started already to give notification or release on December 5th and then the 6th. And then I gave you all the different location in America, by the way. Again, remember NESARA, because sometimes people are confused about about the NESARA and GESARA, in what country you belong. So please, and we just have to give everybody's respect. I do respect Wolverine, the way he feel about it. We can't blame him. But again, never lose your hope and faith. And to Mr. Doug, most of what she was saying is actually correct in a way of what's really happening globally or nationally in our banking system. Like what she said, she has some kind of like certified this and that and professional, and we all respect that. Yeah. And again, and everybody's opinion is open, but sometimes we have to accept the criticism of knowing that where you have to fall to. Not everybody can be all the same situation here. We are all different thing here, and all the people who's claiming over here. Now I know, like Corey, for instance, that he does not have anything in his hand, but he has full projects, so many projects going on. And then the asset that he was holding, there's no surely thing that if it is worth or worthless. Remember?
All right, Elizabeth. Thank you, Peter. I got it very right. I will talk not only on my behalf, but on behalf of the people that might be in the same situation. I don't wish that to happen to anyone. I got background in central banking, the BIS for the one who knows. I was so tired to losing my soul there. So from very high income, I have no shame to share that on Monday, with force of police if required, my family, me, my baby, can go on the street. So even if I have fill in the form with the full CIS, and I know what it is, 20 years background in banking, working for banks. So I know what is a CIS, I know the type of information that's in it. Imagine somebody come by force, the police, they kick you out, no laptop, no more internet, no more data, no more phone, no nothing, nowhere to be found. What's going to happen? Second, for the people who lose access to their bank account, they got forcefully closed because they don't have money. Whatever happened to them. For the people who went sovereign, that have no more functioning triple SSN number, no social security number, nothing. I went sovereign. Debt collection office come to me. I don't go as my legal fiction for the one who knows. I'm a soul. They smile at me. I show my permit. They say, this owe money, but you're good. Because me, as a soul, I don't owe any money. I'm not in bondage anymore. However, I'm not anymore recognized as a full citizen of any country. When my passport expires in 2 months, I can't claim for a new passport. So when you mention government will fund us for the 99% of the person, a lot of them will be left alone because they're on the street, they don't have paper, they don't have citizenship, they don't have nothing, no bank account, nothing. And my wife from the Philippines. In the Philippines, how many people has no bank account? Even in USA, how many people don't have a bank account? Even in Europe, a lot of people. Now check the 1% who did the whole process paperwork to be properly registered in the trust, that they have a lot of bonds for the redemption, anything that you mentioned. They follow it to the dot. They're registered. We know who they are, and we can contact them by phone or email. If one of them lose access to everything, no phone, no internet, no nothing, because of illness, because of going broke in the street, because of whatever reason, what's going to happen? Because from my understanding, this is supposed to help people who need the most. And most of humanitarian people who vibrate high in 5D, they stop selling their soul for high-paying job. So they decrease their income down to zero almost, because they want to do good, vibrate high, and they can't be compatible in that working environment anymore. So many people who used to be able to purchase those bonds, they are not able anymore to stay afloat financially speaking, just to maintain an internet connection, a phone, or whatever that seems to be basic. It's not basic. And I had to know that from my higher self, because I used to believe it was given: phone, internet, electricity, everything. So maybe in my life past, it was meant for me to lose that 3D things. I used to make $500,000 a year. I'm left with debt and nothing. That's what it is when you go against the cabal. I'm actively posting on LinkedIn as an insider, truth against the BIS, Bank for International Settlement. I've got a military chopper come to my windows many times. I've got message of my past former colleagues told me, stop doing that. They're gonna go at you. And I'm telling them, if I'm not opening my mouth, who will? So I'm sharing proof as a truther. Therefore, I'm blacklisted on the work market in banking globally. Banking is all my career. Many people spend all their career trying to help people and then suddenly realize they're not helping people. They're accidentally taking away from them. I feel so guilty. I worked 20 years for banks because I didn't know about the cabal and all of that. But as soon as I knew, I quit. But then the consequences are big. They blacklist you on the job market. So now for those people, Elizabeth, if you can go get an answer, I understand right now you might not get an answer from American, NESARA, rest of the world, GESARA. I got that. But if you can go to the people you speak with and all the people that, all beings that support us from other realm, I think Peter, Wolvie, everyone would be very grateful. And we're already grateful of all the help you bring to us. That was my message. Thank you.
Okay, okay, Garrett. What's your name again, Gar?
Darit Eve. It's my full name.
Garrett, right? Yeah, I understand how you feel. That's why I keep telling each and every one of you, even from the day one. That's why they have this reverse key program that was already designed to all of us, all of you, especially for your situation. Yes, Doris, you are a working person, maybe pure in a way, you good intention, not like the other way around the cabal. I know your persuasion and whatnot. We all feel that. However, that's why the reverse key program is a very strong impact of what's really happening globally. They will have this big transformation to reverse everything, especially for those sort of like, problem or situation that's really happening around you. Like, that's why this money that they're going to release really is for all of you to help you to move on. You guys have to be able to be aware.
That was not
of
my
that.
question. My question is, I'm aware of that. I actually can channel from source if you want. I meditate a lot. I can also do out of body travel to the topic. The question is for the people when it's too late.
No, there's nothing too
Monday.
late.
It's 48 hours.
Wait,
We
hold
live in
it
the
for a
present. I
second.
know that, but still,
Why we are always talk about being impatient when we are given the chance and opportunity that this will gonna be on the way. Why we keep buttoning up that?
Is there a plan for people already in the street right now? I'm not in the street, but for people in the street without a cell phone, without a bank account, without an identity on paper, but still have a soul, breathe air, have some oxygen. What's for them?
Darit, that's why the president there right now. Remember again, all of those things happened during Joe Biden's administration from Democratic. So you cannot blame that to us, to anyone, because remember again, Trump just sit there in the position. He's not even inaugurated, but he make a big, huge transformation and changing in your country, in the whole America. But what we have to do, I mean, Trump didn't do all of those things. The other way around, the people in the administration that you all vote for the last administration. And then now you guys are all saying all of this now. And that's why Trump is going to make a big change for NESARA, guys.
I'm not blaming. I
know. No. But I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to tell this very straight, direct to the point. Whether you guys were going to bust me and tell me I'm wrong or this. But remember again, those things happened during the other old administration. So when Trump come along to be the new president and leader to make America great again, that's exactly what you're going to see, the big changes, guys. Okay? Now, when we keep complaining about what happened then and the situation today, I don't know what to tell you people. I mean, come on. We're here to only do our role for crying out loud. I mean, I'm not saying about, wait, hold on for a second. Thank you. I'm not saying that people lost their account, their this, the banking, no money, this and that. I heard all of those already a long time. Okay, that's what because the administration way back is exactly what they want you to do or to do to you, all of you, to
I'm aware.
this whole planet.
As well. I'm aware. Yes. How about there is a task force set by those higher beings that can read the vibration frequency out of the quantum field directly, or some of us can still read it while meditating. There is a task force that will go on the street, find those high vibrating people and help them out so they can help more people. I'm not saying everyone on the street is high vibrating. I'm not saying high vibrating people will end on the street. I'm just saying there are high vibrating people in the street that deserve to have a task force of incarnated soul in 3D, but maybe with a 5D consciousness at work and say, hey, I found you. This is for you. And I know that you will help people because we know who you are. We are a vibration from the heart. This is our ID. It's unique. And they can tell everything already. So I'm just suggesting now, I didn't want to be rude and suggest, but now I'm suggesting now, is there such a plan in America and the rest of the world funded fully? And I think it starts to be urgent to plan this for people walking literally and finding those humanitarian people.
Right. Well, maybe, in my own opinion right now, because I'm not in the US, it's Trump is the one handling the whole being the president. Maybe for those people who does not have any idea or no place homeless or no ID whatsoever, they lost everything. I'm sure that they will be able to have that kind of like, let's say location or place that you guys are all going to register a new beginning to start with. And from that point, the issue about losing all your identity, banking information, internet, ID, passports, you name it, you will be able to be given and you to start with, so you can be able to be recorded in that new system as well. So to resolve those issues, that will be the new way to do it. It's like to register a new one to start from the beginning. And then you will be able to be told that how much you're going to be receiving, where do you live, and maybe all the support from housing, food, and cost, and medical and whatnot. It will be all a different thing. That's why Trump is working so hard to make a big change in the US. Like, first of all, and you all understand that they're trying to eliminate and clean first. And then this money is already starting now, December 5th. But remember, again, we're talking about those redeemed. And then, of course, they have some kind of portion for those people who does not have no redemption, is not in the redemption, there's no identity whatsoever. They will have all those kind of solution to those issues and problems. And I totally believe that all of this one is already all been planned from our creator, the Galactic Alliance. And then that's why President Trump have some kind of huge army to be able to work all of this by through military alliance. So I'm sure that what's really happening right now is going to be a big totally changed with you people. And I know that it's just a matter of just a little bit more patient, more understanding, and kind of like try to accommodate and open your mind, because I know that what they're doing at this point is actually for the best, because the one who actually ruined everybody's life then is the other old administration, and we all know that. So this new administration with Donald Trump is going to be a new beginning for all of you there. For NESARA, most especially.
We need to move on. We got a lot of people with questions, and if we spend so much time on each question, we're never going to end the show. Right. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you, Daryl. Thank you for that person. I really admire your courage.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Now we're going to go to Richard Z in Belize. Or is it Richard Z? I'm not quite sure.
There you go. Thank you. Peter, I'll try to get through my stuff pretty quick. I think it's pretty straightforward. I'm not confident I have bringing my questions forward in the right forum, but I got two simple ones. The first one is I've left the United States years ago. I live in Belize. My humanitarian projects are for Belize, but I know when things start happening, the current corrupt government is going to come knocking on my door. Who's going to make, things safe for those that are doing humanitarian work, and the corrupt ones out there? Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yeah, sure.
Elizabeth, do you understand? Anybody? Can you? And
yes.
It may not be the right question for this group.
Okay, when you say corrupt people were going to knock at your door, are you talking about the bad, evil person who's actually tried to? When you say corrupt, can you be specific?
Well, the couple. I mean, as I understand it, the deep state is still operating to a certain extent, and he's concerned that he may have the best attitude in the world trying to get things done. But the deep state, the ones which are still left, who have not been arrested yet, will be coming and targeting him when he's just trying to do good stuff. So what can he do to protect himself?
And not really the deep state. I'm talking about the local police here, 8 miles from my house. I mean, if you've never lived in a corrupt, well, every country in the world has got corruption in it, but you know, just dishonest, everybody on the take, everybody trying to one up the next guy, even one citizen against the next citizen, the haves against the have-nots against each other. Everybody's, you know, if you're a starving fish and there's bait out there, you're all fighting for it. So who's gonna take out the local government here in Belize? That's my question.
Well, that should happen with NESARA Gazara when NESARA Gazara kicks in, which is going to be in the coming year, maybe in January. Or maybe when Trump gets in, we don't know exactly. But basically, when the money system is switched into a gold-backed system, that is when the deep state and these corrupt people lose access to money, because the QFS will be following what money is being done, and they will very quickly identify those people doing corrupt things. So I think when that comes in, those corrupt people will lose their power.
Yeah, Peter, I'm way ahead of you because I've had years to think about this. What'll happen is with GESARA here in Belize, there'll only be the sales tax money. The government won't be funded, but so that means they're going to be looking to get money from somewhere else. And when things start happening that take money, they're going to go find where that money's coming from. So that's more to my point. So these people need to be, like Trump says, they need to disappear. These people need to disappear. So what's the plan for, like, the current government, the corrupt police, the corrupt politicians to be removed, to no longer be a threat when all the goodness starts flowing?
A lot of them are being arrested and sent to places like Gitmo, Guam, Diego Garcia, etc. There are lots being arrested. We're hearing that almost every day.
Yes, they will. They will all get caught and arrested. And for those people that you are concerned about, you know, the gentleman who was concerned about the safety and this and that with that, that's why we have those kind of, like, maybe spaceship or sort of thing that they can identify those people who's going to harm others. I mean, to be honest, I know that they will be all monitor ready right now at this point. So there's no way that they can make a move to hurt no one and whatever, maybe just themselves. Because you don't have to worry about that somebody's going to be knocking to you and do this and that from that cabal, you know, government of yours and whatever. They will be all questioned and arrest and maybe they will be, you know, disappear or sort of like step down to their position. You know, you don't even know about it. But like what I'm saying, just have to be able to taking care of yourself, to be yourself. And, you know, when everything's already been starting, that's why we have all this QFS thing and the people who's monitoring all of us, you know, outer space, you know, it's all helping all of us to clean. But remember, again, we're just starting to clean right now because then was dirty, right, Peter, right? So please don't be confused on that. We cannot put everything in blame to what's really happening today.
Okay.
We're not even starting yet. So when we start, I'm sure that everything is going to go well to the way it should be planned from the beginning.
Okay, I've already know everything I've heard from both Peter and Elizabeth. Let me ask my last question so I can get off and somebody else can ask their question. Are either one of you aware of Love One Society?
Yep.
Okay. Can you comment on that, Peter?
He's another group who's doing his stuff. He's Ron Giles, I think is the name of the guy.
Yeah.
He's been doing this for a long time. Yes. And to be honest, I followed him quite a bit at the beginning. They do have a lot of good information. I kind of stopped following him after a while. But I do see him as a legitimate place to provide information. because I mean they've been around forever.
So, so can I just jump in here, Peter?
Yeah,
ask
sure.
Maggie. Maggie's part of the Loved One Society. Maggie, can you come in and comment, please?
Maggie, if you put your hand up, I can open your mic.
She actually, I take that back. She's very sick. She's lost her voice. She just posted that it is still in operation. She's part of the group.
Okay, it's still in operation. Fine.
Well, there's an unfathomable amount of funds being made available through the Loved One Society. Can anybody comment on that?
Mr. Dog, do you know on that? I don't know. I'm not informed.
All I know is that the original person who started that, Ron Giles, he's had a stroke, and there's somebody else running Loved One Society right now, and I can't remember who the person is. So so Maggie, Ron is the one who had the stroke. He is recovering. There's somebody else who's running the Loved One Society. Maggie, you and I spoke about this. Do you remember who it was? Can you post it in the chat, please?
Okay. Now, Alex tells me that he can comment on the Loved One Society. So, Alex, do you want to come in?
Okay. Maggie just stated that Loved One Society is a fraud.
Yes. It's a fraud.
They're a fraud, guys.
That's according to who?
That's according to Maggie. She was part of them.
Okay.
And by the way, Richard, I hate to tell you this, but Belize, my understanding, is not a member of BRICS. So I know you're in a very corrupt place there right now. I don't know what to tell you.
Bring me in. I'm here.
Okay, Alex.
Yes. A Loved One Society is not a fraud. What happened at Loved One Society is Ron Giles had a heart attack. But prior to Ron Giles having a heart attack, there was an individual there. I've been with the LWS for 2.5 years, and I've always had an intuitive insight to this person named they call him Lon. Yeah, D-Lon. D-Lon is the one that started spreading rumors about Ron Giles when he went down, that he was possessed by an entity.
I heard that.
Yeah, other members said that Ron Giles was siphoning funds from the accounts, the LWS accounts, and these were rumors that D-Lon, and they have a group over there of Mr. and Miss Mouse, and these people basically, as soon as Ron went down, they kind of ousted him like how they do a mutiny.
I'm aware of all that. I'm aware of all that.
What's happened?
I'm aware of all that.
Okay, so apparently Ron Giles made a recovery, but he's still not in good shape. But what has happened is that the group is splintered, but there's many sincere members that are kind of left in the air. And I believe the Alliance, though, is using that situation for basically dispersing those members into what the Alliance is calling now sovereigns. They're no longer members, but it's splintered, but they're calling those people that have stayed within the understanding or the teaching of the LWS as sovereigns now, because they've basically been dispersed into society to carry forth, their humanitarian efforts. Main thing on this whole humanitarian effort from the Alliance, and as Elizabeth spoke on, this is all empath-based. The world has been controlled by narcissists for too long. The Alliance, over many years, has studied humanity. They've had their beings on Earth's realm studying humanity. They realize that the ruling factions that control all the money, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers, they're not good for humanity, and they're changing the guard, and they're leading into what they call the second child, but we know as empaths. Empaths are the current new human hybrids that are placed on this earth to help in this transition period that humankind is making into the golden age, because they're creating a humanity that is headed forth
5D?
We're heading for space travel. They're preparing humanity for space travel into the cosmos. The reason for that is because humankind has the ability to birth. Humans, obviously, but we have the ability to give life to extraterrestrial life forms that are going extinct. There's a overhaul of this planet is going on right now. The Galactic Federation is here. They're working with the White Hats. They're working with global governments. But as Liz says, listen to what she said. The people that are in play are just pens or pencils. We're all here to do a job, and we cannot let us be starstruck by who we're dealing with. Donald Trump, J.F. Kennedy Jr., Q. Those are all people and instruments for the greater plan. The LWS and Ron Giles, that's not a fraud, it's legitimate. He's been handed a low blow, but the alliance is behind him. And there's a lot of members that need help from other groups like this to reach out, because a lot of people are not vibrating at they're not resonating at high levels, and they still need help. Those of us that need to be a little bit more conscious and not so cold-blooded and so ego-based. It's not business. It's not business as usual anymore.
No.
Governments are changing. The way life on Earth does business is changing, and it's not the semantics of what business has been like forever. This is changing as we speak. Elizabeth was so clear, but we, as high vibrational beings, we have to feel the message, because the message is within the words. When an alien or an extraterrestrial being communicates with us, as someone ambiguous. It's ambiguous because their form of communication is either telepathic, but it's not verbatim. So when we hear it in our thoughts, we hear verbatim, and they can't speak verbatim clearly. So we have to make clear what is being said. After so many years of first contact and speaking with them, you start to develop an understanding of what they're saying to you and how to communicate. They use algorithms. When Liz was speaking, she's speaking on a device, an electrical device, a phone. These are algorithms that are being put into our reality, that are being listened to by the alien, advanced aliens on the other side of the veil. And we have to listen with our heart and our intuition. Yeah. She didn't say anything wrong. She didn't say anything out of place. It's just what happens is when you're not vibrating at that high level, you can't hear the message in the words. But Bingo. She said everything properly. Another thing too.
Okay. Now I'm hearing from various people that Ron was compromised.
He was compromised.
That Ron was compromised, and that people were suffering fraud and things like that through that. I don't know who exactly, and we don't have the time to go into this anymore because we've got way too many people with open questions. So we need to bring this to a close, this topic.
Okay, so we can expect the funds in, Alex, what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, yes, I have Zim Bonds. I have the Dong. I have the Dinar. But yes, you can. You know why? Because the Alliance knows who you are. As Liz says, it's based on your heart. It's based on the type of person you are. They know who you are, and you will get the funds.
Good enough. That's good. Okay,
yes,
next
sir.
question. Okay. Move me out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Thank you, Alex. And
yes,
let's move on to Susan.
Yes, hi. Thank you. I've been waiting 4.5 hours to ask.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who have a lot to say on this show, but now it's your turn.
Thank you. The question I have had since I started watching this entire podcast was, what's the story with the bonds, the Yellow Dragon bonds? Are we going to see revaluation on them, and when?
That's a good question. In fact, I know Mr. Dog and Dell actually both know the Yellow Dragon bonds. So could either of those come in?
Yeah, I can comment. Are you part of Wolvie's group? I'm part of Wolvie's group with those. Are you in that group?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am. That's why I'm on this call, because I thought we were going to hear about the bonds, and then there was no talk about them at all.
Yeah. I think we have to pay attention to Jim. We got to pay attention to Jim. Jim has that information. You know, we heard were you on the call with the actual box bondholder on this? Oh, you weren't.
No, I was not.
Okay, this past Friday you weren't on the call, right?
I was not.
Okay, you can it was very positive. So that's just a separate subject for here because that's a group and a lot of people here are not on a group, but the information was very positive and the actual person who holds the actual box of all these Yellow Dragon bonds had nothing but positive things to say very, very soon. Between now and the end of December, January.
And did he say how much each bond would be worth?
That was, that's been thrown around so many times. I've heard everything from $2 million per one Yellow Dragon bond up to $1 billion. So no, that question was asked, but not really, no answer for that.
No answer for that. And he didn't make it clear. So how would we find out about the bonds, the Yellow Dragon bonds
well, that's a whole different story because you filled out a CYS, and so did I. So that's where I'm trying to tell people here that if you're not part of a group, you're not going to have filled out a customer information sheet. You will find out anybody who's part of any group, forget Wolvie's group, any part of any group that you're part of, you fill out a customer information sheet. You will be notified by the paymasters. The paymasters, my understanding, it doesn't matter what group you're part of and what you own, will get, because I'm part of a group in South Africa as well. You get 1% in your bank account, and then you go to some sort of tabletop meeting or something. You get called in and to a secret location, and you bring whatever you have that gets authenticated, and then you get another 9%, and then you get the rest later on.
Well,
again,
talking about things being authenticated, I only got like a little sheet of paper that says,
right,
you know, that's
right.
There's nothing. I didn't get a bond in you know.
No, those Yellow Dragon bonds are in boxes that are sealed and unopened.
I understand.
So yeah, we're not going to know that. We are just listed on the paymasters sheet.
Okay.
If that makes sense. It's a little bit more complicated because those are Yellow Dragon bonds. And so my understanding, and I hope I'm wrong, is that if anybody bought those off of eBay or whatever, they've been separated from the box and that they potentially could be worth nothing. I actually did buy some Yellow Dragon bonds off of eBay. I'm hoping that maybe they are worth something, but if not, I'm part of the same group you're part of.
Yeah, I'm part of Wolvie. I got it with the Wolvie group.
You missed a really good, this is probably not appropriate here for this forum here, but you missed a really good hour and 45-minute Zoom this past Friday. You can get a hold of Peter and he'll give you my phone number and you can call me and I can fill you in since you're part of the group.
Okay, great. That would be
get
wonderful.
a hold of Wolvie, get a hold of Peter. Get a hold of Peter. I meant to say Peter. Get a hold of Peter and he can give you my contact information and I can fill you in on what you missed.
That would be great. How do I contact Peter? Peter, how do I contact you?
Can you? It's Peter at GESARAshow.com.
Exactly.
Okay.
Peter at GESARAshow.com will get to me.
And he'll give you my contact information. I can fill you in since you're part of the group because it was probably one of the best Zooms I've ever been on.
Really? That's
hour and 45 minutes. It was incredible.
Was it? Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
And our bond trader in South America, who always gives us very accurate information, was just confirming the Yellow Dragon bonds are $2 million, not more.
How much?
$2 million for the per Yellow Dragon bond.
Oh, really? Okay, that's a lot different than 200 million to $1 billion.
Yeah, but
I would think so.
Yes, but Susan, I calculated it. It's a 100,000% ROI. Come on. We have to all be happy. 100,000 ROI.
No, it's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's quite different, mindset.
Yeah, definitely. It was oversold, basically. Yeah,
it is. But that's a rumor. We don't know. But
that's fine. I'm happy with that. No worries. That's all good.
All right. Okay.
Thank you,
Susan. And I suggest you stay with us on the Gazara show because we discuss these topics quite often.
Great. Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, good. So let's move on. Samsung SM-S9. That doesn't sound very human to me. But what is your question?
Is it me?
Well, I presume so. I don't know. Are you a Samsung?
Yeah, I am Samsung, but it's Imran, Peter. How are you doing?
Well, the fact that we're hearing you is you're the one we're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's come up. I'm surprised actually. It should have been as Imran anyway. No problem at all, Peter. It's I've spoken to you quite a few times before as well. Thank you for the information that everyone's given all this for the last 6 hours or whatever. I just wanted to ask now.
It's actually only 4 hours. Strangely enough, it's not 6 hours yet.
What time is it? 7 o'clock? I don't know. Times of.
It depends on where you are in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in England. So the currency. The big issue which Wolverine's on about, and I get what he's saying. He's trying to say that this has to go. Has to go before 15th of December. Now
that's right.
NESARA is America. GESARA is global. Now.
Right.
What Elizabeth's saying is it's only happening in America before the 15th. It's not happening anywhere else. But I don't think Wolverine's understanding that. But I thought currency is totally different to NESARA GESARA happening. That's one thing. Second thing
they're two separate things. That's true. But we're talking about the currency reset. NESARA GESARA is more of political changes, which I think will come in with Donald Trump. But who knows?
So the currency can still happen before the 15th of December then, for everyone.
That's what Wolvie has been telling us. That's what other sources have been telling us. That Elizabeth is saying this will happen in the area which is covered by NESARA, which is America. So in the UK, we're on Gazara, and that means we have to wait until January at least.
So it's not happening in the UK until January then, is that what you're saying then?
That is basically, I mean, I've had multiple sources confirming that it looks like it's January for us, not right. I was hoping as well that we'd hear something different on this show, because the way it was explained to me is that there would be this big announcement and things would move forward. It's not quite what had happened on this show, but I did the best I could.
Hey, Peter, can I interject here?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so my understanding here is that Iraq, one of the criteria, the Iraqi dinar starts first. The Iraq must be formally admitted into the World Trade Organization. So you all need to know they've applied. However, there's no place yet that has stipulated that they have been formally approved. The last I heard was that the World Trade Organization was going to be reviewing Iraq's financials sometime between now and the end of December, and I don't have an exact date. But they're going to get admitted, but they're reviewing, the WTO is reviewing their financials, and there has to be a public announcement that Iraq has joined the World Trade Organization. So once that is posted in the Gazette or wherever, that solidifies the fact that Iraq is going international. And then the revaluation rate needs to be published in the Gazette, and the Central Bank of Iraq needs to publicly announce the rate publicly. And that will be when it goes on the Forex. So that's what I am hearing right now for steps and procedures that have to be implemented before you'll see it live on the Forex. I could be wrong, but it's what I've read.
That's the impression I've got as well. Now, the question here is, what everyone's saying is that we're not actually going to go to a redemption center. We're just going to have to go to a bank when the rates are released. So when we go to the bank and exchange our currency, are we just getting one-to-one, or is there a better rate that we're getting? And if we're not getting a better rate, then why are we under NDA then?
Well, one-to-one of what? I don't think you're going to be getting one-to-one of Zims or
dongs. I'm on about dongs. Sorry, yeah, because there are a lot of people that I've told them about dongs. It's easy to get. It's legit. You go to an exchange and you just get the damn thing, and you've got it in your hand. And that's the best one to get. And rest of them on eBay and everything. I don't, if I've done it, that's different. But I don't want anyone else to lose their money if there isn't anything happening with those other ones that are on eBay. So they've gone to the exchange center. They bought the dongs. They've not given any email address or anything like that. So they've got no source of anything coming through to them unless it's through the group chats like Wolverine's or yours, Peter, then we get told that this is the number, this is the OIO number, this is the understanding that I had from day one.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, that's the one. I mean, you know, I run this show. I've been running it for 2.5 years, so yeah. That's also what I've always got as an impression that, in fact, if anyone, I was told we're the people who are sending out the notifications. The gurus, me, Mark Z, Wolverine, and whatever, that we get informed of the, you know, and that we inform our members. So, you know, being a member of a group like ours should ensure that you will be informed as long as you're paying attention, of course.
Well, who told you then that you was it? If I remember, it was Elizabeth that mentioned it, that she would tell you and Wolverine first before.
Yes, she did.
Launch.
She did say exactly that.
She did say. I remember that conversation. Yeah. So, you know, has things changed since then? Because I'm still baffled about
Elizabeth, are you still in the call? Can you answer that?
Yes. What is the question again?
The question is, initially you spoke a few weeks ago, months ago, you spoke to Wolverine and you spoke to Peter about the release of the 0800 number or the actual redemption starting. You was going to let Peter know so that he can let his people know and Wolverine know that, you know, that it's starting. But has that changed now? Because now you're saying it's something else that it's not. I don't know. I mean, do you want to elaborate on that, Peter, as well?
I think she understood, and basically she told me she'd be letting me know, and that I can then let you guys know. I believe that's still the case.
Excuse me. That's why whatever that we said before then and what, of course they're gonna have a lot of adjustment and delay and hold, and who knows? Maybe they have to complete and sort of like do more stuff, or maybe delaying from the BRICS standpoint and what. But as far as I know, we're only announcing at this point in terms of the 1% that from NESARA, only portion, and of course from Saint Germain. And now I didn't really understand that we're going to be going all over again. And like what I said, when we say NESARA, I don't mean to say only you have to be in America, but part of that south, north, east, west, because it was the real truth that's really happening today. The release of that from the 1%. And of course, we have so many questions, more rambling back and forth, questioning about everything and the situation, which sometimes is quite hard. And I do know that most people there are having some of my accent that they can't understand. I am so very, very sorry for that. Number two, one person they're saying that Mr. Doug have more information than I do, and I'm just waffling it. And that's okay too, because remember again, my job is the sole executor to trigger the green light and sign. And obviously I shouldn't even be on the show for one thing, but I'm trying to even giving the messages for all of you.
That's all right, you're doing that.
To whatever I can. But sometimes I feel frustrated because they kind of like being wait, hold, let me explain my side, because I want you guys to feel how I feel. I'm not even to be in the show to even explore myself, my identity, who I am, but why I was so strong. To explain and tell you guys it's not all about me or the power or the job and role that I need to do. That's not the point here. The point here is this: we have to be all working together as a team, not going back then on the past, which in fact that those are what they've done before with the different administration. That's why this new generation, the reverse K program, explained to all of you that it's going to change, it's going to have this big transformation and change in our life, especially for this whole global, for humanity. I keep saying that over and over, whether if those people who's listening to me again, like I feel like I'm a broken record, it's okay too. It's okay. But I'm just doing my job. Like what I said, to be honest, I cannot answer all of those questions regarding the RB, the interest, the banking, the KYC, CIS, and all of those things when it's come to those kind of redemption and such, because they have people who's going to be more specialized to talk about it, like Mr. Doug, because it's a banking and have connection to all the Wall Street brokers, you name it, to the whole scenario was really happening on the trading and exchanging and all of those things. But I do have all of those things informed and information that I've done in the past. I know all of those, but I cannot just explain because it's going to be running my energy as well. But my job is to explore and tell you all people it's going to happen. I am here to serve all of you, to make it work when my time comes that they call me for that important meeting with breaks with other very powerful country, then maybe. But remember again, I am here in the presence of all of you to be able to join with you the way I feel from within with my love and passion. But sometimes it's not even good enough. So I can't do anything about it, guys. You know, I can't be able to do more than I can only do. But again, I try to fill in all of you if I can be able to do that. And then if I don't know the answer, I try to set it aside and then go back and see, wait a minute, I don't want to be wrong to what I have to say. But everything that I was saying is coming from my heart is the truth. Now other people cannot understand and get it because they're going to go back to way back then that has happened to them, which I know all of those feeling, people. I know how you feel. I know even then I never met you guys. But that's why they created this reverse key program which connected to NESARA with its national and GESARA for global to make a big change to all of us. It will be all transformed to a new beginning of our life, to a new generation, to a new good life. That's why the medbed was actually designed from another planet to bring to our planet Earth without any disruption by the enemies or deep state. It is happening. It will happen. So now, again, I do understand. I'm not perfect. You know, we're not perfect.
All right.
I am so very sorry for those who cannot accept me who I am, for those who will make me, they feel that I'm just mumbling or waffling, whatever talk that I don't even know what we're talking about. It's up to all of you people to really kind of relate to that and understand and forgive me if that's the way you guys feel in some of you. I know it's not all of you.
Okay, look, this is very human, this thing. All of us are a little bit impatient and we want the currency this year. And in reality, there's going to be some of us, and this would have happened anyway, who are not going to see currency until January. You know, it could be January, it could be February. But I think we're still going to get the money. It's just having to wait a little bit longer. And I think this is such a massive operation. I think it is only okay that you know, we'd all love to have the money before Christmas, but it's not always possible. We're still getting the money. It's just a little bit more delay. We're going to have our Christmas and then we're going to be happy. So if you're people in America, you may get it faster, but then you know, if they don't get their notifications in their bank meeting by the 15th, then probably the banks will be closed and they won't get the money either this year. So we're talking about a week. Let's be honest. We're talking about a week about whether we get them now or next year. So I think we all need to have a calm down, have a little bit more patience. I know a lot of people are suffering, but the suffering will come to an end. It's just we just have to be a bit more patient.
Peter, I'm fine. I'm fine. What Elizabeth's saying is, and I spoke to her. She messaged me privately. I asked her a few months ago as well when it starts. I think it was in October, November time, and then she said it'll finish by February. It has to finish by February.
Yes, that's right.
Everything's got to be done by February. Yeah, I remember her saying that to me. So I'm fine. But the people that I've explained to, told about the dongs and everything, that they've gone out of the way to buy these dongs. Now, if I go back, I'm going back to them and saying it's going to happen, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But they're kind of losing hope in this. I believe it's going to happen. I keep on saying it, even to my wife. I keep on saying, look, it is going to happen, and they're just so sick of hearing it. You know,
No. Look,
and that's where the problem lies.
I'm in the same situation as well. Look, let me give you another thing. We are expecting the dinar to move quickly, and it is very possible that the dinar will have a street rate in a week or two. Yeah, maybe in a week. Now, we can either wait for the higher contract rate, but we have to wait, which may mean we have to wait till next year, or if we're desperate, we can just go to the bank as soon as the new rate is on the forex, and you just exchange it at the higher forex rate. It might be $13, something like that. Mr. Dog, you're an expert on this.
So I just want to intervene here just because there's a lot of people who think they're entitled to a contract rate. And if you think about the term contract, that means you've entered into a contract with one of these paymasters. So if you don't have a contract stipulating that you're going to get this certain rate, this is my opinion, I don't believe you're entitled to it. But that being said, you guys are going to be blessed with whatever street rate. There's no way that Iraq can do the infrastructure projects that they are going to be doing without a significant change in the dinar rate. There's just no way. The country was completely obliterated, completely decimated. You guys can all go and read all of these executive orders. 13303, 13315, 13350, 13364, 13438, and 13668 on the federalregister.gov website. Now, I know I'm starting to sound like Derek Johnson, but I am his understudy. Those have been a lot of those have been continuously extended. They deal with the reconstruction of Iraq. You got to fast forward to the Law of War Manual, Chapter 12, which deals with Trump's capitulating tour that he went on when he took office in 2017. You will see that this chapter deals with world peace. Now, Iraq was promised its sovereignty back and various sanctions lifted based on specific agreements, and this involves and was predicated on the United States' involvement in all the projects building back Iraq. Think Build Back Better. I know that's a cabal term, but it's true. You'll recall during an interview between Laura Ingraham and Trump many years ago that Trump specifically stated on the television that Iraq needs to pay back the United States in order for the troops to leave Iraq. In addition to this, Trump stated that Iraq must pay back the United States for all of its investments in Iraq over the past many years, or the troops and the military will not leave. They will remain there. And then Trump stated that the United States has 35 billion in Iraqi dinar sitting in an account. If you just look at the events and forget everything else, you guys, this has to take place. But there are stipulations and key components that have to be finished before you have the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar. We are so close, you guys. I really do think it cannot not happen, number one. And number two, it's just, I know we're tired. We're tired of hearing next week. But we're so close. We're at the end of the football field. We're at the end zone right now. We just all have to be patient and wait. It is going to come. And there's 30 years ago, it was 3.22 Iraqi dinar for $1 US. It's going to be way more than that when you calculate just price increases over the years. And when you calculate the infrastructure projects that the United States is going to be doing, they cannot do it at the existing rate. They must have a rate change. And I personally believe it'll be worth way more than 3.22. So if you don't get the contract rate that everybody's spewing out of $28.50, so be it. You'll get a rate of what, $6, $7, $8, $5. I believe it'll be more than 3.22 just based on price increases that have happened over the years from 30 years ago. We just don't know, but we all just need to be patient. It's going to happen.
I remember hearing it should be about $13 or more before they can even pay for everything.
Yeah, but Peter, this is all pure speculation. And this is what happens when we keep speculating on this stuff and then people get disappointed. We just don't have, as Mark Z says all the time and everybody else says, that they don't give dates or rates. And it's all event driven, but the events are almost done and completed. And we're just going to be blessed, even if it's $5, $4.80, whatever it is. We're going to be super duper blessed with that. And even if you can't do your humanitarian projects at those particular rates, there'll be other opportunities to do that. And if you just are only holding Iraqi dinar and you only get, say, a street rate, and you can't do your humanitarian projects, you yourself are going to be very financially blessed and able to take care of yourself and your family. And there's going to be other opportunities to do projects and join groups that are doing projects with NESARA, GESARA when that does take place.
What about
what I would suggest is, if you're going to do the street rate, get the money, and the money which you don't need immediately, put it in XRP and XLM, because they are expected to go up like a skyrocket, and that may actually already offset the difference between the street rate and the so-called contract rate.
Yeah,
it just may take a little time.
Yeah, what people need to realize about XRP and XLM is those are so different from every other crypto coin or stable coins out there. XRP and XLM are going to be liquidity tokens, and that's why they're going to be worth so much money, or they're going to be so valuable. They are a share of a liquidity pool. So think mutual funds. And so liquidity pools are basically collections of funds that are locked in a smart contract to provide liquidity for our new decentralized exchanges or our new DeFi protocols. And they're earned by the providers who contribute their assets to the pool. So if you're holding XRP and XLM, those tokens can be used to redeem a portion of the pool's assets, or I even heard to participate in governance decisions. So they're key. The XRP will be associated with Ripple, and the XLM will be associated with the Stellar network. And both of those are going to be key to our new financial system.
That's good.
Thank you, Mr. Dog.
Could I just ask Mr. Dog? I mean, you speak about Iraqi dinar, but is there anyone got any rates, rough estimates or whatever for the dong? Because that's a lot of people have actually got the dong as well, you see.
There are a lot of rates out there. I don't know if you're aware of the tally sheet, which is available on the GazaraShow.com/RV. Their rates were put together, which were collected from various sources, and the dong were there was $20 to $20. Now, whether we're going to get that, I don't know. These are all estimates, but that is what the thinking was, at least when that was originally put together, that document. I mean, the version 1 of that document was put together by Crypto Fred, and he's the one who coined the $20 rate. Whether that's accurate or not, nobody knows, but we will find out at the redemption. And even if it's $10, you're still making a great profit.
Oh yeah, that's good. Because the rate they've been talking about, a rate that was 0.78 or something. There was a rate that was going around, and I was thinking, well, that's a bit low.
Yeah, I'm expecting it to be more than 1-to-1. But I say, who am I? I just run a show on the Gazara.
Yeah. I was just wondering if Mr. Dog knew anything about the dong.
Well, there's a lot, right now, all the news you guys see, if you go and look at the news, it's all about what's being done over in Iraq right now. What are the budgets that are being passed? It's all about the oil contracts. It's all about Sudani going and visiting all these different countries for investment decisions. It's about him visiting New York. It's about all of these companies in the United States occupying a full floor of the Central Bank of Iraq. So all of the activities right now are completely focused on Iraq, and it makes sense when you go look at the executive orders that Bush signed. I mean, this is going to be the country, and it's going to be the currency that knocks everything off. Although I did see recently that in Vietnam they just announced some sort of a huge high-speed train system that they are launching. So dong will be next. What have I heard for rates? I don't know anything, anywhere between like $2 and $4, 2 and 4 for the dong. I mean, as a investment, a return on investment, it will probably, for what you paid for a dong and what you get in return versus what you paid for a dinar and what you get in return, we just don't know. But those will revalue as well. And for all of you people here, you guys are all focused on XRP. You guys need to wake up. XLM is going to be the dark horse. It's 48 cents a coin right now. Go get 48 cents for one of those tokens. Go get them. Everything's going to be based off the Stellar network. Everything's going to be tokenized. The stock market is going to go to Stellar. All the assets, products, and services are going to be tokenized on the Stellar network. All of the commodities are going to be tokenized on the Stellar network. That's oil, wheat, corn, lumber, and a bunch of other stuff. And Stellar's got a new thing called Sorabon, where you can actually wrap the assets on the Stellar network, and that's going to Stellar blockchain. That's going to include, Stellar network, Stellar system. That's going to include wrapping assets and wrapping blockchains and assets into Stellar. So, all the crypto assets are going to be on Stellar, and I just basically say, you guys, smart contracts are the infrastructure for all the bridges, and it's going to be Stellar. It's going to be XLM, not XRP for that. XRP is going to be used internationally and globally for all of the international payments. XLM is just going to be huge. So go get yourself some XLM, because XRP is up right now. It's still cheap at $2 and something, but XRM is even cheaper at under 50 cents a token.
Yes, that's great advice. Yeah, so I think diversifying is always a good idea. You've already got quite a bit of XRP, then get some XLM. It makes a lot of sense.
If you've got the finances to do that, then yeah, but we're waiting for the finances to come through.
50 cents a coin? It's not that much.
All you have to do is don't go out to eat one night a month, and just take that money and go buy yourself some 48 cents coins. Buy it and hold it.
Try telling my wife that. She won't have that. She can't eat XRP.
No, we'll just put some tomato ketchup on it. Then
yeah, I know.
She'll like it there.
Something else. I've got XRP, so I'm all right with XRP at the moment. But you're right about XLM. I know XLM was pretty cheap. It was almost in like
it's
5
still
6
cheap.
cents.
It's still cheap.
I know.
Yeah.
No. I think I'm
okay. Look, we have to move on.
So Jane was asking a question in the comments. I say get XRP and XLM, but for those of you who are having financial problems right now, XRP's gone up a lot in value. It's over $2 now. You can still get XRP for under 50 cents. So I mean, just go get yourself a $5 worth, $10 worth or something, and just buy it and hold it.
Okay.
Sounds like a good idea. Okay, let's move on.
By the way, you guys need XDC as well. Somebody just posted. So you guys need to know about XDC. XDC is going to bridge everything offline and online. So it's the nickname of XDC is a bridge network. So it's a bridge coin. So go get the XDC as well. Those are the 3 I'm heavily invested in right now.
Okay, so that information has been abridged. Okay, fine.
And Jane is saying you need a wallet. Jane, my Coinbase account got hacked, and I'm not even, I have stuff on my Ledger Nano S Plus, but I'm not even able to transfer right now until January, the stuff I've been recently purchased. So I'm not worried about it. I bought it on my laptop using a VPN. And I have a very strong password and double authentication from, emails and text messages that I just don't think that it's capable of being hacked right now. So get some stuff, and until you learn how to transfer it into a hard wallet, I think you're fine leaving it on the exchange, especially if you just get $2, $3, $4, $5, $100, $200. And if you lose that, big deal. You're going to be more rewarded on your the exchange of your currency anyway.
Okay, Joseph, what's your question?
Hi, Elizabeth, and hi, Peter.
Yep.
Good to talk to you again. I'm the one who has the humanitarian project. That's it's called Silverine Entertainment to make like a new Hollywood that anybody can get into.
Right.
And actually help artists. Yeah. So thanks for listening to that previously. My question is, I'm just worried about how people are going to get notified. I know we talked about that, but what I'm saying is I bought my currency. I just didn't know if you guys could help take account of what the different methods are, because kind of like Corey said, I bought my currency on greatamericancoincompany.com, which is a website that seemed reliable. I've heard other people have used it, and I've heard there are other websites, and I think they have my email and phone number, but I'm going to see if I can check. But I don't know if they're going to notify us or not. So I didn't know if we could somehow find that out, so that all the examples we've heard of how people did or didn't put in their information. Like I did a CIS for the Yellow Dragon bonds. I probably shouldn't say that and make a target out of myself, but along with Will V's group, and some of the other people are in that group too, I guess. And they should be able to contact me, but that's the only ones that I know of. So I didn't know if you, Peter or Elizabeth, have time in the near future here to look into how are the notifications going to come out in a way that we're going to actually get them. It just might be a matter of checking with some of these companies
As I say, there are lots of people who will be informed because they're maybe customers of Wells Fargo or HSBC Bank or Chase Bank or any of the other banks involved in the process, particularly in the USA. A lot of you bought currency through these banks. They will be notified by the banks. Other people will be notified through groups like this. I've been told that that I will be sent the notifications, which I then distribute to the people I know. That means the people whose email addresses I know. But I'll also be putting it on the Telegram channel, where we have 14,000 people who follow this thing. So it's just a matter of keeping your eyes open, so that when I said put out a message, you see it.
Okay, that sounds
when Wolvie or whatever. It's not just me.
Okay, great. And I sure hope the med beds are coming. Do you guys have any concrete? Because I'm still disabled and I really want to get able and everything before. I don't want to like miss out
we all want that. We're told they're ready. That they wanted to release them already, and I don't know who threatened the Trump family, but the Trump team was threatened with death threats, and that led to them having to postpone the release of the medbeds. But it's a postponement. It is not a cancellation. So
I heard about that, but I didn't know it was a postponement. So that's good to know.
It's a postponement, yeah.
They're
obviously going to address the issue of who was threatening them, and when they are under lock and key, so to speak, that's when I think the medbeds will be released.
That's what I assumed. Okay, great. So I'll just look for notifications also through you guys, because I'm sure you'll pass on the information. I'm just saying, what if it doesn't come?
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
Because I don't want to have to just go to a bank willy-nilly.
I haven't been doing this show for 2.5 years to not inform you guys when I hear something.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying it will be an official notification, because if we just have to go to the banks and argue about things, that might not work.
That's right. Okay. So if you want emails, make sure you've joined our forum, which is NESARA.QFS.com. I'll put it in the chat in a sec. And then if you're on that forum, then we'll be informing everybody on that forum.
Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, I'm directly on that. So, okay, well, thank you so much, and thank you, Elizabeth, for everything you do, because we do have faith in you.
Yes, we do.
I hope she heard that.
I presume so. Okay, thank you, Joseph.
My pleasure.
There you go. She heard you
again. Thank you, Peter.
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Let's move on. Now, this name is confusing me, because there is someone who is regularly on the show called Ashtara, and which Ashtara is already a name, and this is not Ashtara. This is Ashara. So let us have a look and see who you are. Obviously not Ashtara, because I would obviously recognize you.
No, I am Ashara.
Ashara.
Ashara, yes. That's okay. A lot of people confused with the name. So, so I can say something about the med beds when I've asked my question, by the way.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So I'm approaching this call from a position, or this question from a position of complete childlike curiosity. And I think what I'm going to ask and what I'm going to say, I think I'm speaking for, judging by the chat, I'm speaking for a lot of people who are coming from this place and really don't know the basics of this. So like Corey, I belonged to Connecting Consciousness for a long time. And I'm in Canada, by the way. And we did these projects. We were all excited about these projects. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, it seems, they started talking about things like Zim and Dinar and Dong and redemption and all this stuff. No explanation, no nothing. And since then I've left, and I've tried to find what the hell this is all about, excuse the language. And I have researched and I have researched and I have researched, and I cannot find any like basic information, like, oh, great, you have a project. Now what? And it would be so great to find out what all these things are. And so that we can, people who don't know anything about this, have an idea of the steps and what everything, an explanation of everything, just really basic information. You know, like all this stuff, when you start talking about all these currencies and everything, I'm just like, I'm glazing over because I don't know, I don't even know anything about like anything. So I'm just, you know, I'm just, is there a way that we can have, I don't know, like a PDF, anything that gives, like you try and find information anywhere, and they're talking on the same level as we've been talking here tonight, assuming that everybody knows the basics, and we don't. Not all of us do.
All right, okay, I can answer that.
Good.
Good that you're here, because that is one of the things I've been doing, is creating basic information for people. And I've got a showcase website for this show called GESARAshow.com. And if you do GESARAshow.com/RV, which I've just put in the chat, you will find a lot of information, good information, explaining the RV process. There's a tally sheet there where you can organize your documentation, and all kind of stuff like that. You'll find it very useful, and that will explain a lot of the basics. Because there's not only is tally sheet, there's also extensive frequently asked questions.
Oh, fantastic. Can you, sorry, I can't find it in the chat now. Peter, can you put it in again, please?
Yes, I'll put it in the chat again.
Thank you so much. That's so
there we go.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay. So I just, wait, I've lost you. Wait a minute, what's happened here?
GESARAshow.com. Oh, you use GESARAshow.com to come to get the link to join the show. So it's on the same website. Just look for the RV. In fact, there's on the top of the screen there is a thing. Actually, so that's we've nearly got through all the questions. I can actually give you a brief demonstration of the website, just so you get an idea of what.
Okay, I think I'm okay. I think I'm on it, but I can't find the Zoom anymore. That's okay. Oh yes, here I am. Okay, I've got it. That's okay. I can go on there and have a look around if.
Oh right. I wanted to send you there. No, it was saying maintenance downtime, but now it is there. Okay, let me just show you the website briefly.
Okay.
Because I know a lot of people are don't know about these things.
No. Fantastic.
So here you can see the website.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just fix this here as well. Okay. Right. So here you see the Gazara show. This gives you basic information. There are several subsections and things like that. If you see here, RV infos, you need to know for the RV. If you click on that button, right, it will take you to this page, which gives you information, the essentials which you need to know. Iraqi dinar serial numbers. Let's just go through the page explaining it. We recommend that you write down the serial numbers of your currency. Now, in the Iraqi dinars uses Arabic numbers, so you have these tables which allows you to convert from the Arabic numbers to our Roman numerals. There are also some characters and letters. If you click on that, you can also see it converts these squiggly things into letters that we can recognize. Okay, so that's one thing. Also, there's a section here which helps you recognize if you've got counterfeit currencies. It shows what a counterfeit currency looks, and there's a little video here which explains what to look for. Not only with the Iraqi dinar, if you've got Zimbabwe currency, click on this link, it will tell you what to look for there. So that's it. Now there's a tally sheet. A tally sheet is where you list all your currencies in a way which is useful, so that you can understand what it does. It's a lot of work has been put into this, And there's a little video here which you can look at your pleasure, which explains what it does. And you can order it directly from this page. Now, it'll cost you $5. That's to cover all the efforts we've been putting into that. So for $5, you get a very well organized tally sheet. I won't go into much detail there. There also make some extra documents here which will be useful for you. Now, frequently asked questions. We have loads of frequently asked questions. As to the tally sheets, you click on this, it gives you the answer to your questions. So there's a load of questions here. Version log, okay, we put out various versions. You don't need to look at that. Then preparing for your RV appointment. There's a video here, an hour and a half, which gives you detailed information on how to prepare. And not only there, and if you don't need to watch it all, you can see which topics interest you the most, and you can hear the timestamps of the topics which interest you. That's what the Gazara show does with most shows. We have timestamps. And then you've got documents showing you what you need to think about for your appointment: 2 forms of ID, tally sheets, your document, trust documents, etc. It goes through the things you should think about and take with you, and also things that you should think about in regard to your RV appointment. It's all there laid out so that beginners and people who have not been paying attention can read up what they need to know. And also additional things what you should consider. Some people, for example, might want a diplomatic passport. That's also covered in these. Wolverine also put out guidelines, and I've included those on the page. I won't read through them. You can read them at your leisure. And as regards to NESARA Gazara, a whole load of frequently asked questions, because I'm constantly being pounded with questions. And every time I answer a question, which it comes more than 2 or 3 times, I put it into the frequently asked questions. So a lot of the stuff which you're going to need to know or to understand what it's all about, you're going to find here under the frequently answered questions. Not finished there. Medbeds, a video about medbeds plus frequently asked questions about medbeds. Okay, so there you go, more questions and answers there, which is also great. On top of that, we've done some special shows in the past. We have a bond special, we have a redemption extra, and RV appointment special. So more shows where we go into more detail about how to prepare for it. These all help you to catch up and know what you need to know for this. So, and if you like what you see on this page, then you can write us a little review. But that gives you a brief idea of that. Now, there's more on the website as well, but that's one of the most popular pages because it answers a lot of questions. As you see, there is more getting started. If you want to get started on joining the club, the history and comparing it with other shows, reviews, etc. There's a whole load of information which can help you go into even more depth. And specials, we did a whole load of special shows. They're listed here. Can you see how many special shows we have? Each one is like an hour and a half, 2 hours, each covering specific topics. And on top of that, we have a forum where you can discuss these topics as well. So I think that should help you get over your anything you don't know about. Okay.
Does it address if you don't have any currency?
Yes, well, I can answer that straight away. If you don't have any currency, then you kind of haven't been paying attention. You should get currency if you can still before things happen, because it's not that expensive. I would recommend looking at things like agro checks and the Bolivar, the 100 digitalis Bolivar. You can get both of those notes for about $30 together, and they're worth millions once we've revalued. So I think you can find $30. That would be my personal, but there are other currencies. Obviously, I'm just simplifying it dramatically. Dinar is also one which you should definitely be getting if you can. And as regards crypto, XLM or XRP. So whatever you can afford, I don't know what you can afford, but those are the ones I would look at. If you get the tally sheet, it costs you $5. It will list the expected values of each currency and you can work out from that a lot as to which notes to buy.
Okay. Okay. And it does explain things like basics about the redemption centers and everything. It looks like
that's
it's
right.
very comprehensive.
You'll find those in the FAQs and all that stuff, and of course in our shows. We've been doing this for 2.5 years now, in order to answer questions like yours. And I'll just show you one more thing you can do if you've got a specific question which you don't find directly answered. And there's something very unique to this show that I haven't seen any other shows doing this. So I'm going. You see this little thing here. Click on that. Now you can ask any question you like, like a word. What is it you wanted to ask about? Just give me some term.
Redemption centers.
Okay, redemption. I'll just write redemption.
Yeah. Hey, thank you.
Click on the word, click on search, and it will list the 100 entries where we discuss exactly that.
Oh, wonderful. Okay.
And if you want to see the video, you just click on the video link, and it will take you to the exact show and exact point in that show where we talk about it.
Gee, Peter, I haven't done much work on this, have you?
No, I haven't. No, I've been waiting.
He's devoted hours and hours to the show and to the site.
It's amazing.
So all we ask is, if you like what we're doing, subscribe to the show, because that's what pays for all the work we're doing.
Okay. So just before I stop, there was a question earlier on. Someone asked in the chat about medbeds and emails. So I've been following Sky Prince for years now.
Yes, so have I.
Yeah, she has talked about, like, I don't know how many billions of times she said, they're nothing to do with emails. You are not going to get an email.
Correct.
You get an email, it's a scam. Do not pay any money. It's a scam.
Correct.
They're absolutely free. And the only way you're going to get the numbers is to be on her group or someone who's affiliated officially with the med beds. But there are a lot of scammers out there. So I just want to warn, because we know
that particularly Skies, where bed beds, there are lots of people saying, hey, the premium is free, you just need to register, and it costs you $400.
Oh, yeah.
Loads of people are falling for that. We keep putting up messages. If the phone numbers come out, if you can go to reputable sites like GazaraShow.com, we're not going to scam you. If we tell you these are the numbers, then you can be sure that they are correct. We don't do scamming. We provide legitimate information for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can also go to like Carrie Thornton's group.
Exactly, you can do that as well.
All of her like, there's so many videos, like, explaining exactly how it's going to work. She does a lot of basics. Yeah. So I just wanted to say that, because I noticed somebody mentioned emails with medbeds, and I thought, oh, I have to bring it up.
Yeah, that's right. A lot of people have been scammed that way. Because there's a lot of desperate people who, and when they're sold, oh, look, I can get you an advanced position on the med beds and it'll cost you this amount of money, then there's so many people who pay it. And then, of course, they get nothing. They just lose the money.
They lose the money.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's so sad. That's why we put out warnings quite regularly.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good on you. And thank you so much for the information. Really comprehensive. Got a little plug in there for the website, which is great.
That's right. Yes. Well, it's all there to help people. I mean, all that information you see is free. But obviously, if you want to be asked questions on the show, this is a subscription show. Today is an exception. It's a free show. Then you just have to be a subscriber. It's $10 a month. It's not a lot of money.
Right. Okay. Thank you so much, Peter. Appreciate it.
Right.
Thank you for your questions. They were very informative, and especially for the new people who have no idea, you've really helped out, especially.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just answer Jane's question as well about asking Mr. Dog if she has a Telegram channel. She doesn't. She comes on our show. So you want to follow Mr. Dog? Watch the Gazara show. He's on almost every show.
She's in the section called Pause or Pause.
Yeah, okay, that's a joke, yeah, because
that's a joke.
Dogs have paws, yeah. But no, He's regular on this show, so if you want to hear more of Mr. Dog, just watch the Gazara show. Okay, thank you, Ashara. And let's move on to Cherokee Nation.
Hello.
Hello there.
Peter, I was wondering what does Elizabeth say about people who are Americans but are living outside of America in another country? How does that pan out for them? The information that she has.
Okay, I recognize that's Pamela. Carry on. So, did you hear that, Elizabeth?
Yes. Yes. So what's the question again? I'm sorry.
All right. Yeah, that's right. Okay, I'll tell you the question. This lady, I happen to know her. She talks to me often. She's based in Germany, but she's an American, and so her question is, how can she redeem? Does she have to go to the USA in order to redeem? Because redeem there first, or does she have to wait like the rest of us in Europe and redeem when Gazara takes place?
Well, is she out of the country, out of the US?
Yes, she's American, but she lives in Germany.
She lives in Germany.
Yeah. Does she have passports for both?
Yeah, it depends on what you're claiming, though, Miss. Whatever your name. What's your name again?
Well, yeah. She says Cherokee Nation, but her name's Pamela.
It depends on what you're claiming, but like what we said, that NESARA will be only national in the US, but then you will be fall if you want to go for GESARA will be global. It really depends. It's up to you and how you want to do or maybe Mr. Doug can answer that in terms of what he knows about how she's going to redeem it, whether what country and what, whether US.
I would think in order to redeem in the US, she would have to travel to the USA.
Correct.
And then she could probably do that. If she's living in Germany and does not want to travel to the USA, then she's got to wait a couple more weeks until Gazara happens. That would be my answer.
So people are talking about redemption, and there's just so many different people saying different things, and I'm confused too.
Yes, I know this one.
I've been told by contacts I have in South Africa, and I have 3 there, that there are no such things as redemption centers. Okay, so before you bite my head off here, okay, maybe there's no such thing as redemption centers in South Africa. Maybe there are here in the United States. We've been told by Mr. R here that there are redemption centers here in the US as well as Elizabeth. So that's why I just recommend all of you guys just get diversified. Like Peter said, if dinar are expensive, but dong's not expensive. Indonesia, rupiah is so cheap. That country is definitely going to be revaluing, and Vietnam is definitely going to be revaluating. You can get special aggro checks instead of the 100 trillion Vietnamese, or sorry.
No, Zim. Special aggro Zim.
Instead of the Zims, but you can get special aggro checks that are so cheap, you guys. I mean, they're so cheap, and they're like farm bonds, but you're going to go and exchange them, is my understanding. They're going to be treated like currency. So just go get it 1 or 2. If you guys can't tell me you can't afford it, just don't eat out. Go and eat out one time less this month and go get yourself. I got a lot of my stuff from banknoteworld.com, and treasuryvault.com is a good place. And then you can even go into your mall or into a foreign exchange in your mall or in an airport, and just tell them you're traveling to Iraq or you're traveling to Dong to visit a boyfriend or girlfriend, and you need to get some money for your travels. That's it. It's cheap. That stuff is really cheap. And diversify, and that way you're all going to be fine.
I agree. Diversification is very important. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. Get lots of eggs in lots of baskets.
Hey, Mr. Dog, can I ask you a question? Hey, the Vietnam dong is should be. This is what I'm hearing and what I've read. You maybe just back me up or give your version. My study leads me to believe the Vietnam dong is going to be very closely tied to the dinar. In other words, I've heard within 5 to 20% of the dinar, or as much as maybe 40% of the less than the dinar. So it's going to be pretty significant. I mean, even if you can't afford dinar, dong will be a really nice diversification way, and it's not that expensive to get involved.
Okay,
I would disagree with you. I think that if you look back at what's happened over the years and what type of economy Iraq has versus the economy that Vietnam has, they're just totally two different countries. I totally disagree because Iraq is going to be they're going to be the new Abu Dhabi and the new Dubai of the Middle East, that country.
They're trade partners, though. They're significant trade partners. They're not going to have
It doesn't matter, though. It doesn't matter. They each have different resources. They each have different commodities and resources of value. Vietnam has had a lot of problems, and they still have a lot of problems, and they still have a lot of corruption. All of that stuff's being worked out in Iraq right now. Maybe long-term wise, Vietnam will, but as far as like just the revaluation that's taking place right now, and I'm not saying don't get dong. I'm just saying you asked me about the rate. I do not think that
I'm asking you about a nice diversification currency.
Yeah, but you asked me about the rate, and I don't think that
I'm saying the reason why I think it's going to be a nice way to diversify is because it is rumored that it's going to be within 5%. Or as much as maybe 40% of the dinar, meaning at least it's going to be up there with the IQD.
But Dell, 5% to 40% is a huge swing. Come on.
Yeah, 5 to 20 was in 5 to 20 is well. Guess what? Even if it's half the value, if dinar is going for 13, like Peter was just suggesting that it could get there, half of that, and that's what we haven't even reached the threshold.
I think everybody will be blessed if the dong goes for around $2. To 225, 250. I don't see it being up there. The countries are just totally different when it comes to population and resources and commodities and everything that they offer. But I don't know. It's all speculation, Dell. We keep speculating from a return.
Well, that's what we're here for, to speculate amongst each other.
From a return on investment standpoint, I mean, you're going to get a bigger return per dollar you invest in a dong than you do in a dinar is what a lot of people are saying. But now a lot of people are saying that the dinar is going to go big. We just don't know, you guys. It's all speculation. Just go get yourself, you can get the special aggro checks for like $9 or $11 for one of those. That is so cheap. Go get one of those.
Hey, Mr. Dog.
Yeah.
The aggro check you talked about that's being treated like currency, is that going to be something they can exchange at a Wells Fargo or a regular bank?
Well, I heard it was being treated as a currency. It is a check, CHEQUE. Although I've heard, quote unquote, that they're kind of like farm bonds, but it does say check on it. So I don't know if it's going to be treated as a banknote or what, but you can just go get one for $9 at the end of the day, and go get a $25,000 Iraqi dinar, and go get a dong.
Yeah, and Corey reminds us that the bolivar is something to look at as well. Thanks, Corey.
It is, but Venezuela, that's the dark horse. But Venezuela is a mess right now. I'm hoping the White Hat Alliance are going to check in because Maduro is still he's still there. I mean, it's like, come on, we know Trump's coming in. We know that Biden, the dead actor's out, but Maduro, he's still running Venezuela right now. I mean, Venezuela has one of the highest inflation rates in the entire world right now. I think they're number 2. They might even be number 1.
Well, I guess that explains why they issued those newest notes.
Well, all of this is a globe. I mean, Peter, you talk about Kuwait earlier on today. People need to understand that the Kuwaiti dinar and the Iraqi dinar are totally two different situations. You can't compare the two. The Kuwaiti dinar reinstated. It did not revalue. There's a big difference between a currency reinstating and a currency revaluing. So Kuwait, when they reinstated their dinar, back then they didn't have inflation. They didn't have a bunch of Kuwaiti dinars out in circulation. They just needed a reinstatement on the Forex. When it comes to all of this stuff going on for revaluations, you guys, it's a global currency reset. It's to take the international bankers down. It's to take all of these nefarious people like the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers and stuff, the 13 bloodline families that are ruining our world and playing both sides and benefiting off of that. That's why all these currencies like the United States fiat dollar, the Iraqi dinar, and all of these other currencies are going to be taken out of circulation, and new currencies are going to be issued, and they're going to be tokenized. They're going to be on the blockchain system. And the reason why they're going to be tokenized is because they're going to have a digital ID associated with them. And these bankers are no longer going to be able to print them or control the money supply thereof. That's what the revaluation is for.
Okay, Mr. Doug, in addition to you, thank you so much.
There you go. If anyone wants to know what an aggro check is, that's what they look like.
This is going to be my last one, okay? Just a reminder, okay? Remember reminder to all of you expecting their RB and the GCR. I mean, all of you there, I guess, in our chat right now. Do you know that this is the year of redemption? And don't forget that the very essence of this whole thing is redemption by faith and economic slavery. Remember, we keep saying this like a broken record, right? Redemption by faith and economic slavery, which comes first, of course, our faith first, and then comes with the economic thing and whatever, right? So remember again that redemption by faith and then economic slavery, isn't it? The faith will comes first, and then the economic status will comes after that. That's what we are all talking about it, right? And if you guys remember, you know, the lost gospel of Thomas speaks that if you know yourself, you will become known. But if you refuse, you dwell in poverty, and you will realize it is you who are that poverty. What matters most in our realignment back to our Creator, and everything will be added unto all of us. I mean, you know, I guess I keep saying about the spiritual and whatnot, that we have to really align ourselves to be able to do that. Otherwise, because the whole frequency with our planet is going to go along to, depending on what is our frequency and everything like that. And I know that we have to talk about money, about the physical and material. This is all about at this point, but don't forget that we are in redemption for faith and economic slavery. That's all. And I hope that you guys can really get the messages for that matter. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, one person who we know from the media who's very informed about money is JR from Dallas. And although he can't be with us, Sue Ellen is with us. So Sue Ellen, would you like to come in and ask
Sue Ellen, I love it. Welcome, Sue Ellen. I used to love that show when I was a kid.
Yeah, I loved it too, yeah. Probably frightened her away now.
Oh, whoops.
Sue Ellen, are you there?
Sue Ellen, actually, she was my favorite character.
I think we frightened her away now.
Oh, no.
Sorry about that.
Hey, Sue Ellen did step away. She might have stepped away from her phone.
Yeah, she could have, exactly, waiting so long. The bridge behind me is the Cologne Hohenzollern Bridge, which is the railway bridge over the River Rhine in Cologne, the center of Cologne. And that cathedral behind me is the Cologne Cathedral, which is a massive cathedral. So there we go. So Sue Ellen, if you're not there, and I have asked you to unmute, but you haven't reacted, then let's go and do our maths with Edward. So Edward, are you there? Oh, so, obviously these people are forgetting. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, neither have reacted. Let's move to Richard Z in Belize. Oh, he's already been there.
Hello, I'm there.
Ah,
hello.
Edward
yes,
is there.
Yes.
I'll go back to mute, Peter.
Yes, I am there. I'm here.
Yes, good.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yes, Edward.
Okay.
Although you don't sound like an Edward somehow.
It's my husband.
Okay.
It's my husband. Peter, thank you very much for the presentation. And I'm calling from Lesotho in Southern Africa.
Okay.
Yes, I have a problem. I would like to table it to you. I have two girls who, one is admitted in the university in Pratt in USA, another one in the UK. They are going to be doing their masters. The one who is admitted in USA is going to be doing the environment policy and at master's level, and this other one in the UK is doing fashion designing at master's level. So
okay. So what's the
my
question?
problem is we're thinking that we're going to find that we have some they are registered under Global 5228 prosperity, and we're thinking that they are going to get some money now. So I'm really afraid, because if here in Lesotho is during the night, if we tell them in the morning that we have been told that GESARA will be ministered to us in January 2025.
Yeah,
they are really going to be frustrated. They're really going to be frustrated. I'm wondering if there is anything that can be done to the scales.
We're talking about 3 weeks. We're not talking about months and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know exactly when in January. In fact, the latest we know is by the end of February, because that's when the new year starts. So we're talking about between now and February is the period when we've been told this is going to happen for the Gazara. I think it's going to be in January, to be honest. And it's Christmas. Yeah, just celebrate Christmas, and then you'll get your Christmas presents late.
The school really opened on the 24th of January. And to go to South Africa to get a visa, I don't know. I don't know. They're really going to be broken in a serious manner. I'm worried. I'm worried for them. I'm worried because it's now the third year. Now that they have got the admissions at these schools overseas. Now, if they have to, because that will mean that they have to defer them to September 2025. That will be a lot of time for them. It will be very dangerous for them, because
I don't think we're going to wait till September. I think it's going to be a lot faster than that. I know we've been waiting a long time. We've been hearing about this, but if we'd never heard about NESARA, we wouldn't be worried either. We've heard about it. We know it's happening. There have been delays, and it looks like NESARA is going first, and then later Gazara.
Yeah.
Which I only found about today. So at the end of the day, we are very close to Christmas. Yeah. Enjoy Christmas, and in the new year, things will start happening.
It will be dangerous for them, because they are already worried, because I can even see some symptoms of, some depression.
Depression?
I don't know. Because they are really worried now. It's the third year. The first time she got admission at Atlanta something, Georgia. Right. And she couldn't get a scholarship then, but now she has got a scholarship. But we have to get some more money on top of the scholarship of about 855 rand.
All right, okay. Atlanta is in the USA, and Donald Trump has declared has explained. I mean, Donald Trump has explained that scholarships in future will be free. That you won't have to pay for that's one of his promises, is that you're going to have free university education in the future. And he's coming in January. If we believe he's coming in under the corporate government, then his 20th of January he's in. One of the things he's going to do is he's going to forgive university debt, and you have free education. So I think that again, that is also something to look forward to as regards educational costs.
Okay, then. Thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edward.
Thank you,
and obviously of Edward's wife. Yeah. Thank you for that, and good luck. Sue Ellen is now there. So hi, yes. So how's Sue Ellen, and how's JR?
Hello.
Yeah, exactly.
Hi.
How's JR?
Hi. I'm quite tired, so I could have missed things. So forgive me if I'm asking a question that has been asked. I understood that if you went to the bank, you with some currency, you couldn't then go to a redemption center. Is it in fact possible? I'm in the UK, by the way. I'm in England. Is it possible to take some currency to the bank and then the rest to a redemption center?
Very good question.
It depends on the currency. What they're concerned about is double dipping, that you get some money from the currency, and then we're getting some noise.
There's a lot of interference. I can't hear.
It's all right. Edward had not switched off a microphone. It's gone now. Fixed. So
sorry,
so I've lost my thread now. What were we talking about?
Oh, you were saying about the redemption centers.
I was asking. I was asking if one could take some money to a bank and then the rest to a redemption center.
Right.
In England, by the way.
Okay, I got that.
Great question, Sue Ellen.
The thing is, double dipping is the one thing they'll be looking at. And double dipping is where you exchange some currency, you go out and buy some more currency with the money which you've got at a higher rate, and then try and redeem some more at a higher rate. In other words, you're getting a lot more than you could have otherwise afforded. And that is a big no-no. If you do that and you're caught, and you probably will be, then you lose your exchange money. So that's not a good idea.
No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. No.
Peter, can I ask you a question just to augment the answer? Yes. Earlier, it was suggested that we, if one currency revalued before another, that we should take our whatever we had to the bank to exchange for that. Would that disqualify? For instance, if the IQD were to go first, as we know it's to be the domino, we exchange some IQD in the bank. Would that foreclose us from redeeming Zim later on at the redemption center, for instance?
Well, I think the only thing you can do is if you go to the bank, do not buy any more currency as of that date.
No, so if one doesn't, so if you go to the bank and exchange one type of currency, and then you don't buy any more currency, but you can take the rest that you've already got, you can take the rest to a redemption center.
You can certainly argue that case and say, look, I have not bought any further currency. I just bought it in two different lots. But the thing is, the contract rates, the higher rates, we have been told you get once at one appointment. So if you get exchange at one appointment at the higher rate, then you will not get the higher rate at any further appointments.
No, I understand that. But my concern is because, well, I don't want to go into my personal situation, but sure. Because it sounds like it might not be till January or even possibly February. What I'm wondering is if I can redeem some of it sooner, because I think you were saying one of the types of a currency was going to be redeemable sooner than the rest.
We think dinar will be redeemable sooner.
So what
you guys, wait. You got to get the word redeem out of your mind.
Can I finish? Can I?
She's talking about Zim.
Thank you.
Oh, I've lost my train. Sorry. So my question is, I have no intention of dumping. That's not what I want to do. What I'm wondering is if it's possible to exchange whichever one you said it was, a dinar, I think you said, that is going to be exchangeable sooner, whether I can take that to the bank, but take all the rest of my money, my currency, to a redemption center. That was the question. I don't want to double dip. That's not what I'm trying to do.
All right. Yeah, it's an exchange, not a redeeming. I think that's what Mr. Dog was trying to say. You're exchanging the currency.
Some of it. Yeah.
But she wants to make sure that she can take the rest of any other currency to the redemption center along with her Zim, so that she can redeem and exchange that later.
Yes.
Without being considered to have double dipped.
I mean, you know, what I would do perhaps is get a relation to go to the bank and get the money exchanged. That it's not you.
That's a thought. That's a thought, isn't it? Oh my word!
Can I say something?
JR can go for you.
Can I say something? If you have receipts for your currency on the dates on which you purchased them, then if you just take some in and then you save some for later, that's not double dipping because you had them way before the actual appointment and or the exchange rate on the Forex.
Fantastic. Yes. Thank you so much. Yes, you've answered my questions. Thank you very much, Peter, and whoever the young lady is who's just spoken. I don't know.
That's Mr. Dog, yeah.
Oh, the dog. Thank you. Thank you very much, guys.
I mean, due to the Dallas connection, I would say that was Pamela, but I know that's not her real name.
Thanks for the great question, Ellen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Sir Ellen, and greetings to JR. Richard, is it Z? He's already been here. Sorry, Richard Z. So he's already been here once before, but we'll let him in.
Yeah, there's not a long line, so I raised my hand. And you don't have to answer my questions. I just want to be appropriate. Okay. Okay, so I live in Belize, and but I'm from Texas, and I'm a U.S. citizen. So, and I'm here, and my money's in a safe in Texas at my son's house. But there are other people who have currency and Zim here in Belize, and they are Belize citizens. So given that, who's going to go where? Okay, let's talk about the Belizeans first. Belizeans who have Zim, for instance, where are they going to go?
All right, okay. You have two different scenarios. One is where your money is in the USA, and another is where the money is in Belize.
Yes.
What we hear is there are going to be places to redeem or exchange your currency in your local country. So if you're in Belize, then you should be able to exchange your currency probably at a bank or a military center, depending on where it is, in Belize. So if you're in Belize and you have currency in Belize, you exchange in Belize. Now you are in Belize, but your currency is in Texas.
Yes.
So that means you'll have to travel back to Texas in order to exchange because your money's not with you.
Well, this is what I had planned when by the way, am I waiting for an 800 number to call? Because I've been making dog food, so I hadn't been able to sit here the whole time. We run an animal rescue center.
Oh, right. Okay.
So am I waiting for an 800 number to set an appointment?
Well, it was a little bit confusing today because that's what we always thought. Whereas Elizabeth was saying we're going to be contacted, that they know us all. What I would say is I and our team here on the Gazara show, we're definitely going to hear about when the exchanges are going to happen. And we're going to be putting it out on our website and to our members. So just keep watching what we do and at the latest, we'll let you know what's happening.
Okay, that works. That works. Okay. Well, thank you for taking my second round of questions. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you very, very much.
That's right. You're welcome. Thank you. So now, Dee Dee. I wonder if that's Donna. Is it Donna?
Yeah. Hey, Peter. I didn't know how many Donnas we had on, so I went the different route.
Yeah, but you're normally D2 or something.
D4. Hey, D4.
It got up to D4. Yeah, I think there were 4 at one point.
Can't you just be unique, like R2D2 or something?
Yeah, I could. That sounds good. R2D2. I like it. I wanted to ask about the I Googled it and I looked up the Jewish New Year, and it says it runs from October until September. So it'd be October 2024 to September 2025. So why is it ending in February?
Because I don't know which calendar they use, but the calendar we are going into is the Julian calendar. And the Julian calendar is different to the Gregorian calendar, which we're used to. And the new year starts actually at the end of March on the Julian calendar, because on the Julian calendar you have 13 months, each is 28 days, plus one special day, which is the 1st of April, when the new year begins. We're shifting to the Julian calendar, and that's just when the year changes.
Peter,
not for the Jewish people, though, right? Not for the Jewish people, but for all people, is what you're saying.
Well, yeah,
the Julian calendar.
I mean, we're all using the Gregorian calendar. We're changing to the Julian calendar. We'll get used to it. Now, Elizabeth wanted to say something.
Yes, Peter, excuse me. We are actually going through Julian calendar, which means that February was supposed to be the last month of the year. So we're looking at from November all the way to February that all of this will going to be all finished and done. So meaning February will be the last year for 2024, not December. And the first month of the year is supposed to start March 2025. That's for the Julian calendar. That we are going to go through with that, not the Gregorian calendar as well, for everything that's really happening, the events and everything like that. And you can do your research and check it out. What is the difference of the Gregorian calendar that they created by Pope Gregory 12 months?
Well, what about the Jewish year begins in October and runs until
why is that relevant?
September?
We're not going to the Jewish calendar.
I cannot answer those questions because first of all, I'm not a Jewish. I have no idea what
no,
their
because
beliefs.
you said it was the Jewish reason.
No,
that
Julian. I said
Julian.
No, I'm not talking about that. You said the Jewish year is the year of redemption. This Jewish year is the year of redemption.
I think she said Julian.
No, I said Julian.
No. She said Julian. I remember it was
Okay.
Julian, and Elizabeth said
No. She just said Julian, yes, in this conversation. But in previous conversations, she said Princess Elizabeth said that the redemption is in the year, whatever year this is for the Jewish people. This is the year of
I never say that.
No, the Jubilee. Yes,
the Jubilee year.
The Jubilee year is
the Jubilee. Okay, wait, hold on. 50 years Jubilee is the year 2024. The year of redemption is 2024. Redemption time, this time 2024 will end till February. In other words, we have to look at that. The end of 2024 is February, not December. When I say the Jubilee, not Jewish Jubilee, the 50 years Jubilee, this is the time for redemption.
Well, the Jubilee is from the Jewish tradition. That's where we're getting it from. And that is a totally different calendar.
I'm not really sure about the Jewish thing, but I do know that we had 3 Jubilee that's really happening. 1923, 1973, and December 2023. Because of the Julian calendar that will fall the 2024. If you know the one on the record 7585, something like that, when you look at that in equivalent, yes, it make it 2024.
That's right.
Right, but that's 7, whatever the number was here. It's
Is that 7585?
No, it's
5785. That's right. 5785. Yes.
That's the Jewish calendar year. And that Jewish year runs from October to September.
Yes, but we weren't talking about the Jewish year. We were talking about the Julian calendar in comparison to the great. I mean, I've been doing the Gazara show now for 2.5 years, and I've been studying it for a lot longer. The Jewish calendar has never come up. It was always the Julian or the
just
Gregorian.
brought it up.
Well, yeah, you brought it up. We didn't.
No,
I think you just misheard her.
There might have been a misunderstanding.
No, 5785. She just brought it up a second ago. She knows what I'm talking about. It's the Jewish year of the Jubilee.
Hey, Brian, you want to come in and talk about this with us and help Donna out?
No, I think Alfredo can say that. Alfredo, are you there? Can you please explain that 5785? What is that number again?
5785.
85. Yeah, that's equivalent to 2024. The Jewish area and the bankers. Okay, Alfredo, I don't know if this, or Brian can explain it maybe. Excalibur, please.
Well, I've let both speak. So Excalibur?
Jubilee is about basically balancing the books. If someone was in debt, you could only hold debt over them for a period of time. If they did not pay that debt, they must be released. This is what we would call balancing the books. It was forbidden to keep anybody in debt, absolutely forbidden. However, using what many call black magic, by taking away a person's sovereignty, you were basically trapping them in debt because they couldn't claim their freedom because they were not sovereign. They were debt slaves or bond servants in bondage. It was a trap. So I think it's every 7th cycle. If somebody owed you £1,000 and they only paid quarter of it back, regardless of the amount, they must be let free of that debt. Otherwise, the debt becomes like karma. Now, the black magicians and the fallen natures know this, so they tend to use some sort of weird magic to pass the debt on to the people. So this is what you're seeing. But you were never allowed to be in debt.
This is Babylonian money magic you're talking about,
That
Brian?
was a Jewish tradition, correct?
Not a Jewish tradition. Not a Jewish tradition. No, it was a cosmic way of keeping order.
So it was used for good at one point, you're saying?
It was always used for good because everything's about balance. Everything's about balance. All the elements work in balance. If you go to the very front of the Bible, it says something like this. In the beginning, the morning stars sang with joy. Basically, harmony and balance. Everything had a place. All the clockwork worked. But when that mechanism was broken, disorder, and this is the morning stars. This is why Elizabeth talks about the eye. The eye is the symbol of the morning stars, and they fell. So when you're kept captive in slavery, you go into purgatory because you're not free and you become dead. So the debt system was made to keep that system. But you cannot keep a person in debt, slavery. You can't keep a living person. You must set them free. In New Testament, I think it says something like this, that if everyone has a master in heaven, and if you have debt, the servant that has 10,000 and the servant that has 5,000, the debt is still the same. They must both be released from it. But if you release the one with 5,000, he will love you more than the one that had 500. Debt's debt. This is why we've got slavery. They keep transferring debt into another system and keeping us in the dark, which is ignorance.
And so the third Jubilee, Brian, is that's what Princess Elizabeth talks about when she talks about the Platinum Jubilee.
We were always meant to have a cycle, and the Jubilees were part of the cycle.
Every 7 years and every 50 years?
I'm not sure if it's every 7 years, but it probably links with 7. This is why 7 is very sacred. 7 will occur many times in all biblical connotations.
Every 50 years, but this is the last Jubilee. It happens 1923, 1973, and this year. So every 50 years, but this will be the end of the 50 years Jubilee, the redemption of faith, by the way. And economically, slavery was really happening today.
And I think the Arabics and I think the Muslims had something similar. I think it's got something to do with the piercing of the ear. I think if somebody was in debt with you, you couldn't take their life, so you would take them in as a bond servant, and they would become not a lesser person, but you'd have to treat them well. So you'd have to give them a place to live and feed them, and if they were kept well, they actually liked being your servant, if you will, which is where service comes from. And then they took a piercing as a sign of tribute. That's where ear piercings come from. An ear piercing is actually a sign of servitude, often given by somebody who was treated well. But everything's
I love when you come on and give us the history, Brian.
It's all messed up, though. How they've done this for so long and got away with it, it's absolutely mesmerizing. But once we're out of this, and once we start to pick humanity up, we can probably get back on where we're supposed to have been. This is what Elizabeth talks about. The plan of creation was different. Mankind was, in some way, angelic. His blueprint, the blueprint of humanity, was and is angelic. We are not meant to speak and do horrible things. It's hard to see that humanity does these things. Hence, this is to be wiped away so we get a fresh start.
Thank you, Brian.
My pleasure.
Yes, well said. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
And wait, and that's the reason why I have the Morning Star to trigger the global wealth of the nation. The Morning Star is the key, one of the key, other than my royal blood, to be able to release and trigger the global account. The 943 accounts globally that's insert only in one account they called mother account.
And it gets a little bit more complicated at the spiritual level, because if the morning stars fell, the morning stars have a head. And the head, if I've got this correct, because it's really weird to get my head around, because I'm not a scholar and a philosopher. When many people talk about Jesus and Yeshua, he's the head, and he came down to redeem that which was taken from him. And we're going through an entire process. It doesn't make sense, but it's not meant to make sense because of all that's happened over thousands of years. And even the Jewish people, which were typically the Sadducees and the Pharisees, they could not understand it because they were locked into something called law. And these were called, what's it called? They use a term of law that's not spiritual. It's a traditional law. And thus when Yeshua said to them, or Jesus, Yeshua, it's the same nature, the light came into the world, yet they did not see or recognize it. The freedom came to them, but they rebuked the freedom because they wanted to be in slavery. Because the Pharisees and the Sadducees, although they were in slavery, they were being used by an establishment, which at that point in time was the Roman Empire, to subdue and control the people. So what we see is the religious systems can be used to subdue and control the people. It doesn't set them free, it keeps them in captivity.
And in addition to that, Brian, 1972, the next year will be the second Jubilee, right? That was signed and endorsed the power to me to the secret book of redemption. And it says Lord order instruction, guys. It's not letter of instruction. Lord order instruction. It's very deep. I mean, I know that not everyone can actually reach that kind of, deep meaning, but to be honest, that is all about the secret book of redemption, signed 1972, September 22nd. All of the law and the changes of law and everything, constitution is right there. That's where it came, the infinite cash account, to be able to fund globally endless. Meaning you're already funding the whole global, but the money is never ending. It's still there. It's never lose, It's like never even used it and whatnot. So it's really, really kind of deep, I mean, it's really hard to really, it's so overwhelming, but that's exactly how it was actually designed from the beginning. So thank you so much, Brian, for explaining that so much that I can.
Don't thank me, thank my boss, the one who started this thousands of years ago.
Yeah, thank you so much. That
really enjoy your commentary. Ashtara's in the audience. I just wanted to say greetings, Ashtara.
Ashtara or Ashara?
Oh, I thought Ashtara actually, because she posted freeing Earth from negative ET and deep state control.
Yeah, no, you're right. Ashtara, not Ashara.
So
okay.
She's backing up Brian in his comments.
Okay.
So just give her a nod.
Okay, right. Okay, yes. So let's move on. Maria A, you've got a question.
Yes, this question's for Elizabeth.
Okay.
I was wondering, you mentioned that the RV started on the 5th of December, but I was under the understanding that the RV would be a private event and it's before NESARA. And you also said NESARA has started, so I'm kind of a little confused on that.
So what's the question?
The question is the RV and NESARA happening at the same time?
Okay, we are actually talking the 1% that's going to be released by Saint Germain Trust, 1% or less, that has already been started December 5th. That was the time in the US, only for NESARA National. That is actually been heading with President Trump along with the rest of the military alliance and so forth. And not only that, like what we said before, because what about the other people who's not under redemption? They will be all taken care of based if you belong to that Saint Germain to be distributed with 1% or less, and the heritage account number 3, which is for indigenous people, developed country as well. Now, when we talk about GESARA, it's a different thing. That's called to the heritage account number 2, King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and Marcus Wealth. So when you're saying about the RB, again, that's different. And like what I said, Mr. Dog will can explain about the RB and what, because it's really confused me when people are asking RB, redemption, and then what about the rate? And it's just like all over. It's just kind of, I'm just giving the main major thing, There are some people who really understand the RB. I do understand, but sometimes when people ask me and confuse me, a different thing, and I already explained, the mechanics of where the money come from. Those are very important. It doesn't matter what's the rate, what's the equivalent, how much. It's where it came from and how. And why are we going to receive it? How are we going to receive it? And where it's coming from? Isn't it? Those are important to us, for us to know, right? To start. And second of all, regardless of what, because we are just going back and forth. I'm so sorry, but I think that's already been explained before. And I think Mr. Dag can explain that better than me or whatever, because then explain to you exactly only the RBs, period, not the other portion of being, what are we looking for? Redemption of money and physical material now, or redemption of faith? And we call about geopolitical government is slavery as well, like what they said about Lord Jesus redeem our sin to all global. Now my position is to redeem against poverty and slavery. That's why I was one of the instrument. I was one of the body instrument to serve this whole global, to make me an instrument to trigger through my bloodline and my being who I am, where I came from, my parents, my ancestor, my bloodline, in other words. So, but
I understand. I understand that, and I appreciate you. I just didn't understand if that private event for the people that hold currency has already occurred. Is it supposed to occur before NESARA? And you already said that 1% of the funds have already been released for NESARA. So I didn't know if the RV is, the private event is happening now for currency holders. And
maybe that will be followed, but I know NESARA is started right now in Brazil, what do you call that other country, Colombia, South America, I guess. But maybe the Barbie will be followed that. Maybe those will be fall on the GESARA thing,
You want
but
me
remember,
to answer?
we'll talk about 1% right now or less. Remember, like a stimulus, like relief money for all of you to mobilize you for once,
Because Elizabeth, when you say 1%, this is just a question from the chat. When you say 1%, the question is 1% of what? Like,
Here,
is it
can I
1%
answer?
of the currency
Can
that,
I,
that
can
you
I answer,
hold, or is
please?
it?
That,
No.
that's a good question. That's a good
Let
question.
me
1%
answer.
of what? That's what I'm saying. But like what they said, remember they have 100%. The 1% is to release pronto to mobilize. Remember, again, even on all the redemption members who belong to that, they know that 1% goes to mobilize you. Am I right?
Can I chime in?
They're speaking really of the 1%
Yeah,
that
Mr.
the
Dell
trust
can
is
answer
releasing
that.
for the
Dell, let me answer that. Okay.
NESARA.
Let me tell you guys something. If you guys have $100 million of dinar right now, once it resets on the Forex, you can go take 100 million of your dinar into a bank and exchange it. There's no 1% there. You get the Forex rate for all 100 million in dinar or dong. That's currency. Those are banknotes. There's no 1%. This 1% is related to bonds. Okay. And you exchange currency, you redeem bonds. All of this other stuff about NESARA, GESARA is separate from RV. RV is a revaluation of currencies. And if you're holding bonds as well as currency, the bonds are going to be done differently from the actual banknotes. There's not going to be a private event for your banknotes unless you're in a group. So if you're not in a group, you're just going to go and you're going to see the rate change on the Forex, and you're going to go and pick any bank and you're going to go there and say, I'd like to see a wealth manager. I'd like to exchange all my currency in for the new rate. I'd like to exchange this all in. You're going to get the rate that's on the Forex. Now the bank is going to take a little bit out on that, but a bond is not the same thing as a currency. A bond is totally different.
Yeah, in other words, but I was also explaining earlier, out of 100%, that you're not going to get the 99% at this point, only the 1% to be distributed for those who actually been sending their redemption thing, for that matter, for whatever the asset you have. But like what Mr. Doc was saying about the currency is totally separate, different. You have to exchange that the way how much is supposed to be the exchange rate for that matter. It has nothing to do with the bond.
So are you saying that people that don't hold either currency or bonds are not going to be included in this 1% that's being released from the Saint Germain Trust in the
they will be including on that like a stimulus or relief money given to you, depending on whenever how much. It can be 1% or less.
Okay, that's so we're really talking about 1% of what the trust will release in total.
Yes,
for instance, if they're
yes,
gonna we're gonna release 100 units of
will be
whatever,
given.
they're
Yeah, it
gonna
will be
over
given.
the term of their releasing for December for the Christmas era, because we know that
Correct.
they
Yes.
open on Christmas and Easter's. So you're saying whatever 1% of whatever they plan to release this time is going to be given like immediately for mobilization and relief.
Yes, for this December, correct.
Okay,
Yes,
great. So we're not
that's right,
talking
yes.
about what people have in currency then. We're talking about everyone who's eligible to receive. That's what it sounds like you're saying, Elizabeth. Is that right?
Everyone we're going to be receiving, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the
So there's a lady who said, Jean, she says, why is NESARA in Brazil and Colombia? I thought it was USA only. Jean, there's NESARA.
No,
there's
wait,
NESARA, there's NESARA
Brazil
and
and
GESARA.
Colombia. It's a
NESARA,
part.
Mr.
NESARA is for US, GESARA is for the global. NESARA is for US, GESARA is global. So it's the same thing.
But NESARA actually applies to North America.
Wait, when you say NESARA, when I say Colombia or Brazil, isn't it they're part of South America?
NESARA includes like Canada.
Wait, question, Mr. Dog, is that country belong to South America, right?
I'm not sure what this is. I thought the National Economic Security and Reformation Act was for the United States, and that for all other countries,
America,
was
South and North America.
I thought it was North and South.
South Central America.
then I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Okay. So
thank
then
you.
It's for the Americas.
Then it's for the Americas. I get it.
Yes.
Thank you for clarification.
Okay.
My last question, Miss Elizabeth, is I didn't have clarification on who we are expecting an email notification from. Is it from people we bought currency from, or is it from a specific person or group or something that we're expecting an email from? Who are we looking for in our emails?
It could be Wells Fargo, it could be HSBC, it could be the military, or it could be One of the guru teams like
one
us.
of those banks. Yes.
We're not getting
But it depends.
notifications, you guys. We're not getting notifications for currency. You're going to look on the Forex. You're part of
Yeah,
all
not
these
currency again.
Telegram.
Yeah, confusing
You're gonna
again.
see it
They're
on the
talking
Forex.
about for the appointments.
Bond.
Yeah,
There's
for the
no
appointments.
appointments. There's no appointments for currency. You're going to go. The appointments are for the bonds.
That's what they're talking about.
Okay. Yes,
Yes,
I also hold bonds, so I'm wondering all of that stuff. So okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
God bless
the
you.
currency is different. Yes.
Just keep looking out at GESARAshow.com or the Big Call Universe or Dinar Recaps or whatever the group you belong to. Maybe get on all of them and just pay attention and don't sleep on it. You won't miss it because everyone will have it out. Okay.
We'll all be screaming from the rooftops when it happens. Yeah.
Yes, we will.
Great. Is 4B considered a group?
It's a tier. It's a tier. Tier 4B.
Tier 4B, Tier A, Tier 4A, Tier 4B.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the great questions.
Right. We have two more, Isabel and Fabique, and then we're ending the show. So, Isabel.
Yes, thank you so much to let me in. Can you hear me?
Yes, I
welcome,
can hear
Isabel.
you. Sounds like you're in the Netherlands or Belgium.
Well, I am from the Netherlands, but 3 years ago, I had my wellness in Holland, and it was even more than 3 years ago. Time goes so quickly. And I had to stop my work because of the COVID thing. And then I was so upset because I made such a nice wellness with therapeutic things, and I did all my massage, and I had a lovely job. But then all my people who came, they got jabbed, and I said, well, I'm not going to do that. So I sold everything and I left to Spain. And at the moment, I'm still in Spain.
Okay.
And I went out of the banks. I went sovereign. I did all the paperwork for that. It never gave me. It's good to do it for myself, because I knew how the system was, and I didn't like that at all. And now I'm still living in Germain and waiting. I have written a complete project to do. I would love to do it in Amsterdam that time, if it's possible.
City. I love Amsterdam. I've been there many times. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I always believed in the medbeds, and as a practitioner, I would love to do there something for the people, and also I have other nice projects where I think of to do, but I'm waiting, and I'm waiting very long already, and
we all are waiting.
Yeah, we're all waiting. So if I hear everything, then is it correct that I have to wait a few more months to do the redemption for my project?
Well, that's basically what we've been saying all show, that particularly as we're not in the NESARA area, we're in the Gazara area, then we're going to have to wait at least into next year. But probably the first part of next year. I don't think it's going to be further than maybe February or so we have to wait a little longer, but we got Christmas ahead of us. Let's celebrate Christmas first.
Yes, that's right. And then another question: I don't have a bank account in Spain. I don't want that, so I still have one in Holland. I left. I had to do it because I need
get an international bank account like Revolut or Wise.
Yeah.
Then you can use those in any country. Yeah.
Okay, but if the redemption comes, do I have to go to Holland, or can I do it also
no,
in
you
Spain?
can do it where you are. That's what we heard, that in the country you're living in, as long as you're legally living in that country, then you should be able to redeem where you're located. If
What do you mean with legally? Because actually I went out of grid, but
well, do you have a residence permit for Spain?
no, I don't want any residence permit. And Holland.
Then you have to go to the Netherlands.
Yeah.
You have to be legally in that country. If you're just there without ever having contacted the authorities and saying, then I know it's all EU, all European Union and stuff like that, but if you are living in a different country, you still have, according to the old rules at least, to register your residence in that country, because how are they going to tax you otherwise?
But actually, Holland. Once I left Holland, and I don't want to pay any tax. I'm out of that. So that's very difficult because Holland threw me out, actually. And yeah, once you don't have a house anymore, then they say you are an immigrant.
Okay.
You see? So that's very difficult now to
so you're not paying any taxes?
No.
Yeah.
I don't want. No.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to register. But the problem is you have to be legally resident in the country you exchange.
Yes, but from the moment everything changes, then that is not the problem anymore, I think.
Well, explain that to the redemption center and see what they answer.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not me making the rules. It's them. I'll explain your situation and they'll tell you what to do. It's very possible they'll tell you go back to the Netherlands because you're not registered in Spain.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's see what happens. Yeah, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Dank u wel.
Yeah.
Thanks, Isabella.
Yeah.
Okay. So finally, we have the return of the great Donna.
There we go. Hey, Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last question. I wanted to ask Elizabeth, when you talk about the 1% from the St. Germain Trust, and that started on December 5th, I understand that part. But on the RB, I swear that Wolverine was saying that you knew about when the RB, revaluation of currency, was going to happen. Do you know when that's going to happen?
I would say maybe that can happen anytime this month of December.
And how do you know that?
She may not be able to get too deep with you on some things.
I know it's going to be this month of December.
For the revaluation of currency?
Yes. Because the first year, which is in other words, next month, January, maybe first week, they will be able to announce the whole thing. That's probably included RB and everything for redemption. So at this point, for December end, they're actually giving away this first thing that we were talking about from Saint Germain.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Saint Germain. I'm talking about the RV. You said it's in January, or do you know?
Because remember what I said before, from November to February 2024. It can happen soon or later, but no later than February. Because by the time February ends, it will all going to be in place. Everything's already been in place. Finished,
okay, so
done.
You don't know if it's going to happen in December, right?
Not really for sure, but what do I know is the distribution of this small money that everybody has to mobilize and receive before Christmas or this month of December. Yes.
The RB or the Saint Germain?
Saint Germain.
Okay. Well, I was talking about I was talking about the RB. What I'm afraid of is that Wolverine is going to go out and announce that Elizabeth said that the RB is going to happen before Christmas. That's what I was thinking that he said. So I was a little concerned about that. So we don't know when.
We were talking about the 1% distribution, not the RB. We never mentioned about the RB to be able to happen before December or by December. That's not what this is
It's
about.
just the 1% before Christmas. That was what.
Okay, I gotcha. That makes sense. So we don't know when the RB is going to happen. Nobody knows.
Yeah,
right?
because once I know about it, once I know and it started, I will call right away to Walby and then to Peter first, so that he can be able to kind of announce exactly, because that time I will give all the details, everything that you need to know.
And what is the name of your trust, Princess Elizabeth?
King Solomon Trust. That is belong to the Heritage number 2 account. Heritage number 2 account consists of King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and Marcus Wealth.
Okay, and that's what, and you can't tell us if you are until you're. Are you going to tell us when you're notified? Is that what you were saying?
No, this account, this Heritage number 2 will be able to be what do you call it? Trigger and implement by next month.
In January?
Yes.
Okay, which is not this year.
But I'm not going to give any kind of date and whatnot. But this month of December already start that 1% for mobilize, to mobilize people on all of those under redemption, and even all the people that needed to have that kind of like relief stimulus or money to start with, like that, coming from Saint Germain Trust, which is Heritage number 1, account number 1.
Account number 1. And is the Saint Germain Trust account number 1 that was released on December 5th, is that worldwide or is that
for NESARA?
Okay,
I think you're not on the first meeting.
I got you.
Okay, wait, I have to explain again. Heritage account consists of 3 different accounts. Number 1, Heritage number 1 account under the fall of Saint Germain Trust. Number 2, Heritage number 2, King Solomon Trust, Rodriguez Trust, and Marcus Wealth. Heritage number 3 fall to indigenous people. That includes all the developed country, third countries, and ITAS and tribe people who does not belong to civilization in way of redemption or anything like that. They will be given all the support and like relief to be able to distribute, to go to their place, location, to give to them pronto, not by through any way of giving it. They will distribute, give it to their hand. Let's say they go to that barangay, to that tribe, to that ITAS location, whatever. They're all going to go there personally to hand the money or the help or the relief to all the people there.
And that's worldwide?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You said NESARA, which is I thought it was the United States only as well.
No, wait, we're getting confused again. Heritage number 1 is it's a Saint Germain to give and start to NESARA, which is national, all part of America, South, Central, North, and Southeast, and West America. Not even including Australia or Germany. America, South America, North America, East and West, Eastern and Western. Okay. That's what, that's the 1% or whatever that they're going to be doing and distributing already starting this December. Now let's talk about the Heritage number 3 that I just mentioned, worldwide, globally. They have some money intended for that a collective and indigenous people that developed country as well. Do you know what I'm saying, right? It doesn't have to be, but it doesn't have to be Asian third country, developed country, as well as even other South America who are underfall to that category of indigenous people.
Brilliant. Does that include American Indians?
Sorry?
Does that include American Indians and Canadian Indians?
Absolutely, as long as they're going to be falling to that indigenous people in worldwide. They have
Okay.
some kind of funded for all of those to this category of the heritage account number 3.
And was that released on December 5th?
That will be falling. Wait a minute. That will be falling maybe because it's going to be in terms of relief and stimulus. Maybe they are actually going around on that for stimulus money, like a relief. Remember how you
Yeah.
give people money to those like they have some kind of calamities? They're going to do exactly the same, but the fund will going to be coming from that heritage number 3.
Oh, wow.
Very good. And what does number 2 do? The King Solomon and the other 2 do?
Okay, the 99%
Marcus.
will default to that category, to that number 2. That was exactly what everybody was waiting for anyhow, for those global project, huge one. And this is the one that all the 209 country that they're waiting for their backup to have that gold backup to their project and currency in their own country as well. So there's no more war, there's no more poverty. It's going to be abundance to each country as well. That's exactly what the purpose of all of this heritage number 2. That Mariposa will be the one to have a big, huge role to do this and trigger it for global, for humanity.
Okay.
You guys understand it?
Look, we
Yes.
need to wrap things up slowly. So, Donna,
thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay, yeah, Donna had more than a fair share of questions, I think, today. Right, now 2 have added. Now, Yolanda, I think I'll take first because she was shortchanged on another show and didn't get a question in. And then we'll go to Darren. So, Yolanda, would you like to come in?
Yes, can you hear me?
Greetings, Yolanda.
Yeah, I can hear you, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much, Princess Elizabeth, for joining us. Forgive me if I'm a little bit slow. There is can you just slowly explain that 1%? What I get is that is first going to go to the US, NESARA, and later on for the rest of the world as well. And it's, as I understand what you said, it's like $10,000 or $20,000 every 20 days. Is that for every single person in the world? Or who qualifies for that?
Are you talking about
not?
the one? Are you talking about
Yes.
the one that I mentioned before in terms of how they're going to receive that 1% if they're given the appointment or notification for them to go to the bank or agency office or redemption anywhere that they can be able to deal with that kind of thing, or bank? Yeah, they're gonna give them a kind of like deposit. In other words, we start with, let's say, a
I'm
couple of.
losing you. Forgive me if I'm slow, Princess. We've now clarified we're not talking about the RV. We're not talking about the currencies. We're not talking about the bonds. I understand now that was a lot of the confusion today because that's not the topic. You are talking about the 1% of the total funds, and I don't understand who qualifies for that, because if it has nothing to do with the RV and it has nothing to do with bonds and it has nothing to do with currency, what does it have to do with?
Got to do with to mobilize and help all the people right now because the economy was shut down and all the business, everything, from government, from business wise and whatever. You probably heard all of that, right? Now, this 1% that they're trying to give away coming from Saint Germain will only give you enough for you to mobilize. Let's say when you go there to your appointment.
You're a bit fast. I'm very slow. Sorry, I'm from Africa.
So in other
Just
words,
bear
you
with
go
me.
there and taking care of that and claim it, right?
I
Then you
want to
will be
understand.
given a deposit, maybe, like, I don't know, maybe 10 or 20, maybe. And you have to wait 20 days after that, even
You're
bigger.
a bit
And
fast
then
for
the
me,
next 20
Princess.
days again. Can you
I'm
explain
not
that?
following.
Yolanda, hey, Princess Elizabeth, may I help her with this one?
Yes.
This is an example, Yolanda. This is just an example, so it's not exact figures. But let's say that the Saint Germain Trust is going to be paying out 100 units of whatever, right? 100 gazillion. Okay, so for this immediate release. They're going to release 1% of what they intend to release for the entire NESARA, GESARA. They're going to release that 1% now immediately, or that was to be already have started. That 1% is going to be distributed again for everybody starting in NESARA. So that's in the Americas, North and South America. Okay. When we get to you, you're in I think South Africa, you said. So that's GESARA, right? And that 1% is going to still be distributed to you under the GESARA. So whenever that rolls out, we don't really
that's
know.
fine. I don't care if it's now or if it's January. I want to understand is who qualifies.
If you're living and breathing and you've been operating in your respective lands and they know about you. So the best way to describe it is in the United States, when they were giving out the pandemic support, or they were calling it stimulus payments, they went to everyone. So if you've ever paid taxes in your country, or if the Treasury knows how to reach you somehow, then you got a check from Donald Trump, and you didn't ask for it. You didn't have to apply for it. It just came to everybody. So if they know about you, you're going to get it. Now, if it comes out, someone that you know gets it, and maybe you don't have it, maybe you didn't. There's a website. This is back in the day. There was a website where you could go into and then give them your information, and then they would give you this stimulus. There was no way there was nothing to qualify you other than to show that you're here. You're in that land.
Okay,
and everyone.
So is that the thing that they've been talking about? Because they've stolen from us through our taxes and through bonds and stuff. Is that the amount? And is it going to be different then for different people based on how much they've actually stolen from you? And a ballpark is 10 to 20,000, but it could be more for some and less for others.
Prisons Elizabeth gave an example of mobilization money at 10 to 20,000 the first payment. So like mobilization money. Well, if you're talking about the bonds that were related to your Social Security or birth certificate, those are very, very high numbers. Okay. And so obviously they're not going to give you, they might give you 1% of what that is. So it might in fact be, we don't know how that's going to work, but it might in fact be 1% of what your allowance. Yes.
Yeah. That's why they said that every 20 days you will be getting higher and higher.
Yes.
They don't
so
want
the next time
let's say the first day they gave you that 10 or 20, whatever example. And then you wait 20 days, they give you more. And then another 20 more days, they give you more. So every 20 days, they slack that with different thing. It can be higher and higher, getting to the point that exactly what is supposed to be intended for you. But they will not going to give that to you at once.
Right.
Now I understand. I think this
That
is where
makes sense.
everybody, where the confusion happened, where people didn't understand you because everybody thought the announcements are going to be on the RV, but it's actually amazing, this announcement that you are making, that component is now going to start kicking in, even though it's just a small portion
sometimes,
first.
Del, sometimes I forget about RV, forget about the redemption. Just think about, we are all waiting for this blessing to be able to pour an abundance in our lap.
Yes,
Why don't we all think about and be grateful for that? Forget about RV, the equivalent for this, and how much do you have? I mean, most of you anyhow does not have the confirmation that what you have in your hands is confirmed and authenticated. So what? So just wait. That it's all going to pour in your lap. But like what I said, it's going to be a deposit. And then every 20 days, they just go higher and higher. Because maybe they have some kind of plan for Dell to give like maybe $100 million. Who knows? And then
that sounds fabulous. I would definitely accept it.
Every 20 days.
So
that's what
I've
been told. And I don't know what else to explain.
That 20 days, that's going to become more and more and more.
Yes.
It's going to be different for different people based on how much have been stolen from them uniquely. So each person is not going to get the same, even though the first is probably going to be
each
about
person
the
may
same
not
cap
get the same. It may be based upon your age, Yolanda, because that your bonds were traded. There's there was an amount added to your trust every year in the millions. So it's going to be different. If you're older, you're going to have a lot bigger account than you're younger. So we just never know. But I'm pretty sure that it's going to be sufficient for everyone. And we're talking about people over the age of 18 anyway. So they've had at least 18 years of $1 million to $3 million being added to their account every year anyway. So I think it's going to be substantial.
Okay, I'm happy with that one now. I'm very happy about that. Thank you. So we are going to have a
I'm
measure
glad
of
you're
Christmas.
happy then.
Okay, we
Rejoicing before Christmas.
We need to wrap this up.
And then the second, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Yolanda, but we have to wrap the things up. We're way over 6 hours, and that's our limit. Darren has a question. I hope it's short, and then we have to open the shop. You've had your questions, and let us now move on.
Thank you, Yolanda. Appreciate you.
Darren, it has to be quick because we're already way over time.
No, it is very quick, and it's not even a question. It's more a request to Princess Elizabeth. Princess Elizabeth, Peter, one and all, thank you all for your help, for helping us steer us through this. Thank you very much. I'm actually in the group with Wolvie and in the Telegram group there.
Ah, yeah, okay.
So, like I said, very quickly there, more so to Princess Elizabeth. Once again, thank you very much for all your help and guidance. Those with common sense know we are not to vilify one and all who only share what they are told. You are not in charge. You are not responsible. You only share what you know. All I will simply ask, as somebody even put in the chat, if you don't mind reaching out to Wolvie, as you saw, he was somewhat
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for your concern. Yeah. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, yes.
That's fine. But like I said, if you could just reach out to Wolvie, just explain to him once again, because like I said, those within the chosen group, chosen ones group, did actually come on here thinking we was expecting quite a explanation or the green light, so to speak. And of course we got something else. Once again, wasn't bad. It just wasn't what we expected. Hence, wasn't what Wolvie expected. And literally, that's me. I'll close out there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly, you're right.
Darren, appreciate your support for the show.
Yeah, Darren, yeah, appreciate your support and your kind and great motivation and what. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the listeners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Great show.
That's right. So we're now at the end of the show. We had a marathon of questions and answers. We may have had different expectations about what's happening on the show, but we got what we got. We're doing our best. We are the messengers. Wolvie, myself, and the people talking here who are answering your questions are all messengers. We are here to provide information and a service. If you liked what you saw, the ability to have your discussions, get your questions answered, and you've never heard of the GazaraShow.com, the Gazara Show, just go to GazaraShow.com and you can subscribe there. You're going to Getting Started and learn how to subscribe to shows. It's $10 a month. It's not much. And you'll be able to see 2 shows a week like today. And they're often as long as this as well. So thank you for coming. And let us now wrap up. Nice seeing you all. I'm glad this is the largest audience we've ever had. At one point, we were over 2,000 people watching the show live, which is a massive audience, particularly because of the link with YouTube. In YouTube, we still have 786 people watching the show. Here on Zoom, we have 120 people. But for the first part of the show, we were at 500 for a long time. So thank you all for coming to this show. I hope it was useful for you. I will try and get this recording out as quickly as possible with a minimal index, and so you can watch it. And there's also the version on YouTube, which obviously I won't delete there. Thank you all for staying so long, answering your question. Thank you to the contributors like Mr. Dog, Dell, Elizabeth, Wolverine, who's no longer with us, and everybody else who helped contribute to answering the questions and whatever. Bye-bye. That's all. We will be back on Wednesday with another show. Until then, have a great weekend.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
guys. Thank you all. Bye-bye.